Coin toss.
Turn the mic back on there, but of course, joining legendary status alongside Lindy Burgess-Singleton as the only other three-time Tony Wilson medalist and Sophie Hanrahan not too far away. She's on 2, but I reckon Em and Soph might battle it out across the next couple of years to be the first to potentially claim 4.
Thanks, Em. Good luck to both teams.
I hope 27, so she's got plenty of netball left in her and plenty of competitive netball, so I expect to see her up there. And we were just talking as we were walking down from the pre-game about how things are looking in the North Albury camp for season 2023, but today the culmination of the 2022 season, we see the Yarrawonga Pigeons, who have really hit the strides running towards the back end of this season, captained by Hannah Symes, in goalkeeper a Tony Wilson medalist herself, Laura Irvine in the centre, one of the co-coaches, a Tony Wilson medalist, Sarah Moore, goal attack, a Tony Wilson medalist, and then Bridget Cassar in goal shooter, playing her 250th A-grade game for the Ovens and Murray League. That earns her that life membership as well for the league, which is phenomenal. And I spoke to her before the game, and yeah, she's very humble and didn't want to talk too much about that. She was just had her eyes focused on the game today. Wang Magpies, they're in their huddle getting their last instructions, and great to see who can really shut down Bridget Cassar, Sarah Moore and Matt. Who can do it.
Exactly right. They're here for a reason, and they've earned their way all the way through that. They just need to trust the process of what got them here and make sure that they put their best foot forward and don't let this get out to a margin. Pull them back, get in front and run away with it.
A crowd building here at the Lavington Sports Ground. The Ovens and Murray A-grade netball final between the Yarrawonga Pigeons and the Wangaratta Magpies is not too far away. Joining us in commentary, Tamara Matthews. Have a sip of water. You've just taken one hat off and now you can put your commentary hat on. What a great morning it's already been here today.
Oh, Ree, it's exciting to be here. I feel exhausted already, but we've had an absolute ripper of a day. It started with another draw in the 17s. Can you believe it? That's our third draw of the finals and the second between those two teams, between Raiders and Wodonga. And Raiders, they had a shot on the buzzer and unfortunately missed it. It went to overtime and they had to again play to a double overtime and 2-goal advantage. So Wodonga getting the job done in a bit of a fairy tale for Kylie Murphy. Lizzie Murphy, best on court. She was just absolutely outstanding and one to certainly watch, that's for sure. And then we saw another close one in the B grade, Lavington getting over the top of Albury. So, and again, they've had some really tight tussles. So, great to see the finals games are close. That's what you want.
And the sun is shining. I think it's going to get quite warm out on court. There was a bit of a breeze, but it has gone down. Emily Brown, I'm interested, your tip for today. I know we've spoken about it up in the pre-game, but final tip from you?
Yeah, Yarrawonga. I'm gonna say by 10.
Tamara Matthews?
Yeah, look, I think Yarrawonga will be too good, and unfortunately, I think it'll blow out, and I reckon they'll probably win by about 15 goals.
Yeah, I'm taking the Pigeons as well, and as Gus has alluded to on their all-rounders, I've been on the Yarrawonga train since day one of the season, even though I didn't know what they were to come, and to see them here is great. So
we've also been on the end of a Yarrawonga grand final win, so we probably know what they can do. We know what they can do in a grand final.
A couple of them. So
yeah.
No, the teams now taking their final huddles. They are stepping out on court. Our first quarter action here in this Ovens and Murray A-grade grand final is thanks to Cavalier Homes, our scoreboard sponsor, the 777 Automotive Team, and as always, our time clock, Jacob Toyota Use. I think the crowd is really going to get amongst this. I'm getting goosebumps and I don't even have to step on the court. Izzy Byrne for the Wangaratta Magpies gets us under play with the first centre pass of the game. Michelle Wilson umpiring on the far side of the court, blowing up Laura Ryan for an obstruction call, and the Magpies will have a clear pass through to Shay Crimmins to Burn on circle edge. Good to see Hannah Symes with a touch early, and Georgia Clark, she seems to be moving okay.
She's standing up there tall, and we'll just see a couple of these pushes and we'll just see if they're going to test out that knee, which that
low ball is certainly going to test. Kylie Leslie attempting the steal there and not to be. So Georgia Clark gets us underway with her first shot and first goal for the Magpies. So a 1-goal lead here very early in this first quarter. Laura Irvine, centre pass gives off to Sarah Moore. Great hands over pressure there from Crimmins and Burns. If they can keep this up all day, they were sure to get a few touches. Tilly Kennedy feeds the ball to Casa coming out of the circle, and a high ball dropped into the space there for Sanini on the baseline.
And that's
First
that beautiful
goal.
footwork from Sanini we saw 2 weeks ago against Corowa, and it's going to have to be on today.
And
As Wang take the ball, and Shay Crimmins launches one to Georgia Clark, but it's over the back line, and I'm not sure the launch is going to be onto Georgia today, given that she's battling a bit of a knee injury. But Hannah Symes takes the ball off the baseline for Yarrawonga. She finds Leslie, and they go cross-court. Still going cross-court as Hannah Symes looks to go down to Ryan. The ball's a bit loose, but she is able to keep it in. But unfortunately, Leah Genvy's at the base of it, so Wangaratta cause a turnover.
A few nerves just coming out. I think the crowd often brings that. So we expect to see a couple of those little turnovers early in the first quarter. With Byrne giving off to sister Izzy Byrne, and again the high ball just way too much on it, so we'll be underway in the hands of Hannah Symes with a sideline throw in. Gives off to Ryan. Her transition play all through this 2022 season has been exceptional.
Sure has, and Shay Crimmins is going to have to really man her one-on-one down the court to stop them using her as that outlet, as Laura Irvine goes over the top to Casa. She has a shot under the post and puts it in. So Yarrawonga move to 2, leading Wangaratta 1 on the 777 automotive scoreboard.
Laura Irvine in centre gives off to Sarah Moore doing the hard work off transverse line, and the high ball from Kennedy was on to Casa. She just couldn't get her feet around and a little bit too much on it. Katie Dean will get us under play again here, and a penalty for an obstruction call from Genvy as she was trying to hold Kennedy out of play. So the Pigeons with the ball in the hands of Moore, and it lips out, and it will be a Magpies throw in on the far side of the post. Katie Dean with the ball for the Magpies, looking for the player that is clear, and it goes to Izzy Byrne, bounces off her knee, but she gains control, and the outlet pass to Byrne was on, but she wasn't quite in the right position to give it off. So happy to play it around, back onto the transverse line to Grady, and they're underway down on circle edge. Byrne to Byrne, Amy Byrne stepping in. That one-handed shot looks unorthodox, but it really works for her, and the Magpies are back within level. 2 goals apiece here on the 777 automotive scoreboard.
And Yarrawonga would have seen Wang last week and the ability they have to work it around and be patient. So they know that their defensive efforts are going to have to be 110% of the time. As Amy Byrne puts another one in for the Magpies, they go out to 3, leading Yarrawonga 2. As Laura Irvine takes the centre pass and finds Sarah Moore off the line for Yarrawonga.
And again, the defensive effort of Hannah Grady off the ball. She did that last week, and that closing speed and that hedging of the space there. She came off her own player to really cut down the space of Tilly Kennedy to hit the circle edge. As we see Crimmins cross-court ball to Grady, and Grady's telling the troops just to settle, take a breath and pass it through. Crimmins to Amy Byrne coming out of the circle on the side closest to us. Izzy Byrne now with the ball, and the Pigeons with that real team defence there, that space defence, just making it really hard for the Magpies to penetrate.
You can notice it early there, that little outlet pass I could see Georgia under the ring. They haven't got the ability of that today, so they're going to have to play around with a bit more across the top of the circle.
Clever play there from Genvy. Unlucky to not get the two-handed ball. And again, Katie Dean, just her footwork at the end of that, and another just really nervous pass goes, and a nice settling pass there from Laura Irvine into Bridget Casa, and she nails another goal for the Pigeons. Scores are 4-3 apiece here at the Lavington Sports Ground. Yarrawonga Pigeons taking on the Magpies in this O&M A-grade grand final.
And yet Wangaratta have the ball and just trying to get it over their transverse. Yarrawonga's pressure up over the ball is outstanding as Izzy Byrne does find circle edge. She's waiting for a shooter to present forward. They know they are going to be risky passes if they have to go over. And just like that, Kylie Leslie gets a tip to a ball and she's able to chase it down. Unfortunately, that's where Georgia's going to struggle a bit today to get onto those loose balls as Casa goes to Moore in the pocket. She looks to give the little one back off to Casa.
We spoke about her look-away passes in the pre-game, and Emily Brown noted that she'd had a few Falcons herself on the back end of them. A clever play by Moore. She has the pass, the throw-in on the baseline in the middle of the circle. Irvine with the balk, trying to get players out of the way, and the hands over pressure of Dean again off balance, and Sanini with the 1%. 1% there, and again Katie Dean trying to get her hands on everything. Sanini with the shot And the shot is good. So the Pigeons now out by 1, 4 goals to 3 here on the 777 Automotive scoreboard. Already 5 minutes have gone and the action can't really be split. Laura Irvine of the Pigeons. Sorry, Kylie Leslie will get us underway in the mid-court into more undefended. Long range for her, and she opts to pass a bounce pass to Casa, who makes no doubt. And the Yarrawonga Pigeons are now out by 2.
As Izzy Byrne gives off to Amy Byrne off the line, and they're just caught on the sideline a little bit. Crimmins opts to go over to Izzy Byrne. Hannah Symes thought about hunting that and left Georgia Clark undefended. Clark unfortunately missed the goal for Wangaratta, and it's out the back. So Yarrawonga with the chance to get a turnover here as Symes double plays it to Laura Ryan, and then they look to come hard through the middle. But Laura Ryan held up well by Shay Crimmins. Unfortunately, she's drawn the contact. So Yarrawonga will get another opportunity through Laura Ryan to Tilly Kennedy. They're in their goal third, just trying to find circle edge. This Wangaratta pressure is outstanding as Tilly Kennedy finds Sarah Sanini more over the back. She puts it in for the Yarrawonga Pigeons, and they go out to 6, leading Wangaratta 3 goals.
Hannah Grady, that was a great timed intercept there on the centre pass of the Pigeons to turn it over in favour of the Magpies. They're on the attack now. Crimmins trying to hit circle edge, but the hands of Irvine getting in the way. Georgia Clark lining up for a long bomb, and it goes in. I think for her, that's what she'll need to do today, is just to turn and shoot.
Exactly. Film anywhere. Don't play around the ball. Once it's in, it's in. Turn around, do your job, put your shot up, and if it does come out, hope Amy's there for the rebound.
Yeah, Amy's going to have to position herself well for those rebounds.
Absolutely is. The Magpies on the attack again. Kylie Leslie just trying to get in that space in front of Byrne and really confuse the space. The low ball has gone down to that landing. So she's on court and she's putting a couple of shots up, which is really positive. Ryan, though, with the transition and just a poor pass from her. Just not enough on it, and Izzy Byrne has been there, and we've got a time call.
Georgia Clark, she's coming off.
She's looking, and you can hear the crowd getting around her. Everyone really wanted her to get up, and hopefully she may come back on.
Yeah, it's great that she actually put herself out there to try. Yes. You don't want to walk away from this and say, oh, what if I actually could have played? Absolutely. So good on her. That shows a lot of guts.
And Rochelle Petts has come on as goal shooter. Probably not the change that we were expecting in pre-game, but she did come on in goal shooter in that final last week and did her role. She's got plenty of experience. She puts up her first shot, and it's a little bit short, but the rebound of Hannah Symes, she can't quite get in her grasp. So the Magpies with the throw-in on the side of the goalpost furthest from us. The ball goes to Crimmins. Laura Ryan, best efforts to get hands on ball, but can't. And well done by Rochelle Petts to really use the arc of the circle. Then Izzy Byrne out of options to get the ball into the ring. And again, Petts with the front position, nice and strong, and opts for the play on. And why not? Giving it off to Byrne, who shoots another goal. So 1 goal here, the lead to the Yarrawonga Pigeons 6, Wangaratta Magpies 5, with the Yarrawonga centre to come. Irvine looking back for Ryan, re-offers, and a quick double play between both of them. Casa leading straight out in that centre channel of the court. And you can see the hold. Great take from Casa. Outstretched one hand, bringing it in, and the refeed to Kennedy. Off and on. A little tip by Casa. Clever play from her.
Her and Cindy do that so well, don't they? They always have that just knowing where the other shooter is and that ability to tap it.
And interestingly enough for Sarah Moore and Bridget Cassar, last time they played a grand final, it was against one another. So interesting, and that certainly didn't fall in the way of Sarah Moore that day. But good to see them teaming up as teammates here. And the Magpies on the attack again. Laura Ryan getting her hands on that. Shay Crimmins will get us under play with the throw-in on the sideline closest to us. Amy Byrne, a great drive on the angle out of the court, out of the circle, but ball goes long and over the opposite sideline.
And good to see Bert Tate picking up a possession here on the sideline. You'll love that stat. As Yarrawonga move it through to their goal third. Irvine finds Casa leading through the top. She swings it back to the transverse. And there's been a contact call on Laura Ryan. Oh, no, sorry. It
always confuses me when the umpire runs back like that.
She was running the other way. So, sorry, it's against Wangaratta. Laura Ryan with the penalty pass finds Irvine at the top. She looks for Casa, who's held some space in front of her beautifully. And she takes a shot for Yarrawonga and makes no mistake. So Yarrawonga go to 8, leading Wangaratta 5 on the 777 automotive scoreboard.
4 minutes here to play on this first quarter action thanks to Cavalier Homes. The long ball going across to Irvine. The Magpies are really clogging up the Pigeons' drive to the circle, making them take that extra pass, but when they find it, it's just to the outstretched hands of Bridget Cassar, who another shooting attempt from her, and it rolls, and you can hear the crowd then willing the ball into the ring. Byrne with the scraps gives off to Grady to Crimmins, and a contact call leaves Laura Ryan in wing defence from the Pigeons out in this centre third. Genvy, opposition wing defence to Grady to Crimmins now. And on circle edge is Izzy Byrne. That's where she can really do the damage of the feed, and they'll be relying on her to really not be feeding from away from that circle edge and really hitting the circle as much as possible. As Rochelle Petts, a goal from her coming on in that goal shooter role. So back within 2, Yarrawonga leading 8-6 here on the 777 automotive scoreboard.
As Wang look to take it forward through Izzy Byrne, Genvy backing up well on the line, and they get it into the goal third, but Izzy Byrne having to reset to the line again. The defensive pressure of Yarrawonga holding them up as Amy Byrne finds Shell Petts coming in front. It was a great pass, and Rochelle Petts will take the shot for Wangaratta, and she sinks it. So she's playing really well, and she takes Wangaratta 7. Yarrawonga leading on 8.
She did really well to just really keep Hannah Symes out of possession there, and well done to Hannah Grady. Then really ran side by side with Sarah Sanini, but couldn't quite get hands on ball, and another miss from Cassar goes. The rebound goes in the way of the Magpies. Byrne puts the ball down. Dean in goalkeeper for the Magpies gets us underway again. Genvy to Grady, and this is where they kind of tend to have to pass it around a little bit until the space opens up. You can see every Pigeon defender, 5 of them with their arms up, really pressuring the space. Hannah Symes on her toes in that circle. Byrne presenting front. High ball over to Pett. She manages to pull in possession. Quick turn and clever play from Hannah Symes. That height mismatch allowed her to get the tap back to herself, and the Pigeons now go on the attack. Can they go end to end? Ryan transitions beautifully to Kennedy. Ball over the hands of Dean into Cassar. A breath from her, and the shot goes up and is good. So Yarrawonga still out by 9-7 here on the 777 automotive scoreboard.
As a hell ball is caught against Wangaratta on their transverse line. So Yarrawonga with a late opportunity here, less than 2 minutes to go to score off for Wangaratta centre, but the ball's been turned over again. This time Katie Dean will take it for Wangaratta in the Yarrawonga goal third, as Izzy Byrne has possession in the centre. She goes to Genvy to Hannah Grady. That's a familiar combination. They have to use Grady again, trying to find an option in attack, and an obstruction call on Laura Irvine. So Crimmins has the opportunity to double play it to the circle. She gives off to Shell Petts, who finds Amy Byrne over the top, and she scores a great goal. So that patience for Wangaratta is really working so far.
M. Brown for Insight Injury Clinic. You mentioned in the pre-game that you thought it would be a battle of the mid-court. Who do you think's winning that battle at the moment?
I really think that Izzy Byrne's doing really well. Her pressure, her defensive pressure and hands over pressure on Laura to make it really hard for her to actually find the shooters under the ring. And Izzy's ability not to get fuzzled, no matter how many passes it takes to get down to the other end or to get across that transverse line, it doesn't seem to be phasing them at all. So Izzy, I feel, has just got her nose in front there at the moment.
Yeah, and unlucky from the Magpies. They've done all the work over the shot. A miss from Cassar, and the rebound went in the Magpies' way, but a stray ball has given the Pigeons possession here late in this first quarter. Moore takes a breath, steps out, gives the ball to Kennedy. Heavy pressure there from Izzy Byrne, and the pass pinpoint between Sanini and Cassar.
Looked like it was going to bounce out, but it found its way back in.
Cassar rings, I've heard.
Yarrawonga with the 2-goal advantage here, 10-8 on the 777 automotive scoreboard. Rochelle Petts, a shot from her, bounces out, but contact call on the rebound leaves Amy Byrne with a shot here to bring us into quarter time, and a goal there gone astray. So this has been first quarter action of this Ovens and Murray A-grade grand final. The Yarrawonga Pigeons are leading the Wangaratta Magpies 10-8. We will be back after the break with the second quarter.
Claire and Ree,
Yeah.
can we just see if maybe Tam can just move... You've got the headsets on, yeah?
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah, if you can maybe just move the mic part in just a little bit closer to your mouth. It just sounds like you're a little bit decent, but I don't think we need to tweak the actual machine.
Is that better? Is that a bit better?
Hang on, just talk in there again for me.
Is that better? No? Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's probably a little bit better.
Yep.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Yep. You can hear me all right? Yep.
Yep.
Sweet.
Soft.
Beautiful.
Thanks, Matt. How long have we got?
We have 2 minutes 30.
2 minutes 30. Beautiful. All right. Thank you.
Come and be part of it all at Social Dining and Bar at the SS&A.
GoTafe is hiring, and we want you on our team. Flexibility, professional development, generous remuneration, and a staff wellbeing program are just a few of the great benefits we offer. If you have a passion for your skill or qualification and you're looking for real work-life balance, then GoTafe is the place for you.
GoTafe is leading,
inspiring,
hands-on,
flexible, fabulous.
We have dozens of trainer positions and corporate roles open right now. Get in touch today.
The new Nissan Navara has landed at McRae Nissan with a tougher, more rugged design, Nissan intelligent mobility, advanced off-road capabilities, and a host of on-road refinement. Test drive one today at McRae Nissan.
Adroit Insurance and Risk, your local insurance advisor, able to tailor insurance programs to support your business.
And we're proud to support our local community.
Pain or injury can stop you from living life to the fullest.
As goal shooter injury to Georgia Clark last week, and she probably didn't look comfortable going on the court at all.
No, but like I said, hat off to her. You're not going to die trying. So.
And I think that was the attitude that they went out with as well, as the Pigeons get us underway here in this second quarter. Leslie gives off to Moore. Great big ball there to Irvine, and she does well to take it, and a great defensive pressure there from Hannah Grady, one-on-one with Bridget Cassar in the circle, but Cassar making no doubt of that one, a first goal for this second quarter. Shay Crimmins in wing attack.
There's the Hannah Symes fly. Her first one for the day. I'm sure we'll see many more of those as Yarrawonga take possession down the court through Laura Ryan and Laura Irvine, and they swing it back to Leslie as they're trying to break that line. Tilly Kennedy goes across to Irvine and then drives to the pocket, but she opts for Cassar at the top, and again Bridge having to settle for someone back on the line. The defensive pressure of Katie Dean and Hannah Grady has been outstanding so far.
And a lot of teams could really learn from what the two of them do. They're not the tallest defenders, but they make it so hard for shooters both to get the ball, to have a shot, and the attackers around them to get the ball in. As we see, Irvine gives off to Kennedy, to Moore, maybe Cassar. I'm not sure who that pass was to, but it's made it through to the Pigeons attackers, and Irvine pop pass into Casa under the ring, and another goal from her. So the Pigeons out to a 5-goal lead here, 12 goals to 8 on the Cavalier home scoreboard. Izzy Byrne looks hands over pressure from 3 Pigeons to sister Amy Byrne. Double play there. Izzy Byrne, the real workhorse in this Magpies team. Crimmins to Pets, been calm and steady since coming on late in that first quarter. Bounce pass to Crimmins. Amy Byrne coming out on the angle of circle edge, steps in for the footwork call, just off balance. And the Magpies, they really can't afford to give any of those passes away.
No, and Yarrawonga are going to know that they have a certain level of patience, but they also know that their defensive efforts are strong, and if they can stay at it, that they will force that turnover eventually. As Yarrawonga try and go forward, Zanini Moore looks for the long one to Casa. It came off, but the umpire has called contact on the circle against Izzy Byrne as Laura Irvine gives it straight to Sarah Moore, and she puts it away and takes Yarrawonga out to 14, leading Wangaratta 8 on the Cavalier home scoreboard as Yarrawonga, Laura Irvine finds Sarah Moore off the line.
Laura Ryan, a heavy contact there from Shay Crimmins, running all day. Izzy Byrne, an obstruction call. Irvine, ball over to Moore. The look away pass to Casa didn't come off, fooled everyone, and well done to Hannah Grady pulling in that ball to bring the Magpies on the attack again. Katie Dean in goalkeepers just waiting while the ball is retrieved. Goal shooter in Bridget Casa giving that ball back to her, and Izzy Byrne gets us underway. Leah Genvy, another player who can really just transition that ball with her speed and agility. Again, not the tallest player, but gosh, is she quick. Izzy Byrne, top of the circle, the balk to get Hannah Symes out of position. Amy Byrne offs for the swing, and the triangle play there from the Wangaratta Magpie attackers gives the ball to Rochelle Petts for a shot, and it comes off, and the rebound comes off the foot of Kylie Leslie from the pass in. This will be a penalty pass only. I just had to think about what that one would be. So a pass only inside the circle. Pets the balk to get defenders out of the way. Laura Irvine giving the contact call away. Shay Crimmins in the pocket directly in front of us. High ball to Byrne.
Just gets it over Leslie.
Leslie and Byrne with her first shot and first goal of this second quarter. Magpies centre pass to come in the hands of Byrne and Crimmins. These two have played so many games together, notably those 2 grand final wins in 18 and 19 as Izzy Byrne hits the deck, but there's no call called, and Pigeons in the hands of goalkeeper Hannah Symes. Throw in, just being told to retake it on the baseline, not the sideline. Long ball to Ryan, transition to Irvine. Amy Byrne, great work defending Leslie there, but the hands of Kylie Leslie gaining possession.
Beautiful pass. Bridget Casa straight to Moore under the post with a bullet pass, and Sarah Moore finishes off, which was a beautiful passage of play for Yarrawonga. Probably the first passage we've seen a team where they've just flowed the ball down the court with a bit more ease than what they have been.
Tilly Kennedy dropping into the pocket there, and the ball, she had enough time to let it bounce before she gained possession, and the pass has gone in with an obstruction call from Grady. Moore stepping back, one foot, and a nice seamless shot from her, and we see the Magpies making another change here. Hannah Grady taking that bib off and giving it to Olivia Richards. We've seen this change before during the season with Grady going to goal defence, coming off, and Richards coming on to goal defence. Grady looking like maybe a change of shoes.
And socks.
And socks, and maybe some blisters there or a bit of plantar fasciitis. But Liv Richards, she's been on song when she's come on in goal defence for the Magpies, so expect to see her really try and change this game, as the lead here is the Yarrawonga Pigeons 16, leading the Magpies 9. Izzy Byrne, great effort there to try and keep Irvine off the circle, and an offside call rather than the contact. Tilly Kennedy, high pass into Casa, front space in front of Richards, really holding and making sure that the ball was no doubt, and sinks another goal for the Pigeons. So they are out by 8 here, 17 goals, plays 9 on the Cavalier home scoreboard.
As Moore has the ball off the circle for Yarrawonga, she finds Irvine. Cassa's out of the circle, opening it up for Moore. And she is there, but Casa missed that front option, tried to go over, and Liv Richards with a great take. So now they're moving it down the court. Yarrawonga all over them as Shay Crimmins double plays it, triple plays it to find circle edge. Rochelle Petts has come out and they've drawn, oh no, the umpire's called play on, as Rochelle Petts will take a shot, but Han Symes contact on the ball and you're not allowed to do that. So Rochelle Petts finishes off for Wangaratta.
That's the first time I've seen them go end to end and not get caught on the transverse line.
It was.
And it was the give and goes
that really, cemented that. And great work from the Magpies at the other end. Both players actually taking that intercept. They were both in the right space for that. So that defensive work rate of the Magpies will have to be keep up. And you can just see Irvine and Byrne in front of us. They are dosy-doing. The old dance move. But they just are not giving each other an inch. And Crimmins gets the ball to Byrne there, finding just an inch of space. Petts, clever pass there around the body of Leslie, and an interesting shot from Byrne off balance, but the rebound of an unbalanced Symes puts the Pigeons back in possession. Ryan, an obstruction call from Shay Crimmins, attempting to slow the run down for the Pigeons. Symes stepping up with the obstruction call, gives off to Irvine, and they are back in attack in their goal third. Sarah Moore looks for the long ball to Cassard, gets her to move into better position, gives off the pass, and a mid-range shot for Bridget, reefs out. Luckily the post was there, gives Sanini a possession. No goal. Deemed to be using the post.
I think so, it was cool.
Interesting. Maybe a few of us could put a put a white shirt on next year. Michelle and Cindy Wardius, our umpires today, and doing an exceptional job and have all year. Hannah Symes coming through. Back arm contact, but we mentioned it the week before last at Corowa, when Hannah Symes is going flying this early in a game. You can tell she's really in touch, and a credit too for Hannah Symes to getting back after having her bub in the off-season, started in B grade and worked her way up. Someone else that has been in B grade, Rochelle Petts, coming on in goal shooter here for the Magpies, calm and collected, putting up a shot there for the Magpies, and one that they will need. So they're back within 6, 17 plays 11 here on the Cavalier home scoreboard. Irvine, the high
Liv Richards comes through for the fly for Wangaratta, and what a take that was, as Wang now get the opportunity to run it down, just being held up a little bit as Genvi has it on the line. She gives off to Richards. She's providing some great drive, Liv Richards, through that centre.
And a bit of height in that circle too.
And we've spoken about countlessly the combination between Dean and Grady, but Liv Richards, with whichever defender she teams up with, whatever defensive work they're doing down there as a unit, she just comes in seamlessly. And as you mentioned, Em, just that little bit of extra height. And again, the Magpies have transitioned this ball much quicker than a couple of plays. Amy Byrne opts for the refeed to Crimmins. Steps through. She attempts kind of the look-away pass to Petts, and it's a contact call first. So Rochelle Petts here, Hannah Symes out of play, Leslie with a big 3 feet. Petts with the shot, and it bounces out, but the rebound's gone, and the throw-in has gone in the way of the Magpies. Byrne to Byrne. There's an obstruction on the circle edge from Ryan. Leaves Petts. She's done the work to get out of the circle.
Great
clever fake
over to
Rochelle
Petts, and then
Amy Byrne will be disappointed that she couldn't finish that one off, because it was a great defensive play at the other end. And here go the Pigeons, the attack. 3 passes, circle edge from Tilly Kennedy, and the ball straight into Bridget Cassar. We've been held up with a contact call on circle edge again. High ball over the hands of Sarah Moore into Cassar, and a goal from them. So the Yarrawonga Pigeons capitalise on just an error there from the Magpies, but the Magpies with the centre pass. Genvi to Byrne. Double play the speed of these mid-quarters. Byrne again gives off to sister Amy Byrne. Contact on the transverse line from Tilly Kennedy. Magpies in their attacking goal third. Byrne gives off to Petts.
She swings it long and wide to Liv Richards. They work it back to the circle through Amy Byrne, and Izzy will take a penalty on the top of the circle. Shell Petts working really hard to make that front position, and she's going to have to do that. As the ball comes in, it bounces off a couple of players, and Rochelle Petts picks up the scraps under the post and puts it in for Wangaratta, and they move to 12 goals, trailing Yarrawonga 18, as Laura Irvine takes the centre for Yarrawonga.
The crowd here has really built for this A-grade grand final. The ball, Yarrawonga Pigeons. Irvine gives off to co-coach in Cassar. A quick goal from the Pigeons. They are back out by 7. 19 plays 12 here on the Cavalier home scoreboard. We've got less than 5 minutes to play And the ball from Rochelle Petzer just wasn't enough on it, and they can't afford to do that over the great hands of Kylie Leslie, and her vertical jump is really impressive for her size, and her arms just kind of come out of nowhere. More in the attack for the Pigeons, gives off to Irvine. You can see the work she's having to do to really balk to get Izzy Byrne out of the way in that centre, and the ball's gone into Casa for another goal for the Pigeons. So we've got another 8-goal ball game. 20 plays 12 here on the Cavalier home scoreboard.
Sarah Moore gives off, but it goes straight to Amy Byrne, and Kylie Leslie works hard to get it back and keeps it in, but it's tipped out by Izzy Byrne, and Yarrawonga will get another pass on the sideline as the umpire just asks the timer to hold time there. We're running down the clock, 4 minutes to go. So Leslie to Irvine in the Yarrawonga goal third, finds Moore coming out of the circle. She fakes but goes back to Irvine. They're having to play it around a little bit before they can find someone opening up in the circle, and then Bridge Casa does under the post. So smart play there by Yarrawonga, sees them move out. Wangaratta 12.
Kylie Leslie, and here come the Pigeons. I was about to say M. Brown, it really hadn't seemed like momentum had really shifted in any way, but I think in the last few plays the Pigeons have just started to really take control of this game.
They really have, and it's now up to Wang to make sure that this doesn't push out any further. Liv Richards really came on and made an impact, and just unfortunately weren't able to convert those couple of turnovers, and we're not going to get many of them throughout the game today with Yarra, so they need to take their chances when they come.
And the Pigeons slotting another one. Casa, she's been on song to start this first half. Irvine gives off to Moore. Long ball, pressures on for Kennedy, but she regains possession, giving off nice high ball to Casa. She uses the ball to balance, and another quick goal from the Pigeons. So they are out now by 11. 23 plays 12 here on the Cavalier home scoreboard. The Pigeons will really want to score off this centre pass late in this second quarter. The penalty pass was taken and the Pigeons really weren't ready. Ball clever from Petz to Byrne, and the contact from Symes gives the Magpies here a penalty pass or shot. Rochelle Petz lining up here for this goal, and she nets it, a nice steadier and one that they needed. Yarrawonga Pigeons with the centre pass to come. Irvine gives off to Kennedy. Leah Genvy making it hard work for Tilly Kennedy all through this first half so far.
She really has. She's ridden Tilly Kennedy and really disrupting Tilly Kennedy's timing, and Tilly Kennedy's not getting a lot of that ball down in that goal third and having to work very hard to find circle edge too, as Yarrawonga through Leslie and Laura Ryan finds Bridget Casa deep in the goal circle, and she works it under the post and takes a shot. It does pop out, but she's in position to rebound her own ball and have another go. So she'll put Yarra to 24, leading Wangaratta 13 here with less than 2 minutes to go.
And you can see in the background, Liv Lovell and Maddie Allen just starting to warm up. Interestingly, when Yarrawonga and Magpies played in that round 18 clash, Hannah Symes didn't play and Liv Lovell was the goalkeeper in that occasion, and she played phenomenally that day against Georgia Clark, if I can spit that word out. So it will be interesting to see if one or both of those players take the court in the second half, and it will be interesting to see if the Magpies make any changes to really try and combat this deficit. But they will try and get a late goal here in this second quarter. Rochelle Petz, she's done a mountain load of work coming in that goal shooter position. There's obviously that real height mismatch, and she's working hard to really play front.
Exactly right. She seems to be protecting her wings from Hannah from flying out. Hannah got 2 or 3 good intercepts in the first quarter and start of the second. Hasn't seemed to have a clear run because she's really going out, dumping and hitting posts as quick as she can.
Oh, and trying to really get that 1%er off the tip from Byrne. So the Magpies late in this second quarter with the defensive pressure to not allow the Pigeons for the score. So as we go to halftime in this O&M Grand Final, the Yarrawonga Pigeons with a 10-goal advantage, 24 plays 14. We will be back after the break for the second half. Keep listening to O&M Live, because on O&M Live you won't miss a thing.
O&M Live Netball is proudly brought to you by
Thanks.
How many subscriptions do you have? One for entertainment? And one for news? And meditation? One for sport? And one for music? Whatever you're into, you can now manage select paid subscriptions in one place and save up to 10% with Optus SubHub. Discover what's trending and save by bundling them all together. Streamline your subscriptions with Optus SubHub. It starts with yes.
Looking for somewhere great to eat? Check out Social Dining and Bar. And right now, you can get a seafood basket, served with chips, salad and tartare sauce from just $18. Come and be part of it all at Social Dining and Bar at the SS&A.
GoTafe is hiring, and we want you on our team. Flexibility, professional development, generous remuneration, and a staff wellbeing program are just a few of the great benefits we offer. If you have a passion for your skill or qualification and you're looking for real work-life balance, then GoTafe is the place for you.
GoTafe is leading,
Inspiring.
hands-on,
Flexible. Fabulous.
We have dozens of trainer positions and corporate roles open right now. Get in touch today.
The new Nissan Navara has landed at McRae Nissan with a tougher, more rugged design, Nissan intelligent mobility, advanced off-road capabilities, and a host of on-road refinement. Test drive one today at McRae Nissan.
Adroit Insurance and Risk, your local insurance advisor, able to tailor insurance programs to support your business.
And we're proud to support our local community.
Pain or injury can stop you from living life to the fullest. Albury-Wodonga Private Hospital specialises in advanced orthopaedic services and offers a full range of care from diagnosis to surgery and rehabilitation. Get back to the life you love with our support.
.0% alcohol. This changes everything. Rewrite the rules. Carlton Zero.
At 2AY, we're your home of news, talk, sport and music.
We're community focused, passionate about our region and what makes it great.
We bring you the very latest news that matters, from breaking stories in your backyard to headlines and hot topics from around the country and around the world.
And on weekends, we live and breathe local sport and bring you exclusive live coverage.
1494 2AY, we're your local.
Sarah Moore, the Pigeons with the 10-goal advantage, so the ability to make those moves, as we've seen Liv Lovell, I mentioned just in the late stages of that second quarter, she was instrumental in their big win in the last round game against the Magpies. But some changes for the Magpies as well. Grace Patterson suiting up in goal shooter, Rochelle Pett swinging out to goal attack, and Hannah Grady's going to re-enter the court in at wing defence. So
I really love Hannah Grady's intensity at wing defence. She does the same amount of effort, same amount of work, but allows her defenders to have a good fly at the ball.
So the Magpies really with nothing to lose here in terms of the changes they make. They've got to try and combat this lead of the Pigeons and just put everything out there. Georgia Clark in goal shooter early in the game. She tried with that injury from last week to get out, and we credited for that, but just wasn't able to. She just didn't look comfortable. So the changes were made, and the Magpies have gotten us underway. Rochelle Pett's in goal attack, giving off to Grady in wing defence. The hands of Maddie Allen, and this will be something different for the Magpies to have to combat as well, that height of Maddie Allen in goal attack for the Pigeons across the transverse line.
Exactly right.
As Petts gives off to Byrne, and it's a baseline throwing the tip from Leslie of the Pigeons. The high ball to Patterson, the B-grade hot shots winner starts off her grand final campaign with a goal. We are back to 9 here on the Martins Travel Group Albury scoreboard.
As Yarrawonga take the centre pass to Irvine, and Maddie Allen straight off that line for her first ball. Tilly Kennedy finds Casa in the circle, but she's too far out, so she's going to swing to Irvine, and again they're having to wait for something to open up. Casa has it. She knows she's too far out, so she opts to give it off, and Maddie Allen with the ball. She gets the opportunity to step in and take her first shot for the game and sinks it for Yarrawonga. So they move to 25 goals, leading Wangaratta 15. We've got a 10-goal lead here on the Martins Travel Group Albury scoreboard.
Pets and Genvy teaming up again. Leah Genvy swinging down into that wing attack role for the Magpies, as we have seen. Bit of speed there, perhaps just a break for Shay Crimmins. We may see her re-enter in the fourth quarter. Genvy gives off the feed to Patterson, a little bit too much on it. And there's a contact call first before the ball was released. So Ryan for the Pigeons gives off to Kennedy, a long drive from her. They are really tight to this sideline closest to us. A centering ball from Irvine back to Kennedy. Double play there to Irvine, swings the ball through the hands of Richards to Casa, unbalanced, and another goal from Bridget Casa. We mentioned in the pre-game 250 A-grade games Bridget Casa has played as of today. An exceptional effort for an all-round legend of the game, and she'll be enjoying just being out there with all her Pigeons teammates. Irvine to Casa, an empty circle there with no defenders, an unpressured shot. She takes the rebound and nets another goal for the Pigeons. So Yarrawonga out now by 12 goals, 27 plays, 15 here on the Martins Travel Group Albury scoreboard.
As Wangaratta try and get it forward, Rochelle Petts with the ball. She's looking to go forward, but the umpires found a contact on Laura Irvine. So Izzy Byrne will get a penalty just at the top of the circle. She gives off to Genevieve while they wait for a shooter to position, and Rochelle Petts they're coming forward, but there's another penalty. So they take it back out as Petts now has the ball and takes a long shot. It's out, and there's the hands of Liv Lovell. Beautiful rebound, and Yarrawonga will have the opportunity to run it down.
One-on-one player is Liv Lovell, a little bit different to Hannah Symes, but we have seen her go flying for the ball as Tilly Kennedy puts in a pressured pass there for Irvine, and it is a Yarrawonga throw-in in the pocket. Izzy Byrne doing well to keep her 3-foot distance. Laura Irvine using the end of the court there, clever to cross.
It's a Tracy Gillies move. She used to do that back in the day, so I reckon they've learnt from Trace, who's sitting over there on the Yarrawonga bench, no doubt offering plenty of advice as she does.
A thread of the needle from Kazar. I didn't think that pass was going to go to Allen either, because she had no space beside her, but just the arm length was able to reef that in, and a pass from her sets up the hold in front of Kazar with the back space, and the ball to Bridget Kazar for another shot for the Pigeons, slotting in out to 28 other Pigeons, 28 play, 15 on the Martins Travel Group Albury. 4 minutes of play here on the Jacob Toyota used cars already gone, and the great defensive hands of the Magpies, and that is the defensive effort of Hannah Grady that you mentioned before, Emily Brown. And a new hat for Grady this year, putting that coach's hat on as well. How hard is that to manage as a player, being a playing coach, Em?
Oh, it's really hard. You really need to make sure that you surround yourself with the right people on the bench, someone that you can trust and someone that isn't afraid to tell you that, no, this actually, you need to do something here, this is not okay. So, and I think that she's got that. She's got the support she needs in Shay. But I do find it hard to play and not get caught coaching, and then coaching and not get caught playing. So finding that balance is the biggest lesson I find.
Especially when you've got young players around you and you're wanting to lead them, and really direct them on the court. It must be hard.
And the Pigeons with a shot that's gone amiss. So the Magpies on the attack again. Richards and Byrne fires. Pass down to Leah Genvy, but a little bit too much on it, and she shakes her head in disgust that she didn't quite pull that one in, but she will do all she can in defence to change this over. And you can see her footwork challenging every step and change the direction of Ryan, but Ryan puts Maddie Allen outstretched. Tilly Kennedy, 1-2 into Casa, and the goal. That's how quick the Pigeons can score. They're out to 29, leading the Magpies 15.
Tilly's really coming into the game now. You're starting to notice where she's coming.
Feel it open up, can't you? Yeah. Yep.
Again, the Pigeons, every player with their hands over every pass. Grace Patterson in goal, shooter opts for the refeed out to Leah Genvy, but not quite so. Grace Patterson for the Magpies winning the B grade hot shot, so plenty of goals by her. Interesting whether she's had a lot of court experience with this team. We mentioned probably lots of training, but she has the opportunity here to slot a goal, and she does quite easily. So
yeah, she didn't have a lot of court time in A during the year. Only a couple occasions I think she went up, and she actually missed a lot of games late in the season with an injury, I think, so she only came back just before finals. So this is a big ask for her, but you know what, their B grade's not in, you take it out there and you leave everything on the court, don't you?
And an 82%, particularly if missing games as well. That is a phenomenal effort as well. Georgia Clark in goal, shooter for the Magpies. She got that A-grade hot shots as well, so they're doing something right under that post at the Magpies, but it's the Pigeons in control here. 29 plays 16 on the Martins Travel Group Albury scoreboard. Irvine co-coach with Casa, dropped the ball in there. Casa gains balance, and another shot from her as the Magpies call time. We can see Leah Genvy and Shay Crimmins just swapping their bibs over.
Yeah, they've done that a few times, haven't they? Been able to make those rotations or changes as they've needed to. And I wonder too, for Shay being a coach, whether that gives her that opportunity to come off, sit off, see what's happening a little bit, and give Hannah that feedback at the next break too.
And Byrne, a contact call in the circle. Rochelle Petts, she's disappointed for giving that one away. The Magpies doing all they can in defence to stop this run. Lovell giving off to Leslie, to Ryan. Great defence there from Burns, and Patterson with the touch. Hands over pressure for the Magpies has been good. 3 passes already from the Pigeons, and they haven't got it down. And again, a touch from the Magpies really slows the run down.
And Leslie was working really hard to get that outlet ball, but Rochelle Petts ran with her and covered her very well.
Tilly Kennedy to Allen coming out at the top of the circle. High ball. Katie Dean trying to get around Bridget Casa, but just not enough. A great jump from her. Disrupts the shot of Casa. The rebound goes in the way of the Magpies. Liv Richards gets us under play. But the high ball from Irvine into Casa. 2 co-coaches that have had an exceptional season personally, but have done a great job coaching this team through to this grand final.
Yeah, sorry, Rhea. I was going to say, if we just cast our eyes to the Yarrawonga bench, you've got a Tracy Gillies sitting there next to Hannah Symes, Sarah Moore and Annalise Grinter. You know, there's some handy people sitting on their sideline in the interchanges, and it must be intimidating for opposition sides to know that that's what they've got backing them up on the benches. Maddie Allen takes a shot, doesn't sink it. Laura Irvine gets the scraps, and the bullet pass in beats everyone and is over the line. So Wangaratta with the throw-in off the baseline via Katie Dean.
And the lead is in the favour of the Yarrawonga Pigeons. 31 plays 16 here. Liv Richards, a great drive from her down that centre channel, and the Magpies, that is the speed at which they can transition the ball. We haven't seen it as much yet in this third quarter, and I wonder if that's why they put Shay Crimmins just to get that front position, not getting stuck so far in the pocket. Petts with a long-range shot and a great goal from her. So the Pigeons notching one back. 31 plays 17 here on the Martins Travel Group Albury scoreboard. About 6 minutes to play on the Jacob Toyota Used Cars time clock. Feed there from Crimmins, to Patterson, moving, but Liv Lovell, great one-on-one defensive pressure from her under that post. Leslie, hands up over the shot, and Petts, another mid to long-range goal from her. So the Pigeons now with the centre pass to come. Kennedy to Irvine. Byrne, big 3 feet from her. Casa coming out at the top of the circle. We haven't seen her having to drive out as much.
And Liv Richards coming through with a beautiful tip for the Wang Magpies, and they run it down through Izzy Byrne. Greatest Patterson's coming out, providing a feeding option as Shay Crimmins looks to get it to Izzy Byrne, and does.
It's this defensive effort that they'll really want to capitalise on. Patterson in goal, shooter with the shot, and the shot is good. So another goal goes in the Magpies' favour. They're fighting back. 31 plays 19 on the Martins Travel Group Albury, and we saw a few fight backs. The Raiders girls were down by about 6 in that under-17s game and brought it back to even to bring it to that extra time. Can we see the Magpies really push this back and do the same? Lovell making it hard for Patterson, but a contact call leaves Patterson on her own in the circle. Leslie stepping back, but it's Lovell to put the hands up over the shot. And Patterson, another quick goal from them. So 31 plays 20 here on the Martins Travel Group Albury scoreboard. Pigeons with the centre pass and the long ball. Tilly Kennedy heading back to Leslie, but Pets giving away the obstruction call first. Allen in goal attack. That real movement of her has really changed up the Pigeons attack end. Kennedy, ball into Cassar, just really finding the front space is Cassar today, but a miss from her. Rebound from Maddie Allen.
And that's the height advantage she brings coming in to that goal attack position, isn't it? As she puts Yarrawonga on the board again, takes them out to 32. They're leading Wangaratta 20, but it's a Wangaratta centre, and Izzy Byrne finds Rochelle Petts driving hard off that line.
Crimmins uses Grady on the transverse line, and clever from Petts to be the centering play there. Leslie nearly the intercept over the ball, but deemed an obstruction. So Petts stepping in, quick, looking for the quick triangle play with Shay Crimmins, but not to be. There's the feed in to an outstretched Petts. She stands and delivers. Her calmness on the court has been phenomenal. Wang, edge another one back. We are back to 11. 32 plays 21 here on the Martins Travel Group Albury, and you can hear the crowd just start to lift again.
Getting their hopes up a little bit here, and why not? They're coming back. It was, what was it, 15?
Yeah.
At one point, 16. Back to 11, and they're on their way to another goal. So they can sink this. It's not Commodator's curse, hopefully.
She will get the second look. It'll be Grace Patterson who gets the second look, and she makes good. So the Magpies with the fight back. They are back within 10. 32 plays 22 here on the Martins Travel Group Albury scoreboard. It's been their centre pass to come. Grace Patterson looking out there, holding front. And it's a contact call. Liv Lovell in goalkeeper for the Pigeons, standing out of play. Petts, clever pass over the hands of Leslie to Patterson.
Oh, here we come.
And a goal from the Magpies. Emily Brown for inside injury clinic. Here we come. Could that be the quote of the game? 32 plays 23 here with about 2.5 minutes to play in this third quarter. Credit to the Magpies. They have fought back. Hannah Grady, what a defensive effort on Tilly Kennedy there. Really covering the feed, shutting her down, and Byrne as well. Oh,
the intensity has just gone woof.
And the crowd and Pete Richards. That is a play of the day coming through. You can hear the crowd start to get excited. Magpies mounting this comeback. Can they notch another one this close to three-quarter time? Grace Patterson will have, Rochelle Petts will have a shot on goal with Liv Lovell standing out of play. It's a long-range shot. It bounces, but a clever rebound from Patterson.
Swings it in.
One hand to Petts. Oh, and it's another miss again. And the scraps can't be pulled in. Defensive pressure there from Irvine and Ryan teaming up to try and get hands on ball, but a contact from Irvine. Crimmins asking the shooters to move. And the ball goes from one pocket to the other, swung to Petts and over to Patterson. Big bounce from her. It rebounds out. And Petts with the goal. So, Magpies, another one. They are back within 8. 32 plays 24 here on the Martins Travel Group Albury. About a minute to play in this third quarter. The momentum has shifted. It's right in the Magpies camp at the moment. Petts to Byrne, puts the balk in. If she had waited half a second, Patterson opened up at that baseline. Crimmins over, hands, gives the pass away. Petts and Leslie, they're battling for that ball. Neither of them want to give it up, and the possession call is in the way of Rochelle Petts. A long-range shot from her, it drops out.
Laura Ryan
just can't quite get possession. The Pigeons now with possession. They'll look to just work this time down, and you can hear the Wang supporters saying, hold it up, there's not a lot of time left. 30 seconds. Byrne covering that ball. Grady, what hands over pressure.
There's a lot more noise coming from the Wang bench and the Wang players on court. They've really lifted their intensity as Maddie Allen takes a shot for Yarrawonga and just settles them, puts them out to 33 goals, leading Wangaratta 24, and it's a Yarrawonga centre.
Both Sarah Moore and Hannah Symes are warming up in the background there for the Pigeons. So will we see changes? Time will tell. That is three-quarter time. The Pigeons still with the handy lead. 33 plays 24 here. We will be back after the break for the final quarter of this AFL.
How many subscriptions do you have? One for entertainment, and one for news, and meditation, one for sport, and one for music. Whatever you're into, you can now manage select paid subscriptions in one place and save up to 10% with Optus SubHub. Discover what's trending and save by bundling them all together. Streamline your subscriptions with Optus SubHub. It starts with yes.
Looking for somewhere great to eat? Check out Social Dining and Bar. And right now, you can get a seafood basket, served with chips, salad and tartare sauce from just $18. Come and be part of it all at Social Dining and Bar at the SS&A.
GoTafe is hiring, and we want you on our team. Flexibility, professional development, generous remuneration, and a staff wellbeing program are just a few of the great benefits we offer. If you have a passion for your skill or qualification and you're looking for real work-life balance, then GoTafe is the place for you.
GoTafe is leading,
Inspiring.
hands-on,
Flexible. Fabulous.
We have dozens of trainer positions and corporate roles open right now. Get in touch today.
The new Nissan Navara has landed at McRae Nissan with a tougher, more rugged design, Nissan intelligent mobility, advanced off-road capabilities, and a host of on-road refinement. Test drive one today at McRae Nissan.
Did someone say KFC? I don't care.
Adroit Insurance and Risk, your local insurance advisor, able to tailor insurance programs to support your business.
And we're proud to support our local community.
Pain or injury can stop you from living life to the fullest. Albury-Wodonga Private Hospital specialises in advanced orthopaedic services and offers a full range of care from diagnosis to surgery and rehabilitation. Get back to the life you love with our support.
Watching the game at home is good, but watching the game on the big screen with all your mates, all the atmosphere and the great food and beer is pretty hard to beat. And it's all here at the locker room at the SS&A.
Go to create your future. Go for free support services. Go to get in-demand skills. Go and follow your own path. Go for the choice of 120 courses across 11 campuses. Go where there's free TAFE. Go for it with GoTAFE.
From entertainment to news and subscriptions in between, manage select subscriptions in one place with Optus SubHub. Streamline your paid subscriptions and save up to 10%. It starts with yes.
At 2AY, we're your home of news, talk, sport and music.
We're community focused, passionate about our region and
caught in at goal attack, and Hannah Symes back into goalkeeper, and the Pigeons a quick turnover early in this fourth quarter. Kennedy driving through that centre third, and centre channel giving off to Irvine and Sarah Moore. Quick double play between the two of them doing the work. More high ball into Casa. Richards contesting, and Casa getting the front space again. She will stand and take her first shot of this fourth quarter, and it drops in for the Pigeons, so they are back out to 10. 34 plays 24 here on the X-Ray Group scoreboard. Casa with the goal there. Sorry.
And as Magpies take the ball through Liv Richards, Michelle Pett's with it, and they're having to work it off the circle and wait for someone to come forward as Izzy Byrne goes back to Crimmins. Rochelle Petts is out working as a feeder, but the umpires found a penalty on the circle edge. So Crimmins looks over to Patterson, and Hannah Symes over the top. So again, just her height and her reach allows her to get a tip to it, but it will be a Wang throw in.
Rochelle Petts coming on late in that first quarter. She's been really calm and composed for the Magpies. The ball just reefs out, but good on her for having a go at those long shots. They need all those shots to fall their way, and Symes for the Pigeons, always a consistent campaigner, gives off to Lesley, and one of Moore's great plays coming out of that circle feeds to Casa. Clever from Katie Dean, and goalkeeper for the Magpies, to give that one away. The look away pass from Moore to Casa, back to Moore, back to Casa, and the goal just slotting out. Sarah Sanini with the rebound, and again it falls short, but Casa battling with Richards for possession, and the contact call eventually comes. Casa with the goal, bouncing out again.
And there's a few smirks down there from Sarah Moore as they battle to try and get this goal in. And Rich Casa finally sinks it for Yarrawonga. So they move out to 36 goals, and it's their sender. Laura Irvine finds Moore off the line, and the long bomb straight into Casa under the post. What fantastic vision as Bridge Casa gives them another quick one. So all of a sudden they're out to 37, leading Wangaratta 24.
And the hands over pressure of Ryan causing Crimmins to have to go back. She looks beside to Grady, to Crimmins. Grace Patterson trying to get the front position, and the hold there. Ball on the baseline to Petts, and a clever pass over the outstretched hands of Symes to Patterson, netting another goal, and the Wang Magpies crowd love it. Back within 12, 37 plays 25 here on the X-Ray Group scoreboard. Long ball, Casa tries to do the same for Sanini, and it comes through.
As Yarrawonga defending Wangaratta here, as Wang try and move it down the court. Richards finds Byrne. She looks to get the ball back, but they have to go back to Grady. She bullet passes across to Shay Crimmins, and they're just being held up here through this mid-court as Byrne finds Crimmins over the back, and Rochelle Petts coming along the baseline. It's back out to Crimmins. She's back into Petts, and they're swinging it around the circle, using their feeders to try and get in under the post. They're just not able to lose these Yarra defenders as Crimmins has the ball out. She goes back to Byrne, and a big pass in over to Patterson, but Hannah Symes comes through with the intercept. Unfortunately, she has to give it off, and after some toing and throwing, Yarrawonga will have the pass under the post with Hannah Symes.
Lesley gives off to Symes, again to Kennedy, and the Pigeons, that transition play just a bit too much on, and Sarah Moore turning around with a bit of a giggle to Tilly Kennedy. Will the Pigeons be able to lock in the defensive turnover here from the Magpies' defensive end? Hannah Grady looking down court, back to Dean. Contact call sees Tilly Kennedy out of play. Katie Dean to Byrne, to Richards. Crimmins, wing attack, gives off to Petts in goal attack. The Magpies now in their attacking goal third. It has taken a number of passes, but we know they're patient and happy to do that. Patterson refeeds out to Crimmins. Petts coming out on the other side of the circle. Patterson calling for the high ball, but a thread of the needle there from Shay Crimmins between two defenders' hands into Patterson, and another settling goal from her. So the Magpies drawing one back within 11. 37 plays 26 here on the X-Ray Group scoreboard. Less than 10 minutes to play here in this final quarter of this grand final. The A-grade grand final, not the AFL grand final, as I left that third quarter saying.
This is a slightly better game, can I just say. As Grace Patterson takes the ball for Wangaratta and puts it up. And they move to 27. They're trailing Yarrawonga by 10 as Laura Irvine takes the centre pass through Tilly Kennedy. She finds Moore dropping into the pocket. They work it off circle edge, and Bridget Casa with a drop over the back, and a great pass by Laura Irvine finds her, but the shot goes astray, and Liv Richards, strong under the post, takes the ball for Wangaratta, and they look to move it forward. Hannah Grady on the run. She's urging someone to come to her, and they're being held up by Yarrawonga here as Izzy Byrne has it on the sideline.
that defensive pressure of the Pigeons, they just never let a player down, and you can see all Pigeons defenders have their player within an arm's reach of them. Crimmins at the top of their attacking third, now on circle edge, gives the ball into Patterson.
Shoot them.
She needs to shoot
Would
them.
rather
The
turn around
special
and shoot.
comments of M. Brown, particularly with this deficit, we just need the turn and shot. Rochelle Pett's doing what she can and to try and gain the rebound there, but Leslie, the class of her two strong Symes with the penalty pass, gives off to Leslie. Irvine and Byrne, that tussle has continued all
on top
day.
of each other, aren't they, the whole time?
They'll both be spent. They both have to back up with a lot of cheering in the first grade footy as well. Wangaratta Magpies and the Yarrawonga Pigeons going head to head in that as well a little bit later on. But it's Sarah Sanini / Moore of the Pigeons taking a really long range shot and getting the rebound from it, and the rebound again from that short ball in, and it is good. So the Pigeons now with the handy lead back out to 11:38. Place 27 on the X-Ray Group scoreboard. Hannah Grady doing all she can. She'll run all day. Tilly Kennedy all over that one. And the contact call. Irvine Byrne steps up with the ball. Clever play from her to get Symes out of position, and the ball over the hands of Leslie into Patterson. Goal from her. Interestingly, I think only the one miss from her since Grace Patterson has taken the court.
Oh, yeah, I think she's been fantastic. And look, you know, on one hand, you could feel a lot of pressure if you're in that position, but on the other hand, I think she has to understand it's not on her shoulders. She's coming into a team that probably weren't expected to be here coming from 4, so there's nothing to lose and just to relax into the game. As Bridget Casa once again ends up with the ball under the post, withstanding 2 defenders there to pull that ball in.
Liv Richards
takes it away.
so polite, standing out of play with a little giggle, apologising for the contact, which I'm sure Bridge wouldn't be too phased about. And we had Liv Richards, she was our player of the day in that elimination final, and she spoke so beautifully and humbly. And the hands of Laura Ryan go for the 1%er. She claps her hands, thinking that she might have just had the intercept there. Byrne for the Magpies gets us under play. Clever from Pets to use the arc of the circle to gain possession.
And Leslie, beautiful rebound.
2 hands always going to take possession there. Symes to Ryan, back to Symes, and the transition ball to Leslie gets them into the attacking half of their centre third. Irvine over into Casa. That combination today has been really lethal.
And we're seeing Bridge start to find that space to be able to dodge forward and drop back where she's so dangerous.
Pigeons out by 12 here at the Lavington Sports Ground. 40 plays 28 on the X-Ray Group scoreboard. We've got about 6 minutes to play in this last quarter of this A-grade final. And the ball just goes waiting. The bounce didn't quite go in the way of the Pigeons. The Magpies with the attack from the baseline. Richards, long ball to Byrne. Ryan, though, read it like a book. Richards goes for the same. We could all see her coming from that angle, and just that centimetre precision of the Pigeons passing. Katie Dean, though, a great hands-over intercept from her over the pass of Moore. Grady gives off to Crimmins. Pets. Byrne calling for a little ball down low, coming off the body of Irvine, out of the centre of that circle. Crimmins. This is where the Magpies are really having to do that extra work to get that ball in within a range of shooting that they like. Both shooters then fading away in the same play there to the same side of the court. But Grace Patterson, she gets the ball and she turns and shoots, and they will need to continue to do that in these dying stages of this 4th quarter. Grace Patterson, great play from her. The speed of Izzy Byrne beats Laura Ryan in that instance. Low ball to Patterson, keeps her range, opts for the pass, and gives off cross court to Crimmins. There is an obstruction call on court, and Kylie Leslie will be standing out of play. Patterson steps in for a mid-range goal and another goal from her. So 40 plays 29 here. 40 plays 30, on the X-Ray Group scoreboard.
As Yarrawonga through Tilly Kennedy try to get it to Bridge Casa, but it's spilt over the back, and Wang will get the opportunity to take it. as Izzy Byrne has it in their centre third. She's over the top to Liv Richards, who's been great since she came on. Grace Patterson's out, double plays it to Shay Crimmins, and they have it on the post with Rochelle Petts, but she's just not going to take the shot. They feed it out to Izzy Byrne, and the pass into to Grace Patterson goes over the line. So Shell Petts, she swings it to Crimmins, but just can't get the ball in under the post and isn't prepared to shoot from too far out. But she does receive it. She's going to have a shot this time and puts it in. And I think she just, as we said, needs to be confident to do that. There's not much time left to go.
And the Magpies have clawed it back. They're back within 9 on the X-Ray Group scoreboard. Will be interesting. There is only 3.5 minutes here to play. Can they grab another couple back? Rochelle Petts tries to make it so, but it just spills. Shooter for the Pigeons to not another goal. And back to 10 are the Pigeons with their lead. Ryan gives off to Kennedy, to Irvine. Cassar with the positioning there, more slotting in front of Cassar. Both players holding up the defence of the Magpies, and the high ball comes in to Irvine. Magpies, centre pass to come. Byrne moving Irvine out of the way. Long ball to Petts, to Byrne to Crimmins. Lots of passes from the Magpies to get it in. Patterson, clever ball there, getting Rochelle Petts on the baseline. Mid to long range for her, and Symes with the two-handed rebound, and the Pigeons on the attack again. They can afford to just play the ball around here. They've got the scoreboard advantage. Ryan looks back to Leslie, back to Ryan, to Kennedy. Magpies now getting in position in this defensive play, really holding up the Pigeons' attack. Kennedy into Cassar, and Liv Richards again, hands over pressure. We've got Irvine and a contact call from Izzy Byrne. The ball will be held up at the top of the circle. Pigeons with the possession. Cassar, another attempt and just a miss from her, but times the rebound with that two hands, and the goal slots in. Back out to 12 other Pigeons, 43, plays 31 here.
Oh, and Kylie Leslie comes through with a beautiful intercept, and they play it long and quick, but the ball from Moore to Casa just gets fumbled over the back line. So Wang will get another opportunity to get this back after a beautiful intercept by Kylie Leslie. Vintage Leslie.
We speak about experience. This is the Yarrawonga Pigeons' 16th A-grade grand final. They went on that 11 games in a row that they played in A-grade, and Laura Ryan coming through, two-handed intercept from her. How nice for the Pigeons. They've got new players at the clubs in the hands of Maddie Allen and Laura Ryan. Both have fitted in and slotted in perfectly. Laura Ryan taking part in that interleague team as well. And Cassar, a long-range shot from her. It falls short in her 250th O&M A-grade game. Izzy Byrne, long pass to Grace Patterson coming out of the circle. The Magpies, they will let the clock tick down, and they'll try and get a couple of late goals here just to bring this deficit back. But Leslie again attacks the ball over, and the Pigeons, here they come. Cassar to Irvine, back to the transverse line of Ryan. She's so steady in that reset play, but it's Izzy Byrne giving the contact away. Irvine into Cassar, that play and the combination between the two of those.
A goal on the siren.
All day, a goal on the siren. So Yarrawonga are the Ovens and Murray A-grade premiers for 2022. 44 plays 31 here. Credit to the Magpies. They didn't leave anything out there, and they tried a couple of combinations to see if they could notch a few back.
I thought they were really courageous the way they came out and played, knowing that Georgia wasn't going to be at full strength. She came off early, but by gosh, they left everything out there.
They really did. And in that third quarter, I thought they were coming back then too. The crowd were getting into it. But it's a great effort from Wangaratta, and congratulations to Yarrawonga. Just an absolute powerhouse. Very deserving win there.
You can see the excitement, a few tears. I'm sure Sarah Moore's got a few tears.
She cries at the top of a hat. She's crying for sure.
And we can say that, and we can see Georgia Clark there getting in the huddle as well, and the girls all shaking hands and congratulating one another. Stellar season from the Yarrawonga Pigeons here for this A-grade game. lots of stars on court, but it was really hard to pick someone that stood out against the rest. And Brown, who are your picks of the day?
Oh, my picks. I think Izzy Byrne and Laura Irvine, they played a fantastic game. It was a good spectacle to watch. I don't think they gave each other an inch all day, and I think Beck came on really well for Wangaratta. She had to step up. They knew there was a bit of pressure on her, but I don't think it phased her much. She did her role. She did her role really well. So. That would be my three little standouts for today.
Yeah, Rochelle Petts, I thought her coming on for the Magpies was really cool, calm and collected, and perhaps something they worked on at training after her input into that game late in the fourth quarter of last week's game. Credit to her. Grace Patterson also taking the court, and you called it early in the game that it would be a real battle of that mid-court, and Izzy Byrne and Laura Irvine, they're going to have a couple of bruises. They just run and just don't give each other an inch all day.
No, exactly right. And that's what you expect from leaders of the club, which they both are, and they have been for a while now. And they, even around the rings, I say it all the time, I think it's underestimated how much you can actually get around that ring, and they really do it well.
Bridget Cassar for the Pigeons, she was phenomenal under goal in her 250th A-grade game. She's been a legend of this team, as so many of them. Annalise Grinter was the only player not to take the court for the Pigeons today, but they're getting around there, and lots of the Pigeons girls, mums themselves, so nice to see them celebrating with their kids. I saw Sarah Moore earlier, and both Billy and Jack have more on the back of their jumpers, and it's so nice to see. Bridget Cassar was with her two boys in tow, and that's a credit to them. And someone like Maddie Allen, new to the club from Geelong, a dentist, and she just happened to Yarrawonga because she wanted to meet a few people, and now she's an A-grade premiership player, so that must feel really good. The A-grade game, if you've we do have the presentations to come, but we may be cut short with the feed going over to the O&M Live football broadcast team, where we will again see the Wangaratta Magpies take on the Yarrawonga Pigeons. And
Ground up building.
Righto, clear. Great job.
Needs from the ground up. You're listening to O&M.
And just slot the batteries out there. Sweet.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you. Great job.
Afternoons from 3. Drive with Tom Elliott.
Check. Is Bernie Dowsley from GoTafe here? If he is, could he just come up over to the presentation area? Thanks. Thanks, ladies and gentlemen. If you could just clear the court so we could commence the A-grade presentations. Thank you.
Oh, it's over there. Oh, shit.
Winning the and the Yarrawonga Pigeons seniors are out here warming up. The Wangaratta boys have been out on the ground, but yeah, everyone's pretty pumped up, ready to go. Unfortunately, yeah, Michael Gibbons won't be out there. Well, he's out on the ground, but he's not going to be playing. He hasn't come up at all from that hamstring concern. So, yeah, but other than that, all good to go. Gussie, how good is it to be back here at the home of footy?
It's absolutely sensational. Let's welcome in Scott Montgomery for our good friends at McRae Motors. Hello, Mont.
Afternoon, Gussie. Afternoon, boys. What a day, hey. We've seen an absolute ripper yesterday of a day, and now today it's just come again, and this is what we live for in O&M footy. This is what you want to be at, and that hill's really starting to fill up, and seeing people back here at the home of the Ovens and Murray football is fantastic, and to see this Yarrawonga team warming now, geez, they look imposing, I reckon, but the Wang boys will be ready to go.
Chris Mitchell, not boundary side as yet, but he will be today, thanks to the Newmarket Hotel. A very happy Cat supporter. Give us your little spiel, and then we're putting an end to it today.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I can't wipe the smile off my face, can I? But I think my favourite part was the cows and Jezza Cameron after the game. About 4 o'clock this morning, put the old premiership medal on a couple of potty calves, mate, and he probably hasn't seen it again. But
it's a risky move with the potty calves, isn't
it? It is. He could end up anywhere.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you want to clean that afterwards. But yeah, super pumped to be here too, boys. It's a bloody fantastic facility. The ground looks awesome, and yeah, we're super excited. First time we've been here in 3 years.
Brad Sprinkle's freak on the 40-wing stat sheet. He's found his way into the starting lineup, and that could be his claim for the number one stats man role.
Well, you have to get the number one out. We're the A team, aren't we? The number two's just walked in the room, but there's a reason why he's on the sidelines today. But I've been here since 9 o'clock, Gus. I've waited around long enough. I want to get this footy underway. I've been looking forward to this all week. It's going to be a cracking clash between the two best teams all year by a mile. The Yarrawonga and Wangaratta have been, but really, really looking forward to what's going to happen over the next few hours.
Congratulations to the Wodonga Bulldogs, who claimed the under-17 netball premiership alongside the Lavington Panthers in the C-grade netball. Yarrawonga have been crowned the queens of the courts in the 2022 SS&A Ovens and Murray A-grade netball. And on the football fields this morning, a couple of absolute thrillers. Monty, the Roos suffering an agonising loss to the Wangaratta Magpies in the thirds, and then Yarrawonga saluting in the reserves game.
Yeah, they were very gallant. Colorado coming from fifth, would have been one of the first teams, I think, to win it from fifth. But Wangaratta a bit too classy in that last quarter. Were able to overrun the Coro boys and won by, I think it was just about a kick, 6 points. And then, yeah, we've just seen Yarrawonga be too strong for for the Rovers by 2 goals in the reserves, but it was a ripping game, and the ball was quite free-flowing, really, went end-to-end quite a bit, and probably the pressure around the ball was also something else that was really good to watch from afar.
Chriso, the ground is in absolutely sensational condition. You've just been out there. Talk us through what it's like at boundary level.
Yeah, thanks, Gussie. The centre square is quite hard, boys, so I think that won't affect the ruckman at all. Going to have a true bounce there. The wings are a little bit slippery, so I'd have the long stops on today, boys. But, yeah, perfect conditions. We obviously had a bit of rain during the week here in Albury-Wodonga, but, yeah, the ground has barely looked better than this, boys, so it'll dry out as the game goes on. Beautiful sunshine.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like the ground's recovered really well from obviously the soccer grand finals that we had here a few weeks ago as well. And obviously Bridget Cassigas, I just got a message, was MVP on court in that A-grade win for Yarrawonga, so congratulations to her as well.
Yeah, so of course Yarrawonga, they're freaky with that netball side. They started the season off without their full squad. In fact, it really took to about round 17 where they got the side back in together, and from that point there, they never looked like losing a game. I think I'm not sure, but I reckon they probably won 10 or 12 of their last games before that, and once they were at full strength, and Ree Dollahanty, who's the sharpest netball operator on the border, she was very buoyant about their chances, and has proved right there today by them having that 13-goal victory over Wangaratta.
She had been early on too. She said if they can get to the finals, they'll be the team to beat, because she just feels that their experience was going to get them over the line, and it showed in that grand final that's just finished, that they were just too good, really dominating and beating those Wayne girls quite easily.
David Sinclair said in our breakfast show this morning about Yarrawonga as the netball club as a whole being a powerhouse. I think he said they've been 28 years they've had the netball grand finals, and 15 times Yarrawonga's made the grand final. Wow. So, I mean, that just shows the dominance they've had over the competition for such a long time. And, yeah, congratulations for picking up another flag this year.
It's absolutely superb. Well done to the Yarrawonga Pigeons. Big Mac, you've been a period of time, probably the best part of 2 decades. Where do you see the crowd estimate today being, and what do you reckon's in the house at the minute?
Well, I reckon about 1,500 Cora or Rubberglen people have gone.
They're gone, yeah.
After watching the thirds.
Noisy, weren't they?
Yeah, I think they're going to watch the game back at the club room, so they'll be live streaming it. I always like to judge it around about between quarter time and half time in the senior footy, because that's when, as soon as all the netball's finished, you get a really good look at it. So at the moment, not too bad. There's still a lot of people around that netball court. I don't know, there's probably been maybe 7,000 through the gate today already. At the moment, there's probably about 5 in here at the moment. But like I said, a lot of the people from the thirds probably already gone from Cora Rubberglen. But it's a great day, and it's a good crowd. It's a good, healthy crowd. It's a bit hard to tell. We're in the grandstand part here. It's pretty well, certainly not capacity, but the thing about it, there's so much comfort here. You've got so many options. You can watch it in the grandstand, or you can get out in the hill there and where the Yobbo section of the crowd will probably be, Gussie, traditionally.
Yobbo section. Yeah, what club is that? Come on.
That's any club who's not any club who's not playing probably. So everyone likes it. Yeah, the punters. That's right. They're here from all the leagues. There's been a good spread of Toolanga League, Hume League.
The Geelong Sport is still kicking on from yesterday, so Mitch will join them a bit later in the Yobbo section.
I was going to say, I reckon that's going to stick today. The Yobbo's on the hill.
I was going to get my scarf out, but I didn't want to be called a Pigeon supporter, so I'll keep that in the bag for the moment.
I was going to ask, Robbie, what section in the ground do you think you would put yourself in? Would you be with the Yobbos, or would you...
It depends which era. I've had my Yobbo eras up there. Don't worry about that. I don't even remember the result of the game, I think, but that was back in the day.
You might need to be careful. I might need to make the spare bet up at my place. Freaky, if this is the start of the broadcast. You're getting stuck in.
I'll have to go back to Michelle now.
I think so. I think you've got your one and done insult for the day. Of course, if you just joined the broadcast, congratulations to the Yarrawonga Pigeons, who have saluted in the A-grade netball, and once again touching on that Yarrawonga news. There was a lot of talk and speculation that Michael Gibbons may be a chance to play. The official team sheet has landed in the commentary box, and Michael Gibbons will not take the field for the Yarrawonga Pigeons. It's a massive blow here, Monty, but of course probably too big of a gamble to roll the dice on the biggest stage of our competition.
Yeah, you just can't do it. And we saw yesterday in the AFL with Sydney playing Sam Reid. It just didn't quite work for him, and it only takes that little bit. The pressure's up in the grand final, so it only takes that little push or a nudge, especially with the soft tissue there. It can just go straight away, and if you're a player down early on in the game, it just kills you, and it kills your rotations, kills the opportunities to be able to throw the magnets around if you are behind and throw some things at the opposition. So I think it's a great call for them, not as much as we wanted him to play, for Gibbo not to play. So really they've gone unchanged from their selected side on Thursday night, which was obviously Jackson Mead missing out for Caleb Mitchell to come back in, the young gun who played in the Futures game during the week.
Well, I just want to quickly touch on that. Chris Robbie and Sprinkles and yourself as well, Monty. For those that don't know, Caleb Mitchell played in the game of footy on Thursday or Friday?
Thursday, I think.
Thursday in a Futures Development League to have a look at some of the up-and-coming talent coming through. How much of a risk is that in itself? He's played a game of footy 4 days ago, and off the back of the Pigeons, who are obviously coming off a very heavy finals run, Chris.
Yeah, he's a teenager, so he could probably play 5 games in a week, I reckon, Gussie. You could run through a brick wall at that age, but I don't absolutely love it, but can add something to their structure, but he might be a bit sore, but big open space today. The interesting part is there's no medi sub like there is in the AFL, so you could take a risk if you had something like that to bring in, and maybe that's something that the O&M could look at for a grand final.
Obviously, only being 18 years old as well, you think he'd recover pretty well, and he probably isn't going to have a real big crucial role in their side. You can't imagine that he's going to... His leg speed they'll definitely need, and he's moving left foot, but he's not like he's going to go out there and tag Joe Richards or someone like that. He's going to use his run off half-back and half-forward throughout the game today, so I think that if they manage him properly throughout the game, I think that he should be able to get through a pretty unscathed.
4 days ago, not a problem at all. The way they play that the under-18s footy, where they don't really put a heavy tag.
They don't man up, do they?
No, it's a bit like a good hit out of Thursday night circle work. They're probably trained harder. Fair income, they probably trained harder at Yarrawonga this week than Caleb Mitchell would have been put through his paces down there on Thursday in that exhibition game, Gus.
Yeah. Tell us what you really think, Big Mac.
No, but that's... I think he would thrive on it. He will come up as fresh as a daisy. He's played on a great ground. He would have had a lot of touch, getting the footy, pinging around. He'd be excited. He comes and plays on a ground like this. It's not as if he's going from the absolute elite to a country hack ground, is it, Mont? It's not a bad venue.
We played at Marvel, so yeah, it would have been all right, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so no, I think it'd be all good.
The one you've got to feel for is Jackson Mead then in that situation. He's played 16 games this year. And
did he play in the twos?
He played in the reserve, so he's won a medal today, but he's still, that senior medal is the one you really want as a footballer, I think. So for him to miss out on that, it's heartbreaking, but there's always that hard luck story, and this happens to be him today.
Boys, I like throwing to you guys on the spot. Sprinkles, Monty, and of course Chris Mitchell in the commentary box for this afternoon's call. You guys all write incredibly detailed notes. What's on the notepad today, boys? What is and Murray big dance?
Well, there's plenty of notes on mine. I can't quite read it, boys, because I'm still drunk from last night.
Did you write them on the way home, mate?
One I did have on there was Ken Masters become the first player to win both the Morris Medal and Premiership since who, boys? This is going to be better than our mate
Craig Edney.
1 year.
Craig Edney.
No. Keep guessing.
Can you give us a team?
Chris Hyde? Black and yellow.
Sean Daly.
Hyde.
No.
Joel Mackey.
Yes.
2015. Steve Turvett from the Border Mail. He's lived on the border for 2 years and he's already got it. That's how good he is.
2015, boys, yeah, so won the flag and the Morris Medal. So Ken Masters, he's a big chance to do that again today.
Well, probably on mine, there's probably two things that on my note sheet that I was looking at. Obviously, in the past 2 grand finals, Wayne have played off in that they've lost. They've got off to quite slow starts in both of those games. The game against Lavington, 6 goals to none in 2019. In 2018, 5 goals to Albury, 2 goals to Wayne as well. So the start for Wayne today is going to be vitally important. Albury, they got off to a really, really good start in that game and it really saluted them for the day. The other one as well is quite interesting. We'll talk about a lot about Nick Fothergill and Abe Ankers throughout the play and how outstanding they've been all year, but against each other, against the opposite sides, they've been quite quiet in their games. Nick Fothergill averages 24 disposals against every other team in the comp, 15 against Wangaratta, and Abe Ankers only averages 16 against Yarrawonga, but 27 disposals against every other team in the comp. So these two players that we think are going to be real X factors for the sides, they've shown at times where they've lacked a little bit of form against each other. So I'll be looking for both of them, see their impact on the game, and see if they can get it over the line for their respective sides.
Jeez, that's detailed stats. That's always number one, isn't it? Bloody Dan in the back there is just shaking his head down. Yeah, he's always showing my chance. On my notes, I've just got the key matchups. I think there's going to be a few massive ones today that will go a long way to deciding the game. And obviously the big 3 forwards for for Wangaratta is where you got to start. And, you know, Michael Newton, he's been pretty quiet this year. He's kicked the 48 goals, but I had to look through that a bit deeper. He's kicked 37 of them against the bottom side. So against the other 4 top 5 sides, he's only kicked 11 goals. So that's, you know, it's not great reading for him. And in the 3 games they've played this year, he's only kicked 3 goals, 1 in each of them. So he needs to really stand up. Obviously, Ben Reid, he's going to be massive. And I think Jai Cross will go straight there. He did a great job in the second semi. I thought he did a really tough job. I think Reid kicked 2, but he got out the back twice when the ball was more transition and he had to roll up to try and defend. So he's kicked 2 each time they've played. Cal Moore's obviously the one. You know, he's a Morris medal. Matty Holgate will start there. I think he'll get the opportunity. He started there in the second semi and did a great job. He only kicked 1 goal. And Cal Moore's real impotence in that game was when he went in the ruck. He really dominated once he went in the ruck and really quelled Lockie Howe's influence, because I thought Chris Knowles was a bit down that day. So I think that might happen a bit early on today. And the other one at the other end, obviously, Lee Williams. I think Michael Baldion will get first crack on him. He did it again in the second semi, and then I think if that doesn't quite go to plan, Matty Grossman's a great backup there. And we saw that in round 18. He went to him and kept him goalless for a quarter and a half, so I think that's where it'll be.
I think Van Berlo's going to have to sit in the hole in front of Lee Williams on a couple of occasions today, because if they get the ball in towards space for Lee Williams, he's going to run through them like an absolute bulldozer.
Well, one of my other notes was obviously Logan Moore has been playing forward for Yarrawonga, and I think he might play that defensive role on a Van Berlo or Grossman, try and stop that drive that those two give him off half-back. So I think it's a massive role for Logan Moore down there.
For mine, I've got a couple. Wangaratta in the last 5 years haven't won. Going to be in their favour as they return to the Lavington Sports Ground today. And across the 3 times these two sides have met, round 10, Yarrawonga saluted 80-52. Round 18, Wangaratta 116 to Yarrawonga 95 in the semi-final. It was a 5-point win to the Wangaratta Magpies. On the accumulated totals, Yarrawonga are 253 ahead of the Magpies 251. So it's a little bit of a psychological edge that they've scored better against them. However, 2 wins to 1, Monty, is a big question.
Yeah, well, that round 10 game was probably a little bit tainted, I think, in the Yarra's favour, because there was a lot of injuries that day. The 2 Anderson boys went down. I think Calmore went down in the second quarter. They just ran out of the bench. Yeah, Van Berlo didn't play, I don't think, at all. So they were really light on for troops. And that day, I thought Jack Forge, who will do the job today on Joey Richards, really quelled him, and that was when the sort of blueprint was coming on how to play on Joey Richards, how to tag him. So I think that's going to be another key one today as well.
The pre-game, thanks to North East, been higher on the other side of the break. The Wangaratta Magpies and the Yarrawonga Pigeons are going to run out to the Lavington Sports Ground ahead of the 2022.
How many subscriptions do you have? One for entertainment? And one for news? And meditation? One for sport? And one for music? Whatever you're into, you can now manage select paid subscriptions in one place and save up to 10% with Optus SubHub. Discover what's trending and save by bundling them all together. Streamline your subscriptions with Optus SubHub. It starts with yes.
Looking for somewhere great to eat? Check out Social Dining and Bar. And right now, you can get a seafood basket, served with chips, salad and tartare sauce from just $18. Come and be part of it all at Social Dining and Bar at the SS&A.
GoTafe is hiring, and we want you on our team. Flexibility, professional development, generous remuneration, and a staff wellbeing program are just a few of the great benefits we offer. If you have a passion for your skill or qualification and you're looking for real work-life balance, then GoTafe is the place for you.
GoTafe is leading,
inspiring,
hands-on,
flexible, fabulous.
We have dozens of trainer positions and corporate roles open right now. Get in touch today.
The new Nissan Navara has landed at McRae Nissan with a tougher, more rugged design, Nissan intelligent mobility, advanced off-road capabilities, and a host of on-road refinement. Test drive one today at McRae Nissan.
Adroit Insurance and Risk, your local insurance advisor, able to tailor insurance programs to support your business.
And we're proud to support our local community.
Pay no injury can stop you from living life to the fullest, Albury-Wodonga Private Hospital specialises in advanced orthopaedic services and offers a full range of care from diagnosis to surgery and rehabilitation. Get back to the life you love with our support.
.0% alcohol. This changes everything. Rewrite the rules. Carlton Zero.
At 2AY, we're your home of news, talk, sport and music.
We're community focused, passionate about our region and what makes it great.
We bring you the very latest news that matters, from breaking stories in your backyard to headlines and hot topics from around the country and around the world.
And on weekends, we live and breathe local sport and bring you exclusive live coverage.
1494 2AY, we're your local.
Chris O, where are you, mate?
He's in the middle. He's in the middle.
Chris O, you got us?
Chris.
Yeah, he's turned the mic on.
I don't
Cool.
know.
Can you hear us, Chris O?
Yeah,
You got us?
yeah. That's
Wave if you got us, Chris.
Yep.
So there's a few more starting to fill in now.
Yeah, absolutely it is.
It takes about late in the first quarter, you get a pretty good idea in the crowd.
Yeah. What about the Yarra 2s all went up and watched the presentations of the netball?
Did they?
Yeah, they're all
that's
walked
good.
up there and walked back down.
Yeah.
How about they're fucking early? No, they meant they're full, that's all.
Maury in the sleeves. Oh, right, thanks, Claire. Cheers.
And welcome back to the Lavington Sports Ground ahead of the 2022 SS&A Ovens and Murray Grand Final. The Yarrawonga Pigeons have made their way onto the ground, and the Wangaratta Magpies are about to follow suit. My name's Gus McLeod. Good afternoon to you. Joined in commentary by Robbie McKinlay. Special comments from McRae Motors from Scott Montgomery. Brad Freak on the 40-wing stat sheet, and Chris Mitchell, boundary side for the Newmarket Hotel. No late changes for Yarrawonga. Of course, Michael Gibbons out of the side. And one thing I do like about Yarrawonga being the away team today, Big Mac and Monty, is they're going to wear the white shorts, which make it a little bit easier for us in the call box.
Yeah, it looks all right, doesn't it? And we see Geelong do it a lot in the AFL. I think it's a bit better of a spectacle, especially on the TV sort of coverage. So for the live stream viewers, that's exactly what you'll get today. The white shorts on the Yarrawonga Pigeons. It looks great.
Certainly does. Brad Sprinkles Freak, let's cast our eye over the 40-wing stat sheet for the 2022 Grand Final.
Yeah, if we start with the Wangaratta Magpies, obviously we'll start with Dane Porter for them, who's had an outstanding season. He's averaging 22 disposals a game. Jackson Clark averaging 24 disposals a game. Mark Anderson and Cal Moore, who will both be on our stat sheet, both of them averaging 17 disposals a game. Joey Richards in the middle, who's going to be really pivotal to today's game, averages 26 a game. And Abe Akers, his partner in crime, who averages 25 disposals per game. If we have a look at the Pigeons side of things, Nick Fothergill, arguably the recruit of the year, averages 23 disposals a game in the middle of the ground. Mark Wiley, the coach, averaging 21 disposals. The Morris medalist, Lee Masters, 25 disposals. Jack Sexton, who's had an outstanding final series for them, he'll be in there as well, averaging 24 disposals a game. And Willie Wheeler as well, who averages 23 disposals a game for the Yarrawonga Pigeons. They'll be the boys we'll be looking after on the 40-wing stat sheet this afternoon.
As Wangaratta come out on the ground, as no change to their side either. Led out there by, well, they've got from 9 who played in their last. And that's a big thing to have.
It is.
Over a 5-year period, that's not a bad retention model.
Nah, it's really good. And then you throw in a Ben Reid, who obviously is new to the club in the last 2 years, who's played on the biggest stage and won an AFL medal. And then I just love to see Dan Sharrock out there. I think him back in this side just changes them a little bit. He gives them that little bit of grunt, but he also gives them that outside run that they also need. And to have him back in there, there's a lot of talk his season might have been over when he missed that second semi. They wasn't sure why he missed. Just wasn't quite feeling right. And there was a few murmurs getting around that might have been glandrial fever or something like that, but obviously it's been given the tick, so he's good to go.
What do you think's been the reason that Yarrawonga as a side have been able to really push Wangaratta to the limit? And not only once beaten, but they do trouble them. Wangaratta seem to have trouble shaking them off. What do you think it is?
Hell, I don't want to be mean to Mark Wall and his coaching stuff, but they're pretty basic with the way they go about it. They go man on man, and they just want to move the footy as quick as they can. They get it back to the middle and switch it a little bit, but it's the man on man defence they play. They play it all over the ground. They don't really zone off like a lot of other teams, like especially the Rovers. We know Albury do it. They zone off and work for each other, whereas Yarrawonga just go for it. Really, apart from Lee Masters, who does it down, got a man all over the ground when you look up. So I think that's why they trouble Wangaratta, because they don't quite get that free-flowing footy that they're used to that a lot of other teams give them.
Yeah, and I think during the home and away season was an average winning margin with 72 points per game, Brad Freak. But when you look at it, as we said, Gussie McLeod came up with that stat before, that in fact over a points differential, Yarrawonga are 2 points ahead of them. So is there anything you can see that can see why that Yarrawonga are having success against the Maggies?
Well, for mine, it comes a lot down to Lee Masters for mine. I don't think any other team has a player that can stand in against Wangaratta, that can stand in their holes and nullify their influence as much as Lee Masters does. He will throw his body on the line at everything today. He will fill every hole, and I think that's the difference sometimes for some of these teams is they've got someone with so much, their captain at the back half, who's so courageous like that to throw himself in front of the big boys and be able to get it done is for mine one of the reasons why they're in the front half. And another reason for mine, Yarrawonga today, Bailey Fronfeller's another one that'll have to have a big day as well, I reckon, Robbie. Obviously, we keep talking about the other lead, Lee Williams, up in the forward half, but he will need help. He can't be relied on to kick the winning score today. He can kick big bags against them, but today he's going to need some help. He can't do it by himself. If he's left out there to kick 5 goals by himself, I don't think Yarrawonga can win. Somebody like a Fronfelder is going to have to pop up and kick a few, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think Timmy Lawrence is the other one down there. He's that mid-sized, smaller sort of player that he really just is dynamic. He's took a really good grab in the second semi, stood on the shoulders. He's kicked 25 goals for the year, so going over a goal a game. So he's someone that really needs to stand up. And you have a look at who's kicked their goals. Obviously, Lee Williams has a 79, as you said, Freaky. But then you look back, Frontfelder's next on 29, Lawrence on 25. No one else has really kicked too many. Fothergill always pops up with 1 or 2, but then you go over the other side and they've got the 3 talls who have all kicked over 45 goals. But then you look at Joe Richards has kicked 27. Abraham Ankers has kicked 14 goals from, I think it's only 12 games this year. Jesse Smith's come in and has really shown something with his extra speed and kicked 21. So they've just got a great range. Jackson Clark's kicked 20 goals from the middle. So they've got a great range of guys that kick goals, whereas Yarra's probably relying on 3 or 4 guys to get those goals and probably mostly relying on Lee Williams.
It can really be death by 1,000 cuts against Wayne. They're just so dynamic in so many different options they can. Obviously, as you touched on in the first final, they had Cal Moore, who was playing more forward and then went in the ruck and nearly was the best player on the ground and changed that game for them. They've just got so many different weapons that are really hard to nullify, but Yarrawonga just seemed to match up really well for them. Obviously, big job for the whole gate and the boys down the back half as well today.
Yeah, I think in the middle, as we spoke about, Moore going in the middle, I think he's going to have to do a fair bit today because Chris Knowles, I reckon he's pretty lucky to keep his spot after the second semi. I thought Lockie Howe was clearly best on ground if Yarrawonga had won that game and really taught Chris Knowles a lesson. It was his first final, so you can give him a bit of slack for that, but they've stuck with him and didn't bring in Zach Leach, who's won a flag with him. He knows what it's like on the big stage, so they've done. He's got the confidence of Ben Reid and the staff, so now Chris Knowles need to pay that faith back and really stand up and take Lockie Howe out of the game, basically.
Yeah, I guess looking at it, guys, that my only concern for Yarrawonga, there's one thing you know about Yarrawonga today, they're going to have a red-hot crack. They're going to be at them as hard as they can. But if Lee Williams is held, and that's the big job, if Wangaratta haven't got Jamie Anderson, who's played so well on Lee Williams this year, they've just got to find the right matchup. I reckon that'll go a long way to it.
Yeah, absolutely, Robbie. I think, as you touched on, Williams is going to be... There's a really big forwards in this game that are going to be the really pivotal in this game, I would have thought, moving forward. Is we might get Chriso down there if he's got us. How's the atmosphere down there building up, Chriso?
Yeah, it's fantastic because everyone's on the ground, boys. Both sides are split into their little groups and doing their warm-up. The Premiership Cup's in the middle of the ground. The umpires are just taking their photos. Big day for them as well. A little bit of a slight breeze, but not favouring either end at the moment. But, yeah, getting ready for a big one.
Mitch, I reckon you should go over and just pick that cup up and just hold it up. Just so you know you already won one yesterday at Geelong, so you might as well just go to it today.
Well, it's already got the blue and white on it, so that's a good omen, boys.
boys.
Did you organise that, Chris? Obviously, Yarrawonga, but you would have wanted the blue and white a bit more pronounced than the black and white, I would say.
Yeah, it's not what you know, it's who you know, Freaky. So me and David Sinclair go way back, and he's looked after me.
Yeah, obviously. What about ground conditions out there, Chris? So we might have touched on them before, but if obviously some people just tuning in now, what's the surface like down there at the moment?
Yeah, perfect in the middle here, Freaky. Great. It's going to be great for the bounce of the ball, and not too far away. But the flanks are probably a little bit slippery. I'd have the long stops on, but the grass coverage is second to none. The ground's held up really well after that bit of rain we've had here on the border this week. But perfect conditions, a little bit of a swirling breeze that might affect the play early on, but yeah, it's not going to affect the play too much. Great conditions down here. Beautiful sunshine. The crowd's building on the hill here, and a few yobbos over here too. Do you want me to go and interview them, boys?
So is that breeze going any way in particular there, Chriso?
Just let me lick my finger and I'll put it in the air for a second. And yeah, it's probably heading easterly, I reckon, boys. So yeah, heading towards the goals that the Yarrawonga Pigeons are warming up at the moment.
So the Yarrawonga Road end, is that what we're saying?
The redeveloped end?
The redeveloped end, Yarrawonga Road end.
Yarrawonga Road?
Yeah.
Should we go with Yarrawonga Road?
How about number 2 over?
Number 2 over.
Of course, if you are new to the Lavington Sports Ground, you've got our broadcast grandstand side, which we'll be calling from today. The Velodrome side, which is the hill side. Of course, the Hannah Street end or the main gate. And the Lavington number 2 end of the Lavington Sports Ground. Players from the Yarrawonga Pigeons are making their way to the centre line. And we're not too far away from the national anthem. This will get the hairs on the back of your neck standing up here, boys. I reckon we're probably starting to see around 4,500, 5,000 through the gates here at the Lavington Sports Ground. We're just making our way for the players to line up for the national anthems. Is Chris O going to feature in the lineup? Are you
I
down there,
reckon
Chris
he's going
O?
to go put his arms around that.
Where should I go? Next to Mark Wiley, do you think? Or?
I reckon David Sinclair. Let's go straight to the top, mate. That's how you do it.
Yep, I'll do that. And Ben Reid might push me out of the way here in a minute. But yeah, no, the boys are just lining up with the umpires, both sides. Looks fantastic. I'll try and get out of the way. Well, make sure you get nice and close for the toss of the coin too, Chris O. It's going to be one of the best parts of the day. Of course, the lineup features Craig Miller, the SS Sinclair, the chairman, our former man Kane Aradakis. He's traded in an O&M Live jumper for the colours of the executives.
Tell you what, he was blowing before too. He's doing a fair bit of running around, and he definitely hasn't been doing the fitness work that he probably needed to now that he's only a C-grade cricketer at St. Pat's instead of the A-grade star he used to be.
Don't worry about us C-graders, mate. We're all right.
Don't worry about us A-graders either, mate.
Yeah. What are you saying, man? Doing fitness work too, Freaky?
Yeah,
or
always, mate. Coaches in earshot too.
So we're not too far away from the national anthem as Yarrawonga stand arm in arm facing us in our broadcast position. It looks like the Magpies might be going for the power stance, Mont.
Oh, geez, Matty Kelly looks like he's trying to put it on, doesn't he, the bald-headed warrior? He's definitely got the hands on the hips and a bit of a power stance. They're not looking at each other, so it's probably not going to work as much as what it did or what Adelaide thought it would work for.
I don't think Reedy's going to mind giving us a power stance. Not too far away from joining the proceedings at ground level for the 2022 national anthem. I just had a text message come in from our man Phil Nicholson. Of course, Chris Mitchell right at the boundary today for the Newmarket Hotel, and Phil's also suggested you can call the western end the Nicholson end. Of course, the Nicholson's
You can too, yes.
About 150 metres up the road.
Yeah, he's got all that land up there, hasn't he, Phil? Welcome to country.
Superb part of today's broadcast and today's grand final proceedings. We're not too far away from getting underway. 7 minutes to the bounce of the ball. We're about to cross down to David Sinclair. Fantastic welcome to country. We'll turn our attention now to the national anthem of Australia for the 2022 SS&A up to Murray Grand Final. On the back of your neck, don't stand up after that, nothing else. Good afternoon and welcome to the 2022 SS&A Ovens and Murray Grand Final, live from the Lavington Sports Ground. And boys, let's cast a close eye over the proceedings for today, starting with you, Brad Freak, on the 40-minute stats.
Yeah, I think Yarrawonga are going to win today. That's just I've had that feeling for a few weeks now. I think that they can get them today. As Robbie would know with Holbrook, you've only got to beat them once, and they've been close throughout the year, and today is going to be the day. And if Yarrawonga are to win today, I think that Lee Masters will be the best player on the ground for mine, Gussie.
Yeah, I tend to agree. He's going to play a massive role in the win for Yarrawonga, should it come. We'll cross boundary side now. Chris Mitchell, thanks to the Newmarket Hotel. Looks like Lee Masters will make his way to the centre of the ground alongside Juice Newton, the respective captains of the two sides.
Yeah, just about to come in, Gussie. Lee Masters just shaking hands with Jason Rain there, big Juice Newton. Good to remember, boys, he kicked 8 the last time Wang won a grand final here in 07, so came in with a injury cloud and just dominated, so he'll look to do that again.
Same day that I think Josh Millington needed 3 goals to kick his 100 mod, and he kicked 2 in the first quarter, and that's the way it stayed. Michael Bordigon kept him down. He finished the season with 99 goals, but who will ever forget that day? Yeah, Chris Mitchell, that one, Juice Newton, he really turned it on, and gee whiz, if we get half the game we had that day, we're in for a beauty, and I think we will today, Gus. I can't see us not missing out on it.
Chris Mitchell for the Newmarket.
Yeah, David Teague had 2 goes at the top coin toss, boys, but Lee Masters has won it, and he's kicking with that slight breeze up the Nicholson end, boys.
The Nicholson end, which is to our western side of the Nicholson end, of course. So
Hannah Street Enders, those who are playing along at home might know it as.
Did you come up with, is there any breeze at all, mate, favouring any particular end, do you think? Or?
Yeah, I'd say nearly a goal or 2, I reckon, favouring the end that Yarra's kicking to. So, yeah, the redeveloped end, boys.
Yep.
Well, let's get our final tips ahead of the big dance. Brad Sprinkles Freak, one more. Again.
It's going to be a draw.
I'm going to change my tip. Yarrawonga are going to win, and Lee Williams, I've been harping on him all year. He has not missed a single set shot that I've seen in his warm-up. I'm going to tip Big Leroy to claim the 2022 Did Simpson medal.
So how many do you reckon he'll kick to win that medal?
6.
6. Ooh.
30 seconds to the bounce of the ball in the first quarter of the 2022 SS&A Ovens and Murray Grand Final. Brad Freak is on the 40-wing stat sheet. Chris Mitchell, his boundary side for the Newmarket Hotel. Scott Montgomery in special comments this afternoon alongside myself, Gus McLeod and Robbie McKinlay. Not too far away from the first quarter, getting underway thanks to Blacklocks and Wodonga and their LDV fans. Wangaratta will kick to the Hannah Street end, the Pigeons to the Lavington number 2 ends. Umpire Ashstrong holds the footy aloft, and we're underway in the 2022 Grand Final with the original Robbie McKinlay.
1938, last time these two sides played off in a grand final, and they go hard at it. Knowles missed it. Jackson Clark out of the middle, got a handball to Dane Porter. Over the top, following it up was Clark. Ran through 50, kicked long. Jackson Clark, whoa, to the left-hand side, misses minor score. Electrifying start there from the Magpies. That first to score, one behind.
How good was that, Jackson Clark? Wow. A couple of early touches and was able to get it nice and long and have that shot on goal. Watch for him at these stoppages. He started with Willie Wheeler, so it could be very, very interesting what happens there.
So Yarrawonga will kick in from fullback, and it's Fothergill to go Velodrome side for the Pigeons. Howe makes a contest and brings it to ground level. Porter lurks around the contest for the Pies, looking towards the boundary line, and the umpire says, no deliberate here, boys. We'll bring it back into play.
Couple of early matchups, boys. Looks like Forge and Richards, and Holgat's got the big job on Calmore at the moment.
And it goes, good high throw too. Howe is there, gathered, and did he push out his opponent? He did. So the free kick will go the way of Knowles. Probably too far out to score. He's going to have to kick it from around about 56 metres. He's got some tall timber to look at in the goal square. He decides to chip it short, reads a chance, knocked away nicely. At the footy now was Richards, couldn't control it. Boundary line looms. The boundary line wins out. Throw it in, 20 metres around from Wangaratta goal. We've got a bit over a minute. Wangaratta lead 1-0.
Jack Ford's played very close attention there to Joe Richards, and I'll expect that that's what it'll be the matchup all day.
Boundary throw in 30 metres out from attack for the Wangaratta Magpies. Coming through is Fothergill. Left it behind. Gotchling went hard at the football for the Pies. And diving on top of this one, 3 or 4 players from each side. We'll have another restart. 45 metres out from the Pies goal.
I expect a lot of restarts, continuous stoppages, because I think the pressure's going to be nice and high for the first 10 minutes at least.
Nice tap from Callum Moore, runner-up in the Morris Medal this year. Football towards the boundary line. The Pigeons have numbers. Shovelled over the top, trying to find Wiley. Here's a go for the Pies to go inside, attacking 50. Reads the target. Well done there by Holgate. Made a contest for the Pigeons. Diving on top of the football is Sexton. And we'll have another restart, 25 metres out from the Pies goal.
3 inside 50s already for Wangaratta Magpies on the 40-wing stat sheet.
No one in the gold square here for Yarrawonga. 30 out from gold. Howe doing some good work. He took him on, and Warwick Henderson's giving him the benefit of the doubt there. So it'll be a ball up, 40 out from the Wangaratta gold. They lead it 1-0. 2.5 minutes gone. Clever tap by Knowles, running through Masters. The Morris medalist gets his first kick. Half volley, grabbed by Morey, was outstanding. Pumps it long. Chance here for Caleb Mitchell. He marks the youngster. Get it long, young fella. Williams said, give me something to run at. Here's a chance now for Lawrence. From behind, Ryan Bruce couldn't gather. McVeigh was okay. He ran with the footy. He's been brought down and he's got him. Ash Broughton said, you are gone, young man. Great tackle there. Ryan Bruce it was in the end. And Ryan Bruce will come back 20 metres out directly in front, and a chance to put the Pigeons in front.
How good was that transition footy? You see there, as soon as Caleb Mitchell got it across half forward, he's wheeled and went bang. They had all the space out the back and was able to get out the back and put the pressure on, and great tackle by Ryan Bruce to have this shot on goal.
So the Pigeons to get their first. Ryan Bruce salutes. And we're underway here in the 22 grand final. Yarrawonga 1 straight 6 lead, Wangaratta 1 behind. As Monty said, it was great transportation of the ball for the Newmarket Hotel. Chris Mitchell.
Yeah, great work by Ryan Bruce to make up for it. He probably should have marked it on the chest, but McVeigh just got a hand in there, but he made up for it. Good start here by the Pigeons. 1 forward 50 entry, 1 goal.
Yeah, as Chris said, 1 forward entry for Yarrawonga, but 3 for Wangaratta, only the 1 behind there, unable to hit the scoreboard. Couple of early touches for Dane Porter and Jackson Clark as well on the 40-wing stat sheet.
4 minutes gone on the Albury GJ Gardner Homes time clock, and the Yarrawonga Pigeons get the first goal of the 2022 grand final. Wheeler with a clearing kick for the Yarrawonga Pigeons up towards Fothergill. Well done by Norton, made a contest. Richards shovels it backwards to Saunders, and Saunders finds the left boot with a high up and under. Will Sexton chops off just forward of true centre half back for the Pigeons.
Now he goes long, half forwards the target. Gee, that was well read by Knowles. Good start to the game for Chris Knowles. Kicks it towards Michael Newton. Kept the ball in front of him. Pigeons have got numbers though. They're running it out, though. Coming back, Jesse Smith was good. Hard at the footy. Joey Richards overran it. And it's going to be locked out on centre wing, Velodrome side of the ground. 4.5 minutes gone. Yarrawonga leads 6-1. Monty?
That's what we spoke about in pre-game. Chris Knowles needs to have a massive day today and just cutting off that footy there. He's been very aggressive with where he's positioning himself.
Sexton, recipient of the tumble, and kicks with a high up and under the half. Forward courage from Mark Anderson, back with the flight, but it's not enough as the Pigeons go inside 50. The cavalry arrives. McVeigh, left foot kick clears defensive lines. Sharrock marks with the Pies. Right foot kick out wide. It's a good one, and he finds Clark. Clark on the right, trying to find Reed. Too much on it for him. Tracking it towards the boundary. Well, the boundary throw in 35 metres out from the Magpies goal as we go boundary side to Chris Mitchell for the Newmarket Hotel.
Great to see Mark Anderson jump up after that huge collision there with Lee Williams. How about the guts to just go back with the flight of the ball, boys, in the opening minutes of this grand final?
Takes 2 to tumble there too, and young Caleb Mitchell, he was good too, lads. Don't worry about that. He was sensational. Now, here's Maury at the back down to Lockie Howe. Got it, intercepted by Abraham Anchors from the forward pocket, grandstand side. Kick on goal. Newton coming through, couldn't get it on the second bite, and it's going out of bounds for a boundary throw in 10 metres around from the Pies goal. They trail 1-6. On O&M Live, here's Gussie McLeod.
6 minutes gone on the Albury GJ Gardner Homes time clock. Good afternoon and welcome to the 2022 SS&A Ovens and Murray Grand Final. Boundary throwing 20 metres out and attack for the Pies. Howe's got the back spot, works out nicely for him. Coming through his anchors, wants to find a clean possession, gets it, shrugs off a tackle, shrugs off a second, gets the kick inside 50 in the nick of time. The Pigeons have numbers at the back of the contest, one of whom is Fothergill. He's got a pretty sharp haircut today, boys. Clears defensive lines towards Wiley. Should have taken that mark. Good defensive pressure comes in from Jackson Clark, out of bounds for a boundary throw in right in front of the grandstand at the Lavington Sports Ground.
See Nick Fothergill there folding back to help out. He's starting half forward, but just working right up the ground to help out his defenders, and Tyler Norton looks like he's got the job on running with him all day.
Moore going with Howe, and the ball's in dispute. Here's Dane Porter through traffic, short kick, good. Found Daniel Sharrock, 48 metres out, directly in front, kicking to the grandstand end. And they'd like this goal too. I reckon, Monty, they've had a fair bit of pull in half forward, but they haven't capitalised yet with the goal.
Yeah, really smart play there, wasn't it? Just lowered the eyes. Could have blazed away when he's got the tall targets down deep, but just lowered the eyes, found the leader, and Dan Sharrock just really presented well in that leading lane and took the easy chest mark in the end.
6 inside 50s already for Wangaratta to start this game as well on the 40-wing stat sheet.
So Daniel Sharrock, he'll kick it right on the forward 50 arc. Comes in now. Connects nicely, pushes it right, and it'll be out of bounds on the full. So just missing a couple opportunities there with this inside 50 advantage. So if you've just joined us, 7.5 minutes gone, and Yarrawonga leads 6-1.
And they kick broadcast side, trying to find Bruce. Flying across the front of the pack was Gotchling, got it to Kelly. Is that holding the footy? It
Absolutely.
is. Free kick to Willie Wheeler.
How good was that from Willie Wheeler there? Something he does very well. He puts defensive pressure on. Was able to get the kick. These two will go to it all day, Kelly and Wheeler.
Trying to find Williams, who's worked his way up the ground. Too much on it from him. And it looks like the match-up early days is Michael Bordignon going to Lee Williams.
On the 40-wing stat sheet, Dane Porter and Jackson Clark are both up to 3 disposals early, and for the Yarrawonga, Willie Wheeler and Lee Masters and Nick Fothergill have all had 2 disposals each to start this game.
Spins back in. Grandstand side, Knowles got another tap. Norton was over the footy. So was Coburn. He handballed it. It'll work out okay. Wiley's got to be quick. He is. Got it back to Fothergill, who is knocked over the boundary line by young Tyler Norton. And Brady Coburn comes in and gives the young fellow a little bit of a clip. It's all good. So it'll go back into play. Good crowd in the house. Pigeons won the 2s. Wiley overrun it, whistle on play. It's going to go the way of Knowles, who has started this game very well, and he should be able to pump the Wang Magpies, who trail by 5 points, deep into attack. Gus McLeod.
He's got the body work on Howe covered today, doesn't he? Long down the line, Reed. First touch of the grand final at true centre wing, call to play on. Kicks to a one-on-one, Callum Moore. Well done, Sexton, back with the flight. Here's a go for Ellis.
Free kick. Has to be. Yeah.
And well called by you, Monty, from McRae Motors.
Yeah, Fraser Ellis just got tackled when he sort of didn't take possession of the footy there, so Matty Holgate just gave away a cheap free kick, which will give Fraser Ellis a chance to get Wangaratta's first goal of the day for McRae Motors.
Looks like Warwick Henderson saw that one from a mile away, and he comes steaming in and said it's going to be a free kick to Fraser Ellis for the Magpies. He'll kick this one 35 metres out directly in front. So to the Hannah Street end to put the Pies in front by a sole point. at the 9.5-minute mark. Fraser Ellis kicks on goal, looks okay off the boot, and the Pies are on the board. They lead 1-1-7 Yarrawonga, 1 straight 6. And that's on the Blacklocks Wodonga scoreboard.
Yeah, geez, it was really good, wasn't it? He just got in the right spot there. Moore probably had the body work done, but he come to ground, and Fraser Ellis got in the right spot. Didn't quite take possession, and just got tackled without the footy. So Matty Holgate's going to have to watch their discipline when they're down there.
It was a great mark here on the wing too by Ben Reid, boys. You know his intent straight away. Wheeled round and played on and trying to isolate Kel Moore in the forward 50.
Really needed that goal there. Wangaratta Magpies had 7 inside 50s to 2 on the 40-wing stat sheet. First goal of the game.
Moore into the ruck. Up against young Tyson. Thumped ahead nicely by Wheeler. Mopped up by Saunders. Got a good handball to Kelly. The Warrior pumps it inside forward 50. Bounce is good for Newton. Got it on the second bite. Handball release was okay to Warner, but intercepting his Masters, who grabbed it, marked it, took it, played on, and a great kick finds Coburn centre wing.
He copped a little knock late. The umpires say 50. He says no, it was fair. Coburn, recipient, kicks long down the line. Williams, good use of the body. It's an elite body and paint mark of the day for the Doug Strain medalist, but he's too far to score. Right foot kick inside forward 50. Moore's gone back into defence. Logan Moore gets amongst the action. Here's Sexton, taken in a good tackle by Matty Grossman, and we'll ball the footy up into attack for the Yarrawonga Pigeons. Inside 50s on the 40-wing stat sheet.
Yeah, 3 for Yarrawonga, 8 for Wangaratta Magpies. Really dominated by the Magpies early in this game.
Howe got the tap. Anchors read it nicely. Overhead kick. Looks for Ellis, the goal kicker. Coburn was good. Spotted running onto was Jackson Clark. Handball to Kelly. Put him under the pump. Kelly got the handball out to Richards. Got it back onto Clark, who continues to run. Piercing kick found Reid. Reid marks between half forward, centre wing, got a handball to Anchors. Anchors goes short. On offer is Sharrock. Missed it low to the ground. Warner pounced on it. Ball come clean. It's going to be penalised. It was a great tackle by young Jack Sexton, I think it was, down there, guys, and he kicks it off to Mitchell.
Yeah, it was Will Sexton. I will tell you what, it was the pressure. He should have given a quick handball there, Paddy Warner. He had McVeigh there. Could have had a shot on goal, but turned it over.
As the footy spills out of bounds, just forward of Drew, centre wing, favouring the Pigeons.
On the 40-wing stat sheet, Jackson Clark up to 5 disposals, Abraham Anchors up to 4 disposals for the Wangaratta Magpies.
The Pies lead 1-1-7 to Yarrawonga, 1 straight 6, 12.5 minutes gone. And that's on the Steel Line scoreboard in the 2022 Ovens and Murray Grand Final. Moore into the ruck, won the tap, trying to find Kelly. Coming through here is Wheeler, shoveled a handball out wide. The Pigeons have numbers. Inside 50 goes Urquhart. Williams the target, made a good contest. Well done by Koopman. Numbers lurk now, and we'll have another restart. Umpire needs to blow the whistle.
He's got to ping him, he's got to ping him.
Oh no, oh no, Monty. I didn't see it there, but it's going to be a free kick. It's going to go the way of McVeigh for the Pies.
It's one of those ones they look at as soon as you go to ground and just fall on the ball, but I thought there was enough body pressure there that it wasn't really a dive on it, so just keep it a little bit stiff, but I think that sets the example on what they're going to pay for the rest of the day. As long as they're consistent with it, we don't mind.
That's a fair call, Mont. So Dane Porter has it at half-back. Chip over the top. It's good, and he finds Jesse Smith. So a couple of 2017 Premiership players there, and Dane Porter and Jesse Smith combining. Smith kicks down the line. Big numbers here. Good grab. Gee, that's a good grab taken at half-back for Yarrawonga. And Holgate,
Matty Holgate,
who's really come into his own in this second half of the season, drives the ball to half-forward.
Williams is the target. Too much on it for him. Fothergill went back with the flight. Urquhart up against McVeigh. McVeigh won the soccer. Trying to find the ground level. The Pigeons have the outnumber here. Wiley's dragged that in. I reckon he's going to be in trouble here. And the umpire, Jason Rain, says free kick. It's going to go the way of the Pies.
Absolutely. That one's there. Great call by Jason Rain. Mark Waller had the chance to get it out. He's dove on it and wrapped it in. So really good call. But how's the pressure from Liam McVeigh? He's done it a few times now. He's really put them under the pump when the ball's at ground level for McRae Motors.
Gotchling, right foot kick, or left foot kick I should say, inboard to Alice. It's between centre half back and the left half back flank for Wangaratta. Lavington number 2 end. Chip kick inboard's a good one. And Robbie, Wangaratta want to play a little bit more methodically here as the ball's in the hands of Grossman.
It's a poor handball too. Well intercepted by Braunfelder. He put a teammate under pressure though. Koopman was good. Got a handball out the back to Lawrence. Now we go through the centre. Will Sexton, kicking the ball on Jack towards half forward though. It's chopped out nicely though by Michael Boardingon. You got to get me out a hurry up kick towards centre wing half back. Jesse Smith was good for Wangaratta. Collected. Kick's got to be good. It's a beauty. Finds Abe Ank at centre wing.
Liked his game today. His footy wings disposals. Brad Freak.
Just had his 5th disposal.
Inboard to Norton. Between centre half back in the centre circle for the Pies. It's a 1-point lead to Wangaratta in the 2022 Grand Final as Knowles marks true centre wing. Velodrome's side, chip towards Porter's good. Attention came late from Masters and umpires found a free kick. It's going to go the way of Dane Porter.
And he's in a good attacking position here. He's just got a couple options to look at. Reed's the one he finally settles with. Reed goes to the foot. He's been, might have got a free kick. Play on was a call. Lawrence intercepted by Sharrock. Showed the candy 3 times. Back to Juice Newton. Newton shot on goal. Misses to the left-hand side. Minor score. 1-2-8 Wangaratta. Yarrawonga 1 straight 6. Chris Mitchell, boundary side for the Newmarket Hotel.
Yeah, Daniel Sharrock just showed his poison class there, didn't he, boys? He could have blazed away, had a shot, sold a bit of candy and found Juice Newton out wide, who probably should have scored a goal there for the Magpies.
Wangaratta having all the play here. They're coming in for their 11th inside 50 now.
Right on cue. Here come the Pies. Kick towards the top of the goal square. The support needs to come for the Pigeons. Warner was dangerous. On hands and knees, his anchors. The Pigeons have got to be on their toes here. Richards, soccer kick towards the goal line. Chopped off nicely by Jack Sexton. A little bit of argy-bargy off the back of the play as Masters marks in attack for the Pigeons.
They go to centre wing. Koopman, he's got a bit of time. He had a little bit of room. Williams, boarding on, was fantastic. Got a fist on it. Recovered magnificently. Got it across to Dylan Van Berlo, who goes across the ground. Chips it nicely. Marked by Saunders between back and half-back. Goes short. So 50 out from their own defensive line. Sharrock took the mark for Wangaratta. Kick to the middle of ground. Dangerous kick, but gee, Dane Porter. He just keeps bobbing up. Handball inside was good to Anderson. Anderson's kick was low. And at half-back, the Pigeons will be able to get out of trouble here, Gussie.
They go to Masters, who goes backwards dangerously to Sexton. Coming through Richards. Masters got him a beauty and a big tackle. The umpire says, give it here, boys. We'll throw it up on the edge of the centre square, favouring the Pies.
Yeah, how good was that pressure there from Lee Masters? This showed how strong he can be in the contest. But both ends, the defensive work has been second to none, and the scramble defence has been fantastic to start this game.
Reed to Warner, out of the ruck, back in towards the centre. Dane Porter in a big tackle. And we'll have another restart.
Those two were at it before, boys. I think that might have been a bit of retribution.
On the 40-wing stat sheet, Dane Porter, Jackson Clark and Abe Anchors all up to 6 disposals for the Wangaratta Magpies.
Reed, now there's a free kick. Yep. It's going to go against Reedy. It's going to go to Tyson for Yarrawonga. A true centre half back. He's getting plenty of advice from the sideline. The big fella with a bit of a wobbly old kick to half forward. Williams flew high. Van Berlo missed it. Saunders mopped up. Handball release was good to Mark Anderson. Kicked the centre wing. Marked by Michael Newton. Right in front of the Yarrawonga interchange bench. Newton comes inboard, kicks good to Ellis, back to Saunders. Saunders short, magnificent pass. Finds Benny Reed. Gee, they worked that ball well, Monty.
Yeah, they moved it well today. And Saunders is one of the most improved players in the competition, I reckon. And just his ball use there and decision making. He saw where the space was and made Ben Reed lead to him. And that's exactly where he kicked it. And Reed was just too quick and first to react.
He'll have to kick it from 50 metres. Ben Reed. Kick on the way. It's straight enough. Is it long enough? He's kicked it. Gee, that's a good goal from the boss. Just the one they needed. Wangaratta 2-2-14 lead. Yarrawonga 1 straight 6. Early contender for a Sunjang goal
it's
today.
On, boys, it's on.
There's a little bit happening here.
Young Cole Tyson doesn't mind the push and shove. So I think Ben Reed really gave it to him then and let him know about it because that's who his direct opponent was when Ben Reed took that mark. So they're really into it. But Kyle Tyson just needs to give it down here as we go boundary side to Chris Mitchell for the Newmarket.
Yeah, it's getting very heated down here, boys, and plenty of expletives being thrown as well. So both camps, I'm right in the middle of 2 benches, so I better act as peacemaker, boys.
Put your helmet on, Chris, so you might cop a couple of punches.
Crash helmet, boys.
2-2-14 the Pies, the Pigeons, 1 straight 6 at the 19-minute mark. And here comes Anchors from the centre. Runs to the edge of the square, inside 50. And the umpire's paid a free kick. Is it for too far?
I think he's paid too far, yep, absolutely.
When you look at where the free kick's paid, you can probably agree with him.
Probably more than 15 metres, I reckon there, Gussie. What do you reckon?
Oh, but it was going to be a good inside 50. You're going to make this game a pretty bit more exciting. Fothergill across half-back, goes out wide. At the 19-minute mark, Yarrawonga might need to suck the life out of this game, Big Mac, and not allow the Pies to score again.
Yeah, they'd love the next goal. Holgate's kick's not a great one. A free kick's going to go the way of Saunders, who has been outstanding so far. Lukey Saunders.
He was
the
their best
Magpies.
last time they played too, Robbie, in the semi-final. Got BOG for the Magpies in their 5-point win.
Yeah, he's just in great run of form at the moment. Doesn't play too many bad ones. Kicks to the Velodrome side. Here's Holgate. Good fist this time. Free kick's going to go. It was 2-on-1. Looks like Fothergill might have got hit off the ball there. And Fothergill chips it. Not very well. And it's knocked out of bounds nicely by Liam McVeigh. Centre wing. 14-6, Wangaratta lead. Yarrawonga, here's Brad Freak for 40 Winks.
Yeah, 13 inside 50s to 6 in favour of the Wangaratta Magpies to start this game. Ball's really lived in their end. 6 disposals to Dane Porter, Jackson Clark, and 7 to A Bankers to start this game as well.
Goals to Bruce for the Yarrawonga Pigeons and 1 to Allison Reid for the Pies as they hold an 8-point lead. Here comes Richards through the centre. He won't get pinged as he takes a bounce and finds more. 35 metres out on a slight angle. That's Wangaratta at the best.
He's silly, Bankers. Don't want to give it away when he's got a set shot. But how good's Joe Richards? Just took off and away he went. No one's going to keep up with Joe Richards when he's got open space like that. And as a forward, Cal Moore would have been licking his lips when he saw who had the footy because he just sat it perfectly in front of him and bang, took it without breaking stride.
To the Hannah Street end, the 2021 Morris medalist. Cal Moore's right foot kick off the boot is to the right-hand side for a minor score. So the Pies lead 2-3-15 to Yarrawonga, 1 straight 6. Oh. There's a bit going on off the play, Mon.
Yeah, there's been one. I think Cal Moore might have given a little rib tickler to Matty Holgate as he ran past. So Ash Broughton was straight onto it and he's paid the free kick now 50 metres out. So it's an easy way to get out of the defensive 50 here for the Yarrawonga. They've paid a 50-metre penalty from the kick in they've paid. Yeah. So probably the right call. But Fothergill probably should have the kick, not Holgate.
Holgate does take the kick and well read by McVeigh. Come off his line. An aggressive fashion took the mark. I like the way that the Maggies have started. Masters and Sexton crashed into each other. Ryan Bruce was there. Magpies have got numbers. Sharrock's little underhand handball towards Smith. He got himself out of trouble there, Smith. Gee, it's hard and tough in there at the moment. Ryan Bruce went in. Handball out the back. Anchors looks up and about today. Abe Anchors goes short and finds Cal Moore. 55 out from goal. Reid wants it quick. Reid wants it in deep, but Moore, he's a little bit indecisive at the moment. He might go hard from here. Moore loads up, lines up, goes long, top of the goal square, rush through, offhand, minor score, 2-4-16 Wangaratta. They lead Yarrawonga 1 straight 6. 22 minutes gone, Gussie. This one's for Blacklocks Wodonga.
As we see where all the key forwards are taking their marks, they're right up very high, especially Lee Williams. So it shows both teams really want to shorten the ground up, get the space out behind and try and break him going towards goal. So it's going to be interesting to see if they're really keen to keep that going throughout the game or whether they will stick to a key forward in the goal square soon.
Fothergill, Velodrome side, flying high was Alice, brought it to ground level for the Pies. McVeigh goes inside 50, Masters dragged it in. The support comes from Wheeler. The umpire says we'll ball the footy up 45 metres out from the Pies goal.
15 inside 50s in this first quarter for Wangaratta Magpies on the 40-wing stats, so just 6 for Yarrawonga.
Yeah, it's showing, isn't it? Just haven't quite smashed them on the scoreboard yet. Dane Porter through traffic, tough. Jackson Clark, all class. Jackson Clark shot on goal. Misses another opportunity, so they're starting to add up a little bit here. 2-5-17, the Pies. Lead Yarrawonga 1 straight 6. 23 minutes gone. First quarter action for Blacklocks Wodonga.
He's second behind Jackson Clark. Nick Fothergill kicking from fullback. His 40 wings disposals from the number 1.
He's having his 6th disposal now. Now he's run out of the goal square.
Velodrome side with a drop punt long down the line. Flying high was Bruce. Whistle, free kick. It's going to go the way of the Pigeons, Monty.
Yeah, it looked like it was there. Just a little shove in the back there to Ryan Bruce. So he'll get the free kick now. And I reckon they need to get Lee Williams a bit deeper to goal because I reckon he's getting way too high up the ground and they've got no one to kick it to once he gets it.
And their entries aren't going deep enough,
No,
Monty.
they're not.
They've got to get
very
one more
shallow.
kick. Down the line, go the Pigeons. Coming across the pack was Sexton at ground level. Koopman, or Mitchell, I should say. The umpire said it's gone out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. In between true centre wing and the paint of the 50 for the Yarrawonga Pigeons at the 23.5-minute mark. It's 2-5-17 to Wangaratta. The Yarrawonga Pigeons are 1 straight 6 on the steel line scoreboard.
In it comes Howell, Knowles. Howell took a grab at it, missed it, went back for another go. Well done, Knowles. Handball over the top, Kelly through traffic, paddling the ball. Sharrock was good. Got a handball to Jesse Smith. Kicked it into half forward. Moore with a bit of room. Turns his opponent around, Holgate. But they're going to do okay here. Holgate backed up. Got a handball received. Was good. Kick goes wide now. Sexton. Jack got it off down to Wiley. Mark Wiley's kick's good. And he's found At half-back, the big fella, Lockie Howgus, and he goes down the centre wing, and it kicks okay to Wheeler.
And he marks true centre wing, Velodrome's side, but the Magpies are pushing hard in defence. He goes with the left foot kick, trying to find Williams. Well done coming over the top from Balding-Yong, big crucial fist. Players dive on top of this football. And we'll have a restart 55 metres out from Yarrawonga's goal.
The entry so far from Yarrawonga would be just feeding into what Wangaratta want to happen. They want long, the high kicks so they can defend as a team, and they've done it so well so far.
So, in dispute, Warwick Henderson's found a free kick. It's going to go the way of Nick Fothergill. His stats, Brad Freak for 40 wings.
He's having his 7th disposal now.
And what a disposal. Oh, was he checked? Was Williams checked? He was blocked. It was legal. So it's going to be a boundary throw in. But yeah, already they just are breaking down a little bit there. It's a bit one-way traffic with their entry at the moment. As they trail 6-17, Yarrawonga, 25 minutes gone.
Monty, looks like they're employing that +1 in front of Williams too.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're doing it quite well. They're not giving away the free kicks and blocking without watching the footy. They're just trying to read the footy off the boot and get there first.
Porter wrapped up in a tackle by Coburn. Did he have prior possession? Umpire said no. Getting amongst the action is Felder. As the siren sounds for quarter time in the 2022 SS&A Ovens and Murray Grand Final. A goal to Ryan Bruce and one goal I should say to Fraser Ellis and Ben Worry. See the scoreboard reading 2-5-17 the Pies to the Yarrawonga Pigeons. 1 straight 6 on the Black Lockswood on the scoreboard. We'll take a break and bring you the second quarter on the other side. You're listening to O&M Live on Grand Final Day. On O&M Live, you won't miss a thing.
How many subscriptions do you have? One for entertainment? And one for news? And meditation? One for sport? And one for music? Whatever you're into, you can now manage select paid subscriptions in one place and save up to 10% with Optus SubHub. Discover what's trending and save by bundling them all together. Streamline your subscriptions with Optus SubHub. It starts with yes.
Looking for somewhere great to eat? Check out Social Dining and Bar. And right now, you can get a seafood basket, served with chips, salad and tartare sauce from just $18. Come and be part of it all at Social Dining and Bar at the SS&A.
GoTafe is hiring, and we want you on our team. Flexibility, professional development, generous remuneration, and a staff wellbeing program are just a few of the great benefits we offer. If you have a passion for your skill or qualification and you're looking for real work-life balance, then GoTafe is the place for you.
GoTafe is leading,
Inspiring.
hands-on,
Flexible. Fabulous.
We have dozens of trainer positions and corporate roles open right now. Get in touch today.
The new Nissan Navara has landed at McRae Nissan with a tougher, more rugged design, Nissan intelligent mobility, advanced off-road capabilities, and a host of on-road refinement. Test drive one today at McRae Nissan.
Did someone say KFC? I don't care.
Adroit Insurance and Risk, your local insurance advisor, able to tailor insurance programs to support your business.
And we're proud to support our local community.
Pain or injury can stop you from living life to the fullest. Albury-Wodonga Private Hospital specialises in advanced orthopaedic services and offers a full range of care from diagnosis to surgery and rehabilitation. Get back to the life you love with our support.
Watching the game at home is good, but watching the game on the big screen with all your mates, all the atmosphere and the great food and beer is pretty hard to beat. And it's all here at the locker room at the SS&A.
Go to create your future. Go for free support services. Go to get in-demand skills. Go and follow your own path. Go for the choice of 120 courses across 11 campuses. Go where there's free TAFE. Go for it with GoTafe.
From entertainment to news and subscriptions in between. Manage select subscriptions in one place with Optus SubHub. Streamline your paid subscriptions and save up to 10%. It starts with yes.
At 2AY, we're your home of news, talk, sport and music.
We're community focused, passionate about our region and what makes it great.
We bring you the very latest news that matters, from breaking stories in your backyard to headlines and hot topics from around the country and around the world.
And on weekends, we live and breathe local sport and bring you exclusive live coverage.
1494 2AY. We're your local.
Knowles, hands on the Sharon, wants to go deep inside, forward 50 towards the point post that spills out of bounds for a restart for the Pies. Boundary side, Chris Mitchell for the Newmarket Hotel. Did the players just misread that horribly, or was the breeze kicked up?
No, the breeze hasn't changed too much. I think it's probably a one-goal breeze, boys. A little bit more difficult when you're going into the breeze, but great start here by Knowles. He's obviously playing a kick behind the ball after the tap-in, so important player so far for the Pies.
So it came in, and Masters and Wiley combined well. Handball back to Fothergill. We'll check his stats shortly. Brad Freak, the two number 14s. McVeigh aggressive at the footy. Ryan Bruce just tracked in at him, and it's going to be a ball up 50 metres out from the Wangaratta goal. What were those stats for Nick Fothergill for 40 wings, Bradley?
Yeah, he's up to 8 disposals, Nick Fothergill, on the 40 wings stat sheet.
17-6 on the CMV truck and bus scoreboard favouring the Pies. Wiley clears defensive lines for Yarrawonga, sitting in the hole nicely is Ryan Bruce, who's been good today, Monty, for Macrae Motors.
Yeah, he's been fantastic, and I'll tell you what, the other number 14, McVeigh, started the game really well too. Not just the big names, the guys on the outsides that are doing the job too.
The man from TikTok, Timmy Lawrence, marks just off true centre wing. Left foot kick goes long down the line, trying to find Big Leroy. Knowles comes and joins in the action. Diving on top of this one is Maury.
Where's TikTok?
Says, well, the boundary throw. We'll have a restart, Robbie.
Where's TikTok?
TikTok's an app, Big Mac.
What's an app he's about to
We'll have
ask?
to get Molly to download it for you. Take it away, Robbie.
Thank you very much. Porter overran it. Wiley was good. Handball just missed Wheeler. Jackson Clark's handball. It's a bit of a comedy of errors here. How about a bit of Benny Hill music at the moment? Here's Masters. He couldn't have it. Now he might have got one high. No, Anchors went at him. Masters went at him. And Warwick Henderson says, give it to me, boys. It's on true centre wing. And
still got him.
That's a hug. that is a hug for winning the Morris medal. That is a lovely touch on such an important day. Dane Porter got it at half-back, Gus.
Well, he's got to get rid of it, and he finds Knowles. That's holding the ball. Einsborn's got him a beauty, and the Pigeons eject some life into this contest. The kick was poor from Sexton. Back into all this traffic. This is a comedy of errors. If you're watching this, the footy does get better, I promise you that. Einsborn, right foot kick, long down the line, well done. Coming across was Van Burlo. Mark Anderson toe pokes it out of bounds for a boundary throw in. Chris Mitchell for the Newie.
Bodies flying everywhere, boys. It doesn't matter if it's your teammate or not, but plenty going on behind the ball as well. Dane Porter and Mark Wiley just getting acquainted.
Mark Wiley up to 4 disposals on the 40-wing stat sheet in this second quarter inside the first 4 minutes.
Yeah, he sort of lifted a bit, hasn't he? Did they need it, though? How? He took it out of the middle. Richards, did he have it? No, he didn't. You can see our umpire, Monty, can't you?
Yeah, you can.
Thank you very much.
Have a look a bit going on off the ball between Lockie Howe and Luke Saunders there. So
Clark's kick's a good one to Dane Porter, back to Fraser Ellis. Ellis will get it deep inside forward 50. Keep an eye on Sharrock. Sharrock did well, kept the ball to the front of the ground. Warner was there. Sharrock came back for another go. Just some nervous defenders there at the moment, but they did okay, the Pigeons. They blocked it down for a ball up. 30 out from the Wangaratta goal. With second quarter action, we've gone 5 minutes and Wangaratta leads 17-6.
Just having a look, boys. It looks like Daniel Sharrock's got the job on Lee Masters now. He might go a real defensive player, but you got Sharrock there who the ball will go through, so they're probably making him have to man up Lee Masters instead of being able to drop off.
Brad Freak, the 40 winks.
Jackson Clark up to 3 disposals already in this second quarter, and the trend from the first quarter has continued. 3 inside 50s for Wangaratta to none for Yarrawonga in the first 5.5 minutes.
Second turn for Wodonga Pumps and Mowers as Howe taps the footy down. Reed snaps on goal. Did it sneak in for a minor score? It did. And Wangaratta extend the lead. 2-6-18 to Yarrawonga. 1 straight 6. CMV, truck and bus score.
Second time there's been a stoppage in this quarter where it's just opened up on the attacking side for Wangaratta. So Yarrawonga really need to have a defensive man intact there. Otherwise, they're going to open up through those clearances like they have already.
Oh, Lawrence went high from the long kick from Fothergill. Ryan Bruce got into trouble. Somehow got it back to Timmy Lawrence. Kicks it to centre wing. There's a lot of congestion here. Grossman was there, couldn't pick it up. Mitchell did well. Handball missed Coburn. Fraser Ellis got it to Moore. Moore got it over the top to Gotchling. Got it to Kelly. Under in trouble. The Warrior ducked under one. Beautiful kick. But it won't sit for Dan Sharrock. Sharrock, he might have got that sun in his eye too, which does happen at that end of ground, Monty.
I think he might have just gone with that breeze a little bit. I think he was probably in a good position and just kept going, and that showed there. He got out the back on Masters a little bit too easy, so as we said, he's a classy player, so the ball's going to go through him, so Lee Masters needs to make sure he just doesn't take off like he normally would on one of the 5th or 6th forward. Dan Sharrock is a very good player.
12-point lead to Wangaratta. Reed in the ruck, taps it down to ground level. Fothergill cleans up nicely, but got the footy away in the nick of time. Smith tied up on the boundary line. But too tight, out of bounds for a boundary throw in right in front of the CMV truck and bus scoreboard. The Wangaratta Magpies 2-6-18 to Yarrawonga. 1 straight 6. 7 minutes gone in the second turn. That hill's filled up a little bit more too, lads, up there on the Velodrome wing. So good crowd in. We've been 7 minutes gone in the second quarter, 18-6. Wangaratta lead Yarrawonga. Anchors at the back of the pack. Was he held without the footy? No, play on's a call. Masters got the ball out the back. Reed did well. Lovely handball back to Kelly. Kelly's left foot snap. Matty Kelly! Top of the goal square. Touched right on the line for a minor score. So 2-7-19 the Pies lead Yarrawonga 1 straight 6. That's on the CMV truck and bus scoreboard. We're doing it for Wodonga Pumps and Mowers.
And of course that was again from another stoppage, so they look really dangerous, Wangaratta, and if there's going to be a lot of stoppages inside 50, they're going to be having a lot of shots on goal by the way Yarrawonga's setting up in those defensive setups.
Caleb Mitchell's playing across half forward. I reckon they've got to get him to half back and get the ball into his hands. This is the part of the game that the Pigeons are letting themselves down in, and they let themselves down once again. Jai Cross has to work extremely hard there. Left it behind. Back inboard towards Kelly, true centre wing. Velodrome side as he intercepts for the Wangaratta Magpies.
Their composure's been better. Oh, Kelly, not one of his finer kicks, the Warrior. Here's Sexton charging through, had to kick it in a hurry. And it's just going to go nowhere. So they just haven't been able to get any clean release, have they, Chris Mitchell, for the Newmarket Hotel, boundary side?
No, they've got the clamps on, don't they, the Pies?
Yep.
It's pretty much like a brick wall where I am, right across the halfway line of the ground. But how big's Matt Kelly been in the last 5 minutes, boys? He's just winning all those clearances.
6 disposals for Mark Wiley in the second quarter on the 40-wing stat sheet.
Pinballing around as Howe intercepts, throws it on the boot and says, chase that one, boys. Williams missed the football. Here's a go now for Grossman, streaming through the centre. Kicks inside, 50 to Moore. Uncontested. 45 metres out, directly in front to the Lavington number 2 end.
Yeah, just everyone was out of position there, weren't they, in the Yarrawonga defence. And Cal Moore, he's not someone you can leave just standing by himself. And great spot up there and lowered the eyes and we're able to find him. So now we're going to have another shot on goal. But the transition footy from Wangaratta has been so much better than Yarrawonga so far. As soon as they went in the half-back, they go, whereas Yarrawonga look like they want to hold on to it a bit more.
64 goals in season 2022 and 2 behinds today. Distance won't trouble him. Looks good off the boot. Sunjan goal of the day. The third goal's on the board for the Pies, and it comes via the 2021 Morris medalist, Callum Moore.
How good was that there from Matty Grossman there, just cutting up through the middle, hit the lead up, and Cal Moore, he does not miss. That's why he's kicked so many goals this year. And I tell you what, it's looking dangerous signs already for Yarrawonga.
Up to 21 inside 50s in total for this game already. Wangaratta to 7 for Yarrawonga. Just total dominance there. Cal Moore kicking his first goal of the game. The first mark inside forward 50 for Wangaratta. Jackson Clark has also had 3 disposals in this second quarter, which takes him up to 10 for the game.
Great kick from Grossman, wasn't it? Just turned it over. Well, the mistake was made. Wiley will get a free kick, but Grossman made him pay. But just a brilliant penetrating kick. And you just can't blink or stop for a moment here. Wiley's kick to half forward. Masters has pushed forward and taken a great grab. Lee Masters, 60 out from goal. There's a lot of one-on-one action towards the top of the goal square. Lee Williams, can he get a run at it from behind? The ball come to ground. There's a free kick going Yarrawonga's way.
Who's it going to is the question.
It's going to go to Caleb Mitchell.
Jeez, he didn't look like he was even in the contest. I thought if anyone might have been Lee Williams, but yeah, just not 100% sure about that. But the umpire saw something we didn't. He's a lot closer than us. So Caleb Mitchell, who we just spoke about, might need to go to half back. He's got his chance to really set his mark on the game. 25 out, directly in front. This would be a big goal. A kick on the way. Well done for the young fella. He's nailed it. So the Pigeons get their second, a badly needed one. Only their second scoring shot, and we've gone 11 minutes into the second quarter. And they've brought that margin back now to 13 points. And that is on the CMV truck and bus scoreboard. Chris Mitchell, boundary side, did you pick up what that free kick was for?
I think all the players were confused, didn't know who it was going to go to, boys, but I like Mitchell going forward. Doesn't look like Masters is going to stay there for too long. He's just returning to his original position. I don't mind him playing forward with that strong marking prowess.
Might be looking for another target inside forward 50. Only one inside 50 for Yarrawonga in this quarter, but they haven't taken a mark inside their forward 50 yet.
25-12, favouring the Pies on the CMB truck and bus scoreboard. Wiley's gone into the guts to try and spark some life for the Pigeons, but here come the Wangaratta Magpies via Saunders. Inside forward 50, Moore's the target. They bring it to ground level. Richards to Reid. Reid to the open goal. Sunjan goal today. Ben Reid's got 2. The Pies have 4.
Joey Richards, how good was that? That's how you crumb right there. So sharp. We get his hands out there, and Ben Reid just went goal side. Thank you very much for that. Kicks it from the goal line. That's what you want from your small forwards. Get it to the big guys when you can.
Started with Saunders too in the middle, boys. He just looked like he was waltzing out of there and in second gear, and no one was sort of chasing him. Just a little bit too easy out of the middle, and that was the pressure on the ball carrier that Yarrawonga was looking for at quarter time. 7 disposals for Joe Richards as well in this on the 40-wing stat sheet.
Yeah, those quick hands of Richards and just presence of mind was outstanding. Knowles has tapped to Anchors, kicks the ball inside forward 50, running it onto it is Jesse Smith. Controlled it, got a little bit of ground, now kicks towards a gold square battle here. Yarrawonga bring the ball to ground. Reid, Reid, he had already
spent it, I reckon,
picked up his tuck shop takings and hadn't paid for it just on the moment. Anyway, he got excited what was coming up and the ball just went out of bounds. So it'll be a throw in. Dangerous situation here, Gus. 31-12, Wangaratta lead.
Did you just accuse Ben Reid of stealing from the tuck shop, Big Mac?
Sort of.
I don't know if Reedy will like that. More out of the ruck, brought it down to ground level. Coming through is Fronfelder, gone to half back. taken high in a tackle. I think it was Gotchling.
Yep.
It is Gotchling, and it's going to be a free kick. Umpire calls advantage. Going inside forward 50, the Pies take a mark, and it's in the hands of Paddy Warner, 35 metres out directly in front.
Yeah, Dan Sharrock, and we spoke about him, how classy and smart he is. He was the one that just took the advantage with that free kick and lowered the Aussie, and he could have blazed away from there. He was only 45 out, but found a better option in Paddy Warner, who will have the set shot from about 30 out, nearly straight in front.
The boy from Benalla to extend the margin at 25 points for the Pies. To the redeveloped Lavington number 2 end. Paddy Warner kicks a point. So Wangaratta, they could prove themselves costly as they move to 4-8-32 to Yarrawonga. 2 straight 12, CMB truck and bus scoreboard.
Kick-in's good from Fothergill, finds Coburn, who's been pretty quiet today. He kicks the centre wing from behind. Ryan Brucev. Masters might have got a bit of a falcon there. And Grossman just cleverly just tapped the ball out of bounds very discreetly. So he flung that back in, and yeah, I know they are inaccurate, boys, but when you've got 12 scoring shots to 2, it's really shaping the way the game is. We'll check those 40 winks inside 50 shortly, Brad Freak. Richards, forward punch was good. Picked up by Frontfelder. Frontfelder, he handballs over the top now to Jack Sexton. Back to Fothergill. Kick inside, they've got the numbers, and here he is. He's nearly best on ground as Luke Saunders handballs to Kelly.
Kelly's got Porter in a panic of space. He takes the mark, 60 from home. Inside 50 to Moore. Wangaratta at their absolute best. Callum Moore over set shot, 40 metres out on a slight angle.
They've looked so dangerous when they're changing the angle of the ball. Luke Saunders there was the one that pulled the trigger, got it back through the middle, and then great use again, and getting in Callum Moore hand. As a forward, he'd be loving this today because they are looking at him and lowering their eyes, and they're getting him there as quick as he can. He's just having that half-metre break, and that's all he needs with the way the kick has been so far to him.
I don't reckon he's had better delivery all year than what he's had today. Cal Moore for his second in 5 minutes. He loves it! An elite body and paint play of the day from the Wangaratta Magpies. And Cal Moore, he's kicked 2, taking his season total to 66.
On the 40-week stat sheet, Cal Moore's also up to 7 disposals as well with those 2 goals as well today. He's been really dangerous in that forward half. They've had 3 marks inside their forward 50 in this second quarter alone from their 8 entries. Where we have a look at the other end, Yarrawonga's only had the 1 inside 50 in this second term, obviously for that 1 goal, but haven't been able to get any pressure going forward in this game.
Well, after a slow start to the quarter, it took 10 minutes. The first goal, we've had 4 in the last 5 minutes. So things are starting to open up, and the damage has been done by Wangaratta. Whistle, freak out, boundary umpire Nelson Butterfield. We hadn't heard him today.
I think there he is. Young Warner for running in a bit too early there. So
King Paddy. Tyson for Yarra. Pumps the ball long. Williams at the front of the pack. Well over his head. Picked up there by Bruce. Got it to Williams. Back to Maury. Wrong side for him. Snap's not bad. Here's a go. Comes to ground. Overrunning it there was Urquhart. Defending well though with the Pies. Saunders again involved. Got it back to Knowles. Knowles kicks it towards half forward. Tyson takes a good grab.
Is he too far to score, boys? I reckon he is. He wants to dart the eyes. Wants to find an option. And in the end, he chips it into the hot spot. The Pies have numbers. Out towards McVeigh, now Mark Anderson. Left foot clearing kick long down the line. Capitalises on the breeze. Einsborn running to a Wangaratta brick wall. The support arrives via cross. Urquhart inside 50, bombs it. Wangaratta have numbers and they come long broadcast side.
They do. Deep entry towards Reed. Reed can't quite get it. And it's going to be a boundary throw. And right in front of you, Chris Mitchell, that ball was 1 metre from you for the Newmarket Hotel.
I could nearly throw it in, but they're doing a great job, Robbie, so I'll leave it to the experts.
Just the ball use from Yarrawonga so far, going inside 50 has been not great, has it really? No. They're just throwing on the boot, and you can tell by the body language of Lee Williams at the moment, he's not happy, and he wants it to be changed pretty quickly. I think otherwise he might be out of the game.
No plan at all to it, is it? Fothergill has been busy, but not effective as yet. Shoveled the ball out the back to Wheeler, who's been pretty quiet. What's his stats, Brad Freak, Willie Wheeler?
He's only had the 5 disposals in the game, but he hasn't had a touch in this second quarter yet on the 40-week stat sheet.
5-8-38 the Pies, the Pigeons 2 straight on the CMV truck and bus scoreboard. Wiley was held without the football by Kelly. Umpire didn't see it. And we'll have a restart right in front of our broadcast position in front of Chris Mitchell for the Newmarket Hotel.
Yeah, Yarrawonga want to this next 5 minutes, I reckon, really crucial. If Wangaratta can pile in a couple more goals, and their slow starts have been their Achilles heel in those last couple of grand finals they've lost. So these next 5 minutes are crucial for Yarrawonga holding on here.
Back of their mind, Mitch, that those starts, previous slow starts from those other grand finals you spoke about, and just come out with ferocious intent today. They've been so sharp, the Pies. The only thing they haven't done is kick straight. Knowles bumped off it, regathered. Campbell to anchors was clever. That one to Norton was okay. Tyler Norton, little chip kick, looks for Michael Newton, forward pocket. He didn't get a push. He might have faked for a push. Bo Seymour did really well. He'll be thrown in 25 metres around for the Wangaratta goal. 38-12, Gus. They're doing it very nicely on the C&B truck and bus scoreboard for Wodonga Pumps and Mowers.
Bo Seymour's doing a great job so far. Michael Newton, I think he's played on him every time and he's kept him in one goal for the first 3 times this year, so he's doing a great job so far to start this grand final.
Monty on special comments from McRae Motors in the 2022 grand final. Abraham anchors, regathers the footy, throws it on the boot, kicks towards the goal square, no one's home. Wangaratta, we're going to have to get a little bit closer to the big sticks for that. Yarrawonga, exit defensive 50, masters. An elite body and paint marker today across left half back as he chips to Ryan Ironspawn. And this is what Yarrawonga needs to do, Big Mac. Get the footy in their hands, take some clean possession. It's 38-12, favouring the Pigeons.
No, he never played on, but.
Talk us through this one.
So the boundary umpires decided to say that he played on outside the boundary, but I don't think Ash Broughton had actually called him to play on. But they're going to... I don't think it really matters now if the siren's gone out.
That siren has gone after 19 minutes and 25 seconds.
Everyone's very confused down here, boys. They don't think it's right.
That is weird. Look how long that quarter's gone. It's 19...
No, it's not. Well, I think they've made a mistake here. I think they've pushed the siren.
Chris Mitchell, boundary side. You got any idea to help out?
Lots of confusion. The players, I think it's far too early to break for half time.
Well, it's 20 plus time.
They're going to keep playing, I think.
So what they've actually happened here too, Ryan Ironspawn is going to take the kick, I think. I think they've decided that this is so confusing.
Yeah, so Ironspawn's going to get a kick back, which is great, because I think Ash Broughton hadn't called play on him, so it's a great call, and the umpires have sorted it out, even though the siren went when it probably shouldn't have.
Well, there you go, it's all happening. Welcome back. Fist from behind was Cal Moore, was good, and well, there you go. Chris Mitchell, did you get all that sorted out for the Newmarket Hotel?
Yeah, I'm just chatting to the players that know what's going on at the moment, boys, but I don't think anyone does. So it's very confusing down here. Obviously, far too early. Someone just jumped the gun, I think.
Trigger happy, Gus.
He's more in towards the Wangaratta Magpies via Ellis. Inside 50, good body from Porter. The Pigeons have numbers. Masters being quiet by his standards. Right foot kick to Lockie Howes, good, and he marks it true centre wing. Broadcast side. 21 minutes gone, the siren is sounded, but we're playing on. He kicks down the line towards Moore, chops off nicely for the Pies. His handball wasn't good, out of bounds and a boundary throw in. At the 21-minute mark, it's 38-12 on the C&B truck and bus scoreboard, favouring the Pies.
Callum Moore up to 6 disposals in this second quarter on the 40-wing stat sheet, as long as those 2 goals as well that he's kicked in this term as well. He's been outstanding for the Magpies.
Boundary throw in, Moore. Tapped it, intercepted nicely by Wheeler. Got a handball to Wiley. Wiley dispossessed. Wiley pushed. Wiley got rid of it eventually. They got themselves out of trouble. In the end, Jack Sexton just pumps it into the forward line. Bit of a hit and hope there. Tap away. Here's a chance for Williams. Too far out for goal. Handball missed. Fobbergool by a long way. Mopped up by McVeigh for Wangaratta. Pumps the ball to centre wing. Juice Newton missed the mark. Holgate was good. Newton got it back. Got a handball from Richards. A kick was smothered. A swing and a miss from Howe. It's a little bit calamitous here at the moment, Gussie. You work it out. Newton goes free.
Plays on from the advantage in towards Porter. Wants to back in with a little bit of courage. Going through nicely there was Seymour. Coming through as Clark. Players dive on the footy. We'll have a restart 25 metres out from Wangaratta's goal.
Again, that entry from Yarrawonga about 2 minutes ago, inside 50 from Jack Sexton. Just threw her on the boot. What is Lee Williams supposed to do when all the Wang boys can just roll off and defend him?
Reid out of the ruck, coming through as Sexton. Got to get rid of it, he does. Handballs in towards space. Who's first to arrive? It's the Pies. Here's a go for Sharrett, gets out a bit of trouble. Handballs out wide, Clark's the target. He gathers, right foot kick into the pocket. Too much for Smith. Can he get a clean bounce? He does. Lost his footing. Coming towards the boundary line is Ironspawn. Over the top, and Yarrawonga will exit defensive lines.
Yeah, Holgate chipped it. They get out of it okay. Coburn got it back to Lawrence. Lawrence looking to the far side of the ground, finds Will Sexton. Oh, he's under pressure. Great tackling. Guess who? Saunders, who applied that tackle. And Wangaratta moved the ball forward. It's marked by Paddy Warner. But Monty, tell you what, if there's a better player on the ground or more impact than Luke Saunders, Well, he's right up there, I reckon.
Yeah, he's been fantastic. As I said earlier on, I think he's the most improved player.
Warner drives it long to half forward. Reed on the third attempt, couldn't get it. Masters mops up and chips it nicely to Coburn.
Coburn across half back. Velodrome side of the Lavington Sports Ground, 38-12 in the big dance, favouring the Pies. Left foot kick long down the line. Maury flew high. Knowles came through for the Wangaratta Magpies as they get it on the boot. Up towards half forward. Too much on it as Ellis comes through. Abraham Anchors throws it on the boot. Inside 50. Masters chops off once again. That's why he's the Morris medalist. But he's going to need some more support in the 2022 Grand Final from McRae Motors, Scott Montgomery.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been fantastic back there, but he's just got to make sure that he still keeps an eye on Daniel Sharrock, because Sharrock's gone straight to him now, even though the ball's 100 metres away.
So Bo Seymour has it a half back for Yarrawonga. Freaky, what are Lee Masters' stats for the game and this quarter?
Yeah, he's had 6 in this term, and he's up to 11 for the match, Masters.
Centre wing, Maury flew high from behind. Van Berlo brought the ball to ground. Picked up, piercing kick by Warner, missed by Reed, mopped up by Wiley. Now they go laterally to Seymour, but the kick's just hitting Hope. And Knowles, who is having a ripping game after a quiet second semi, marks on centre wing and just calls things to settle down a bit.
Chips the ball to Anderson. This is Mark on the edge of the centre square for the Wangaratta Magpies. They're going to play methodically now as Harry Smart has the ball in the true centre of the Lavington Sports Ground. Right foot kick, good use of the body from McVeigh. Too strong for Sexton. Yep. He'll go back and have a set shot from the 50-metre mark to the redeveloped end.
Yeah, great hit by Harry Smart there. Got it out into the space, and McVeigh was just able to guard that space with the hip and shoulder into the back, which you're allowed to do in a marking contest, and Jack Sexton just was no chance for that one.
So McVeigh to the redeveloped end. Distance won't trouble him to extend the margin to 32 points. Is it coming back? Touched on the line, or marked on the line by Lockie Howe on the last line of defence for the Pigeons.
Howe immediately goes wide, and Bo Seymour missed the mark. There's Saunders. Got it. He's got one high. So Luke Saunders will free kick, 55 out from goal. He thought about handballing to Warner. He's got a nice little left foot on him, has Saunders. And he does a chipping kick towards Reed. Good pressure there from behind by Cross. Richards was tackled immediately. He grabbed the footy, ran out over the boundary line. It will be tossed in. 38-12. Wangaratta lead. Brad Freak, 40 winks.
Mark Wiley's up to 10 disposals for Yarrawonga in this second quarter alone. He's really trying hard. 6 for Cal Moore and 6 for Abraham Anchors as well.
Howe clears defensive lines with an ordinary kick off the boot up towards half back. McVeigh's been electric today. Free kick, Scott Montgomery, the umpire's called advantage. Here's Sexton, got an option over the top in Bruce, he wants to use it. Run, Ryan, run! He takes 2 bounces, needs a good entry inside 50. Over the top, Jesse Koopman, being quiet, but he kicks a goal! Sundown goal today from Jesse Koopman. Just what the doctor ordered for the Yarrawonga Pigeons. He's kicked his first, and the Pigeons have got 3.
And that's why Yarrawonga love Jesse Koopman. He's able to do the magical stuff, and what a goal there from in front of the grandstand. But that's the first time we've really seen them transition the footy in their back half to the other side of the ground and really open it up, run and carry. A few bounces. Ryan Bruce was out, gave the handball over the top, and Jesse Koopman, what a finish, mate. You are a star.
Just a little bit more poise, wasn't it, from the Pigeons on the boundary here. And started with Ryan Bruce, who could have blazed away and had a look at Williams, but took the looping handball over the top, and Koopman could have done the same thing, but had a nice shot at goal.
Gee, if they could whack another one now, this might make things a little bit more interesting. Masters was held without the footy. He'll get the free kick, advantage rule played. No, he'll have to come back. He'll have to come back. No, the umpire committed to his decision. Or have they? Well, Warwick Henderson... No, they're going to come back. Yeah.
It was the first time they looked good going inside 50, Robbie.
Yeah, they did, because they got quick entry. That's been the problem. So Masters, that is half time.
I think we're going to go with that siren, boys.
We'll go with that siren for the second time this quarter. And that does complete it. And a big goal there by Jess Koopman late in the last 20 seconds. Has got the margin back to 20 points. But other than that, it's been pretty all Wangaratta. 5-8-38. Yarrawonga 3 straight 18.
The second term's done and dusted thanks to Wodonga Pumps and Mowers on the other side of the break. One of the best parts of Grand Final Day, the All Abilities game, and of course our 2022 Grand Final halftime show. You're listening and watching to O&M Live, and on O&M Live, you won't miss a thing.
many subscriptions do you have? One for entertainment? And one for news? And meditation? One for sport? And one for music? Whatever you're into, you can now manage select paid subscriptions in one place and save up to 10% with Optus SubHub. Discover what's trending and save by bundling them all together. Streamline your subscriptions with Optus SubHub. It starts with yes.
Looking for somewhere great to eat? Check out Social Dining and Bar. And right now, you can get a seafood basket, served with chips, salad and tartare sauce from just $18. Come and be part of it all at Social Dining and Bar at the SS&A.
GoTafe is hiring, and we want you on our team. Flexibility, professional development, generous remuneration, and a staff wellbeing program are just a few of the great benefits we offer. If you have a passion for your skill or qualification and you're looking for real work-life balance, then GoTafe is the place for you.
GoTafe is leading,
Inspiring.
hands-on,
Flexible. Fabulous.
We have dozens of trainer positions and corporate roles open right now. Get in touch today.
The new Nissan Navara has landed at McRae Nissan with a tougher, more rugged design, Nissan intelligent mobility, advanced off-road capabilities, and a host of on-road refinement. Test drive one today at McRae Nissan.
Did someone say KFC? I don't care!
Adroit Insurance and Risk, your local insurance advisor, able to tailor insurance programs to support your business.
And we're proud to support our local community.
Pain or injury can stop you from living life to the fullest. Wangaratta Private Hospital specialises in advanced orthopaedic services and offers a full range of care from diagnosis to surgery and rehabilitation. Get back to the life you love with our support.
Watching the game at home is good, but watching the game on the big screen with all your mates, all the atmosphere and the great food and beer is pretty hard to beat. And it's all here at the locker room at the SS&A.
Go to create your future. Free support services. Go to get in-demand skills. Go and follow your own path. Go for the choice of 120 courses across 11.
Subscriptions and save up to 10%. It starts with yes.
At 2AY, we're your home of news, talk, sport and music.
We're community focused, passionate about our region and what makes it great.
We bring you the very latest news that matters, from breaking stories in your backyard to headlines and hot topics from around the country and around the world.
And on weekends, we live and breathe local sport and bring you exclusive live coverage.
1494 2AY. We're your local.
maybe it's getting too fast. We love it. Yeah. Just falling over. Exactly. See, when I first started doing this, I'm a bit not great. Yeah. I feel when you get into it, you look at it and you break the eye. What? When you open the second eye, you realise it. Yeah. And you know, the funny thing is when you feel it's on the ground. It is hanging right there. You've got a good shot of that goal, the last goal. Start the game. Oh, was it? Okay. Oh, were they? I know. They were too. That's why. Yeah. I was about to comment on it. Well, they're not even in position yet. Yeah, we've got the live got it back on, sorry. Yep.
Rather than really test out the Magpies, but at this stage, the Magpies are well on top as we get to the
one of the great highlights of O&M Grand Final Day, Monty, Dan and Lucas, of course, the all-abilities game with the Jets up against the Wangaratta Magpies, which is wonderful to see as the Magpies go inside 50 and snag a goal, and the crowd is absolutely loving it.
Finish.
It's a wonderful tradition each and every single year, Mont.
Yeah, it is. It's great. It's been going for a long time now. You know, they get to show their what they can do on the big stage with the crowd, and everyone gets behind them, and it's great to see. And my little mate out there, Jolie Baker, he's a little legend. He's running around for the Wodonga boys at the moment at fullback, but all he's doing is watching the ball go over his head at the moment. So he'll be giving a few sprays out, that's for sure. But no, it's great to see, and it's something that the O&M do really well, and they encourage it, and it's great that it's going to continue on. It's a great tradition.
How long do you think the Yarrawonga defence can hold up for, Monty, at this rate? And I want to get your thoughts on this as well, Dan. If you can give us the inside 50s numbers, please. But that defensive unit for the Pigeons, we saw with the Swans yesterday, if it keeps coming in with that, with that much intensity and that many inside 50s, the damn well breaks eventually.
Yeah, absolutely it does. And, Kel Moore kicked 2 in that second quarter. Ben Reid kicked 1 in that second quarter. He's got 2 for the game. So, those big guys are really starting to get on top, and I feel that eventually it is going to break down that damn wall, as you said. And I just feel that the way they're turning the ball over, Yarrawonga, especially at 2 going inside their forward 50, they're able to slingshot, come through the middle. And Dan Sharrock's been fantastic on his job on Lee Mars. I know Lee Mars is starting in a few touches, but Dan Sharrock's been pretty important going for the Wangaratta team.
I think the damning thing is, we touched on it earlier, and it's just the basic inside 50s. It's 31 inside 50s to 14. So they've doubled their inside 50 count, and that's going to be so evident in the day. And it goes to show, and you talk about the quality of inside 50s too, Mont, in the 40-wing stat sheet. Marks inside 50. Yarrawonga have had none. To 7. So that's the other damning thing there as well. As you mentioned, Lee Masters, he was held okay, but to be honest, it's probably a one-man show now for Yarrawonga. He's the only one that's sort of really looking like, maybe a possibility of turning that game. He's had the 11 touches that half. Jack Sexton's only had 7 touches. Willie Wheeler's only had 6 touches, so they really need to get involved. Nick Fothergill, he's had 12 touches with, in my opinion, probably no impact either. A lot of them coming from kickouts as well. And then over on the Wang side, it's a totally different sheet. You've got Dane Porter, who's been solid with 11 touches. Jackson Clark's been fantastic with 11 touches too. Mark Anderson's obviously doing a run with roll, but Callum Moore's had 9 touches. He looks really dangerous up forward. Joe Richards 8, and Abe Ankers has had 14. So massive difference in terms of the numbers.
Well, loving the all-abilities game as we talk here at half-time for our Elders Rural half-time show, which is fantastic. We have the Wodonga Jets up against the Wangaratta Magpies, and
Our O&M Optus TV cameras are bringing you this one as well. Travis Cartwright up in the roof, and
the
crowd's
crowd's going to get
going
up
nuts.
there. Yeah, Elvis Presley, he's down there, Elvis, so he gets around. He's been playing for a long time.
Yeah,
Elvis,
number 20, boys. Number 20 can't miss him for the Bulldogs.
So it's great to see, and the crowd gets a little bit louder and gets up and around when the ball goes towards him.
Chris, how is it down there with the All Abilities game, mate? It's fantastic stuff.
Yeah, it's awesome. The crowd are getting right into it too. The new grandstand here, which is chock-a-block too, boys. When the ball goes near it, there's a great big roar. But fantastic to see these two teams out here. There's also a movie being made too about the Wodonga Jets, boys. It's called Becoming Bulldogs, which is also played at Regent Cinemas. So well worth a watch, that one.
If we're taking obviously Did Simpson bets at the moment, Monty, who would you be thinking is an outright favourite at the moment?
Yeah, Robbie and I were just talking about that off air. I think it's going to be tough to get an outright favourite, but I think Jackson Clark, Luke Saunders are probably the two that are leading, and Chris Knowles' job so far, he's been well on top in the middle, and I think Lockie Howe really needs to have a second half that's going to really stand out for the Yarrawonga team, because otherwise, I think they're in a world of hurt through the middle at the moment.
They are. Matt Kelly really got into that quarter as well, I thought as well. He started to get on top in the clearances, Lukey.
Yeah, he certainly did, Panda. He's like a little bulldog, isn't he? And he really had some moments, particularly in that second term. He just almost willed his team to go forward. But what I would like to see, Monty, is the Pigeons winning more clearances in the middle where it's 4-on-4. They seem to be getting cut to ribbons on the outside and on the wings by the Magpies. In the centre where they can get some quick entries, I would like to see them winning a few more contests in the middle of the ground.
Yeah, as we spoke about Matt Kelly, he's doing a bit of a job with Willie Wheeler. So Willie Wheeler is the real barometer, I think. When he's up and going and flying through the middle of the ground is when Yarrawonga can get on top. So it's probably one they're going to have to work on and try and give him a bit more space, especially around those stoppages, like you said, Luke, because he's their go-to basically at stoppages. So Lockie Howe and Willie Wheeler really need to get on the same page and start winning some contests in there.
They're going to Lee Williams an awful lot, aren't they? Every single time they look up inside 50, lead into the pocket. He provides contest after contest. We know what he's going to bring, but I'll tell you what, if I'm a Yarrawonga forward, I need to start providing some better leading lanes and leading options, but the midfield needs to start going to me, Monty.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got to lower the eyes a bit better, don't they? As we spoke about earlier on in the halftime show, that they're just blazing away and throwing on the boot. And the Wangaratta defence, that's what they live on. Boarding Young, Van Berlo, these sorts of guys, they like zoning off Grossman and helping each other out. So when they are bombing it in the way they are, it's so much easier to be able to zone off and read it in the air.
Did Simpson medal for you so far, Panda?
Well, I think Lukey Saunders has been fantastic, but Jackson Clark as well. I mean, Cal Moore's kicked 2 goals. The delivery going inside forward 50 has been nothing short of elite. So the reason he's playing so well is because the midfield is getting it to him in really quick. And the pressure's good out there by the Pigeons, but the delivery inside 50 has been nothing short of first class. We're loving the All Abilities game at the moment between the Wodonga Jets and the Wangaratta Merrill Magpies. A real highlight of SS&A O&M Grand Final day. If you've just flicked on the broadcast, the Yarrawonga Pigeons, Monty, were too good in the A-grade netball, 13-goal winners, and another flag for Bridge Casa and the girls at Yarrawonga.
Yeah, and Bridge Casa best on, so she's been absolutely fantastic for that club. And as a netball club, they are just the standard, aren't they? That's what every other O&M club wants to get to. And I think we spoke about earlier on, I think there's been 28 grand finals, and there've been 15 of them in the A-grade. So, more than 50% of them, so it's absolutely unbelievable. And to win another one, and with an ageing list, you would say, but they just keep turning up and getting the job times is gone again. So, it's fantastic to see, and they're well-deserved winners. I think early on, Reed Delahunty, our O&M Live expert on netball, said that they were the team to beat if they get there, and she was spot on the money because they just blew them away in that first quarter and a bit, and the game was over before half-time.
As we said, Bridge Casa was awarded the best on-ground medal in the A-grade netball grand final. Georgia Clark, Lukey and Dan only lasted probably about 5 minutes before Rochelle Petts had to come on in the goal shooting ring as well, which is a bit of a shame for what was an outstanding year for Georgia Clark to end her 22 campaign like that. But well done to the Yarrawonga Pigeons. Some other results in the Wang Magpies, number 20 for the Wang Merrill Magpies in our All Abilities game is lining up. That's Tyrese Rhodes Orton lining up for a sausage roll on goal. Might bring this one home for us, will you?
Yeah, it's quite an easy shot. 20 out, slide-ish angle, and I'm going to back him in here. It's almost like a Robbie. I reckon he'll kick this, boys. I'm going to put the pen down and mark it down already, because I don't reckon there's any chance he'll miss this.
You know what? I'd like Chriso to get out there as well, because Chriso, you can go on the ground.
Oh, I've done it, Robbie. I've mozzed him.
You have mozzed him. That's all right, Tyrese. So if Chriso wants to make his way out there, that'd be fantastic. in our All Abilities game as the umpires are coming back onto the ground, which means we are going to take a break here on SS&A O&M Grand Final Day. Half-time done and dusted. Our All Abilities game, one of the highlights of the day, done and dusted as well. On the other side of this, the second half between the Pigeons and the Magpies, as the Magpies with a 20-point lead. You're listening to O&M Live on 2AY and 3NE, and on O&M Live, you won't miss a thing.
How many subscriptions do you have? One for entertainment? And one for news? And meditation? One for sport? And one for music? Whatever you're into, you can now manage select paid subscriptions in one place and save up to 10% with Optus SubHub. Discover what's trending and save by bundling them all together. Streamline your subscriptions with Optus SubHub. It starts with yes.
Looking for somewhere great to eat? Check out Social Dining and Bar. And right now, you can get a seafood basket, served with chips, salad and tartare sauce from just $18. Come and be part of it all at Social Dining and Bar at the SS&A.
GoTafe is hiring, and we want you on our team. Flexibility, professional development, generous remuneration, and a staff wellbeing program are just a few of the great benefits we offer. If you have a passion for your skill or qualification and you're looking for real work-life balance, then GoTafe is the place for you.
GoTafe is leading,
Inspiring.
hands-on,
Flexible. Fabulous.
We have dozens of trainer positions and corporate roles open right now. Get in touch today.
The new Nissan Navara has landed at McRae Nissan with a tougher, more rugged design, Nissan Intelligent Mobility, advanced off-road capabilities, and a host of on-road refinement. Test drive one today at McRae Nissan.
Did someone say KFC?
I don't care.
Adroit Insurance and Risk, your local insurance advisor, able to tailor insurance programs to support your business.
And we're proud to support our local community.
Pain or injury can stop you from living life to the fullest. Wodonga Private Hospital specialises in advanced orthopaedic services and offers a full range of care from diagnosis to surgery and rehabilitation. Get back to the life you love with our support.
Watching the game at home is good, but watching the game on the big screen with all your mates, all the atmosphere and the great food and beer is pretty hard to beat. And it's all here at the locker room at the SS&A.
Go to create your future. Go for free support services. Go to get in-demand skills. Go and follow your own path. Go for the choice of 120 courses across 11 campuses. Go where there's free TAFE. Go for it with GoTafe.
From entertainment to news and subscriptions in between, manage select subscriptions in one place with Optus SubHub. Streamline your paid subscriptions and save up to 10%. It starts with yes.
At 2AY, we're your home of news, talk, sport.
As the third quarter's about to get underway in the 2022 SS&A Ovens and Murray Grand Final. Wangaratta lead 5-8-38 to Yarrawonga 3-0-18. That's on the Peterborough home scoreboard. Umpire holds the footy aloft. The third quarter's underway for 8 Boss on O&M Live.
And Knowles and Howe go at it. Well done, Lockie Howe. Won the tap and got the gather. Kicked it to half forward. Fist was okay. Towards Jack Sexton. He couldn't control the footy. So just good pressure again there from Wangaratta. And Warwick Henderson He's pinged one there for locking the ball in, and a free kick's going to go on that far side of the ground. If they get through the mess there, Gus, looks like it might be Sexton.
It is, Robbie. And this is the part of the game that Yarrawonga have got to work on, and that's their entry. Short one to Fraunfelder. Too far to score, the left foot up, pops it up to the top of the goal square. Williams is the target, Bruce from behind. Porter's there in support. The Pigeons have numbers coming through. And they exit defensive 50 now via Saunders. Chip kick to Anchors is dangerous.
No score today. Gee, it's a big kick. They trail by 20 points, but a goal here in the first 2 minutes of this third term. There's a little bit of breeze going to this end. So Williams from 47 metres, kick on the way, drags it back for a Sunjan goal of the day. Lee Williams, just what the Pigeons required. They get the early goal. Margins back to 14 points, Monty, and it's game on.
How good's that? Willie Williams, he's been able to just, when he hasn't been his day today, and his body language has been a bit down, but tell you what, when he's got his chance, he's put it through and just kept him a bit of a sniff, hasn't he? Got it back to 14 points pretty quickly earlier in this third quarter.
Hunter Gotchling's just raced down to the bench, boys. He's got his left knee heavily strapped and was limping pretty badly, so we'll keep an eye on that one.
Two early inside 50s on the 40-wing stat sheet for Yarrawonga in their goal. They're much more effective than what they were in the first half.
Clark through the centre for the Magpies, goes backwards. Right foot kick inside, forward 50, trying to find Reed. Not enough on it for him, coming through his Masters. The support arrives for the Pigeons. Shimmies and shakes, handballs nicely to cross. Exits defensive 50 and links up nicely. Looks like it's Sexton across half-back for the Pigeons.
Yeah, Jack Sexton has it. Kick is dangerous to the middle of the ground. Very dangerous. Clark read it. Tapped it towards Mitchell or Yarrawonga. Showed good composure. The young follow. He's in trouble though. Great tackle by Newton and Sharrock. And it'll be Daniel Sharrock who'll win the free kick. It's what they've been good at all day.
He can be dangerous here, Daniel Sharrock, because he is a good user of the footy.
Look at this, all on his own. It's Paddy Warner.
Geez, they set up really well there. I think Dane Porter, and they also had another one out that far side who just sort of communicated and tried to get a bit of a space where Warner was. So it was great work there. And yeah, the Yarrawonga defence weren't quite sure what to do.
Paddy Warner from 45 metres. Grandstand end, kick on the way, got it. Gee, that's a good finish from the boy from Benalla. Paddy Warner raises both hands.
And McVeigh just held on, which was probably a poor decision by him.
Umpire calls him to play on. Poor kick inside 50. Sitting in the hole nicely is the big ruckman, Chris Knowles for the Pies.
Yeah, been good today, Big Knowlesy. Goes to Harry Smart, who kicks it down the line, and Dane Porter, great contest. At the base of the pack there is Saunders. Beautiful left foot kick. Finds Abraham Akers. Goes short. How about that for a kick? Straight down the throat of Callum Moore. Akers continues to run. Moore might give it a ride from there. No, he tops it up. 25 out from goal. Looks for Reed. Can't get it. Picked up nicely. right, wasn't paid. Good work by Wiley. Got it back to Fothergill. Fothergill kicks it long down the line. And Mitchell, if he doesn't take the mark, he's won himself a free kick at half back for Yarrawonga. The Pigeons trail by 20 points.
What we'll do, which you don't mind sometimes.
So it is a ball up just inside the centre square. How about that? A tap to Wheeler. The tackle was fantastic from Anchors though. Fraunfeld's started to come into the game. Threat of the handball to Mitchell. Got it inside to Wiley. Wiley goes short, needs a better kick. Picked up by Lee Williams. Snaps it over his left shoulder for a minor score. So Yarrawonga, that's the one they needed. The build-up was magnificent. They trail by 19 points. 6.5 minutes gone as they play on immediately.
Great to have your company. And I'll throw this one back to you, Robbie McKinlay.
As Lockie Howe has been tackled. He took him on, I guess, Mont. Not sure what you thought about that.
I think that's probably there. He looked like he was just trying to steamroll his way through, so good decision in the end. I think Lockie Howe's trying to insert himself in the game with a presence, but just not quite working out for him at the moment.
Richards kicks good. Finds Gotchling goes short to Reed. Couldn't quite get hold of it. Mopped up nicely by Coburn. Handball was Will Sexton's kick wasn't great. Was chopped out. There's a whistle though. Free kick. And they're going to get themselves out of trouble here. They got a little bit lucky here. The handball over the top was good. They're going to really go from here. Sexton down the line. Looks for Williams. Boarding on fist was good. And it's going to trickle out over the boundary line between centre wing and half forward for Yarrawonga. They trail by 19 points.
Gotchling's back on, boys. He's had that left ankle strapped as well. So left knee strapped and left ankle strapped, going through plenty of tape, the Magpies bench.
8.5 minutes gone, third term. Aubrey GJ Gardner Holmes time clock. Fothergill left it behind, had another go. It was Wheeler. We'll have another restart. Boundary side, Chris Mitchell, Newmarket Hotel.
Yep, and now we've got Mark Anderson just having a little bit of something to eat, I think. What are you eating there, Mark? He's not telling me. Might be pickle juice. Yeah, he is. Yep, he's nodding the head, so doesn't want a cramp in the second half.
Cramp is starting to kick in. Got done, LBW. Mitchell come through.
Well
Clever handball to Sexton. This is Will. This is where Leroy wants it.
But he doesn't need him!
Sunjan goal of the day from Will Sexton. From downtown, if you don't mind, and the Pigeons have got two in the third.
Inside the centre square, Will Sexton, beautiful. I think he was going to the big fella, but when he's deep, that's what we've been saying for the last quarter and a bit. Get the big fella deep because it draws attention, and he had a shot. He tried to get it to him, but it just bounces through. Perfect play there from Will Sexton.
Jack Sexton's up to 5 disposals for Yarrawonga on the 40-wing stat sheet in this third quarter. They've had 6 inside 50s as well inside the first 10 minutes and able to kick a couple of goals, getting a bit of momentum going their way now, Yarrawonga.
The big thing is that players who hardly touched the footy in the first half are starting to have an impact on the game. They're only 13 points down. Kick off the ground by Wiley. Got it inside forward 50. He was tackled. He was dragged to ground now. Here goes Sharrick. Oh, gee, this game has made a big momentum shift here at the moment. The Pigeons, they're really having a crack here, Mont.
They are, aren't they? They're really starting to try and put their presence in the game, and that's what they're doing. They're just getting on top around the ball, which is what we spoke about at half-time they need to do.
Howe could have given away an infringement in the ruck there. Umpire said nothing in it.
Clark kicks it to half forward. Moore's a chance. Moore can't gather. Here comes Holgate. He did well. Got a hurried handball back. Was okay. Yarrawonga keep it in. Cross did well. Fothergill was good. Through traffic. Got it to Wiley. Got it back to Ironspawn. Ironspawn to centre wing. The sun's in the eyes for Bailey Fraunfelder. Not for Koopman. Handball over the top to Morey. Get it over to Fraunfelder. Here's Williams. Couldn't mark it. Keep an eye on Fraunfelder. He gathered. He got it. He handballed over the top to Koopman. Koopman runs into goal. And he's missed. Sensational stuff from the Pigeons. They are coming. They trail by 12 points. Oh, Chris Mitchell, can you feel a boundary side for the Newmarket?
Absolutely, and you called it beautifully, Robbie. They certainly are coming. They're throwing the kitchen sink at the Pies, but how about the run from Fraunfelder? He's turned the game on its head in this third quarter.
44 to 32.
As the Pigeons bring it back into play again towards... Oh, well done, Morey. Up over the top. Anything like that'll do. Get a contest, get a boundary throw in. We're winning the ball around the stoppages, Mott. It's a good play.
And it's shown now the way Wangaratta's playing is how Yarra were in the first half. And they're kicking long. They're a bit rushed with the pressure that's around the footy. So it's really changed now this game in this third quarter.
Boundary throw in between wing and half forward. Yarrawonga making a real crack at. Here comes Coburn. Coburn from 50. Top of the goal square. Goes through for another minor score. 5-3-33. Wangaratta 6-8, 44. It's 11-point margin, and we have gone 11 and a half minutes third quarter action for Agboss.
Up to 9 inside 50s Yarrawonga in this third quarter on the 40-wing stat sheet compared to 6 for Wangaratta. 5 disposals already for Jack Sexton, 4 for Mark Wiley and 2 for Nick Fothergill for Yarrawonga.
Robbie McKinlay doing some of his best work on O&M Live. McVeigh brings it to ground level. Kelly's amongst the action. Umpire gathers and will restart once again. For McRae Motors, Scott Montgomery.
As we see here, Lee Williams is definitely staying a lot closer to goal in this third quarter, which I think is something they would have spoken about at half-time because he was just getting a little bit too high and the Wangaratta defence was just able to drop off way too easily, so it's good to see.
Howe took it out of the ruck. Tommy Hawkins up towards half forward. Saunders lurks, brings it to ground level, free kick. It's going to go the way
out of bounds on the full. Out of bounds on the full there. Unlucky there, just come off the boot, I think, of Saunders as he was running in. But I think it's a good call.
Gee, they've lifted. Blokes like Fraunfelder, Ironspawn, they're all coming in the game. The 2 Sexton boys are lift. They're starting to impact the game.
Lockie Howe's another one too.
He's been unbelievable. Here's the kick. Williams from behind, picked up by Wheeler. Gee, that's good poise. Cross the goal. Here's Logan Morey. Clean bowled him almost. Desperation from Grossman. Did he dive on it? Warwick says, give it to me. Ball up. 20 out from goal. 44 to 33. It's an 11-point margin. Wangaratta lead. But the margin at one stage was up over, I think it was 26 points.
Williams, did he get taken high? Umpires made a dump. Advantage. Wheeler! The Pigeons are back in this contest, and it's a 1-goal ball game in the Big Dance.
How good is that? Willie Wheeler just knows what's going on in the game, doesn't he? He's really starting to assert himself in this third quarter. Played on with the free kick that was paid, and there's a lot going on too off the ball then after that free kick was paid. And Willie Wheeler way too good, just straight in, kicks the goal, gets the game right back to 5 points here. It's game on in this third quarter.
A bit more urgency from the Pigeons. It's making the Wangaratta defenders a little bit nervous, a little bit overzealous with that tackle there. Dumped Williams, and obviously Wheeler played on an open goal. 3
disposals in this third quarter for Willie Wheeler on the 40-wing stat sheet, along with that goal as well.
Well, they've kicked, 4 of the last 5 goals. The margin got out to 26 points. Moore through the middle of the ground, kicked it off the ground, tapped it, almost worked its way into forward 50. Nice work there from Will Sexton. Kicks it to brother Jack. They've both lifted. Sexton's kick. Oh, well done, Bailey Fraunfelder. He loves this situation. Had one bounce. Drives long. Fraunfelder. Pigeons in front. Pigeons are in front. Would you believe it? 45 to 44. 5 of the last 6 goals. The Lavington Sports Ground has come to life.
How good was that? Bailey Fraunfelder, we've spoken about it a few times. He's really lifted, and to finish with a goal like that, that's just class. Took him on, and away he went, bang, and he doesn't mind celebrating either, especially on a day like today. He loved it even more.
Didn't even look like passing it off dizzy old Basil. I spoke to his partner Emma before the game. She was very excited for him. He lives on these big occasions.
11 inside 50s to 6 in favour of Yarrawonga in this third quarter alone. They've been really dominant. Jack Sexton's the one, boys. He's up to 6 disposals, and Bailey Fraunfelder across that forward half has been outstanding in this third term.
Who could write a script like this for the Big Dance? The Pigeons have got momentum. They're going to go into attack once again. Fothergill via Wheeler. Anderson stood up in the big moment. Goes to Sharrick. Little 1-2. Mark Anderson through the centre. Right foot kick in the redirection. Cross. Well done for the Gill. Left it behind. Here's Porter into Clark. Clark's kick's clever. Wants to find the grass. Reed, can he keep it alive? He can't. Out of bounds for a boundary throw-in.
Well, Reed, he wasn't happy there either, was he? The way he threw the ball back to the boundary.
Big boo
umpire.
from the crowd.
Probably the wrong call, but anyway, that's what you get sometimes.
Millimetres in it. Boundary umpire's in great position there. So Yarrawonga lead by a point. If you've just joined us, they trailed by 26 at one stage in the second quarter. Anchors over the top to Jesse Smith. Tackled, brought to ground. Wiley got it. Quick release. Bo Seymour. Mr. Yarrawonga. Here we go. Here's a go for Sexton. Run it hard the footy. Grabbed it. Jack Sexton kicks it to half forward. Williams knocked an opponent over. Boarding on was good. Showed great composure. Back to Van Berlo. Here's a chance for Mitchell and Grossman. Grossman tackles Mitchell and he should get a free kick. He does get a free kick for incorrect disposal. Well done, Matty Grossman. 44-45, Yarrawonga lead, 16.5 minutes gone, third term.
Tackles like that can decide a grand final. He's stopped Yarrawonga going back inside 50 for a repeat entry.
Yep.
Well done, Matty Grossman. More to save your team a goal there.
Do Yarrawonga have more in the tank to keep this avalanche going?
Well, they've got momentum, Gussie, and they've got a heap of it.
You can't buy that off the supermarket shelf. Porter, using his experience, 317 games of it. Right foot kick, long down the line. McVeigh brings it to ground level. Out of bounds for a boundary throw in. Velodrome side, 1 point lead, favouring the Pigeons. 17 minutes gone, the third.
And again, a bit of push and shove off the ball there. Of course, Jack Sexton's in the middle of it, as he is every week.
Loves it. Gee, the Yarra crowds come into play too, making plenty of noise. Whistle, free kick.
And
this is something that's happening.
Yeah, it's going to go to McVeigh against Sexton. He was holding on to the jumper, and that ball said, no, that's long enough. We'll give it holding the man here. So that's who he's gone to. McVeigh will get it.
So good control there from Jason Rain. If you just joined us, Yarrawonga in front by a point. Reed, front position, come to ground. Handball over the top by Smith. Tyler Norton, make a name for yourself, young fella. Yeah, he has. Sunjan goal of the day. The Pies are back in front, and there's a little bit of argy-bargy going on the other side of the ground. How good's this footy? Chris Mitchell, boundary side for the Newmarket.
Yeah, beautifully called there. Great goal there from Norton on the run with a snap from about 45 directly in front. Big goal, much needed one for the Pies, but plenty happening off the ground as well. McVeigh's just coming to the bench after that short scuffle.
Jack Sexton's up to 7 disposals in this third quarter on the 40-wing stat sheet. Mark Wiley continued his good form from the second quarter. He's up to 5 himself. For the Wangaratta Magpies, Jackson Clark's had 4 and 3 disposal each to Joe Richards and Abraham Anchors in the third term.
They led by 26 points at one stage, the Pies, and now they find themselves with a 5-point lead. Could be a free kick to the Bald-Head Warrior. Umpire said no. Lurking around his forge. Umpire says, give it here, boys. We'll have a restart. 7-8-50, the Pies. Yarrawonga, 3-7-45. Peter Bowen home scoreboard.
Moore got the tap. Wheeler sharked it cleverly. Kicks it inside forward 50. Saunders, what a grab.
What a mark.
What a grab. It certainly wasn't high, but by geez, it was good. And Lukey Saunders, he's beaten Wangaratta's top 3 today.
It's probably a valuable grab too, because if he was on the ground, it was a 2-on-1 with the boys on their feet. So Yarrawonga had the outnumber at ground level.
As the ball trickles out over the boundary side, we'll go Chris Mitchell for the Newmarket Hotel. Next possibility after that is Gussie McLeod.
Not many rotations here, boys. Cal Moore's back on the ground, so expect the ball to go to him soon, but Holgate's wearing him like a glove.
Boundary throw-in right in front of our broadcast position at the 19-minute mark of the third term, thanks to Peter Bowen Holmes. Football comes back into play. Coburn left it behind. Sexton links up with his brother Jack. Put a tackle applied on Kelly. Calls for holding the footy. Umpire says we'll have a restart right in front of the interchange benches in the 2022 Grand Final.
On the 40-wing stat sheet, Willie Wheeler's had 5 disposals in this third quarter. He only had 6 disposals in all of the first half. He's really lifted for Yarrawonga.
Lifted, no end. Fist by Tyson was good. Going forward, Coburn at it. Gee, he's been good this quarter. Pumped it to half forward. Logan Moore took up front position. Marks, piercing kick. William!
Bang!
Took a good grab in front of the real good player. Michael boarding on, but gee, the kick's tough, Mont. Explain it for our listeners.
Yeah, right on the junction there of the 50 and the boundary on this bare scoreboard side here. But how good was the kick from Logan Moore? Just your little chiseler. He could have. He wasn't really looking up there. Jesse Koopman in a heap of space there, but Lee Williams will back himself here. And I'll tell you what, I wouldn't put it past him.
From 50, right on the boundary. Lee Williams just comes around a little bit. Kick on its way. It's coming back. Oh, what a goal! Sunjan goal of the day. Lee Williams putting on a clinic. That's as tough as it gets. And the Pigeons are back in front by a point. Williams has got 2.
That's why he's a Doug Strang medalist, boys. Can slot him from everywhere. So he's really lifted this quarter, lifted his side back into contention and back in front by a point.
Total domination by Yarrawonga in this third quarter. All ball's been in their forward half. 15 inside 50s. They only had 14 inside 50s in the first half, and they've had 15 in this third quarter alone. Completely flipped the game on its head. Jack Sexton and Willie Wheeler are the two really leading it.
1 point lead to the Pigeons in the big dance. Clark emerged with the footy for the Pies. Left foot kick up towards half. Half forward has been chopped off nicely by Sexton. This is Will. Umpire calls him to play on. Kicks long down the line. It's a good kick. Anderson's got to be good here for the Pies. He is. Makes a good contest. Comes back inboard. Here's a go for Norton. Been okay today. Kicked out a really crucial goal. And he chips the footy nicely back to Mark Anderson, true centre wing, Velodrome side.
The only reason Mark Anderson was out there all by himself because he was over there stretching his calves because he was cramping already, so that's why he was left out there. And I reckon he needs some more pickle juice, Mitch.
He's still cramping
Plenty
now,
down
guys. Gee, that's a good grab taken by Moore. Oh, sorry, Knowles pumps it long. Here's Moore over the back. Good grab. Lee Masters. That is one of the great grabs of the day. Comes across the ground, kick's going to be good. Saunders missed it in the end, spills free. Sharrock through traffic, he's all class, goes over the top. Ben Reid marks 45 out, almost directly in front.
It was like everyone stopped. You had Mitchell and I think Maury and a couple of other players, Fothergill as well, just trying to dance around, trying to stop Sharrock, but he just had so much poise and class, didn't he?
Yeah, good players do that. They make the game stop and they just run the whole show. Great poise from Sharrock. The sort of blokes you want the ball in their hand in these situations. So Benny Reid put the Magpies back in front. Comes in, he's hooked it. Oof. Hits the post.
They needed that.
Geez, it come back a bit then. My initial observation might have been a bit harsh, Mont.
He's hooked
Hey, guess what? Scores a level here. How good's that? Almost 23 minutes gone, third term.
Yarrawonga have just found a sense of life since the half-time break. They trailed this contest by 26 points at one stage and now scores a level.
That's out on the full too. That's out on the full.
Oh. The kick from Mitchell only just made the distance. And the umpire's going to overrule it here. Talk us through this one, Monty.
So it's a great decision. The other boundary umpire's come in from about 50 metres away who's seen it.
Charlie Blanche, boys.
Yeah, it's definitely out on the full. As he took the mark, it come up and hit the back of his heel and it was very stiff for Logan Maury, but it's definitely out on the full.
So McVeigh is going to be the recipient of the free kick. Umpire Ash Braun. How good's that in the special effects line? I don't know who it's come from, but it's coming in loud and clear. McVeigh inside forward 50, trying to find more. Brought it to ground level. Sharrock through a pack.
Oh, they're out.
Sharrock to the goal square. Warner, Ellis, Warner. Big tackle applied. Umpire said nothing in it. Swing and miss. Over the top, numbers lurk. Mitchell's got to be good here. Sharrock's not on his heels. Gets a scoop. Handball's back inboard. He's the warrior. Matty Kelly off a step to the top of the goal square. Now, too big, too strong. Intercepts nicely for the Pies.
They got numbers out too. If they can get it wide, Ryan Bruce is all on his own on centre wing. Fothergill's kick's got to have depth. Ellis did well, made a bit of ground, can't stop the mark, been taken.
They're out.
Handball to Einspawn. Yarrawonga are out here. Handball could come back to Bruce, doesn't. Einspawn goes long, down the line. Boarding on, brought it to ground. Gotchling gathers, kicks to midfield. Kelly through traffic, took a real good grab, and he goes to half forward and he finds Jackson Clark.
Clark marks for the Pies. Off the back of true centre, kicks in the Sharrock direction. It's a good one. A missile testing, and he knows that, so he kicks in the pocket beautifully. The mark's been taken. It's Abraham Anchors. 35 metres out on a 50-degree angle.
How good was that from Wangaratta? They won the footy in the air at half-back, able to come back through the middle, a couple of short kicks, and very smart there from Daniel Sharrock, finding Abraham Ankers, who is a much better set shot than Daniel, especially being 20 metres closer than him.
Abe Ankers to extend the lead or bring the lead back to 6 points to the Hannah Street end. Crowd will tell the story. It's home! Sunjan goal today from Abraham Ankers. And the Pies lead by 6 points in the big dance.
4 disposals for Abraham Ankers in this third quarter alone was with that goal as well. It takes him up to 18 for the game. He's been outstanding across the ground. Obviously, Jackson Clark is up to 7 disposals as well for the Wangaratta Magpies. They've had 12 inside 50s to 15 in favour of Yarrawonga. They've had their opportunities and been able to take advantage of them at different stages throughout the quarter.
And how good the return of Daniel Sharrock, boys. He's just, as soon as they won the ball in the middle of that ground, he got some separation, set that goal up for the Pies.
Yeah, his last 5 minutes, Mitch, you're right, mate. He's got them back in this contest. They lead it by 6. Jackson Clark's been great. Kelly's lifted, had a swing and a miss. He'll be penalised for that. So free kick will go to Yarrawonga. It goes to Wheeler. The middle of the ground, a tumbling old punt kick towards Williams. Backing in there was Gotchling, missed it. Paddling was Koopman. Lawrence was there, couldn't gather. Saunders' handball was good. Got it at the back to Norton. Norton had one bounce. Kicks at the centre wing. Kick's not good. Chopped out by Ryan Bruce.
Ryan Bruce, true centre wing, broadcast side. Right foot kick, chips it up. Williams is going to have a pack to beat. Does well to bring it to ground level. Fronfelder come through soccer style. Shoveled out the back. Richards wanted it, got ignored, kicked long down the line. Well done, Bruce. Made a contest.
Great tackle.
Sharrock comes through and Wiley wrapped him up. And umpire Warwick Henderson says we'll throw the footy up. 27 minutes gone. The Pies lead by 6. Third quarter for Agbos.
It'll be a long quarter. 8 goals kicked this quarter so far. Oh, Wheeler through traffic. Hasn't he lifted? Kicks it into half forward. Sexton takes a good grab. Wheeling around now was Jack. Goes long. Williams the target. Fisted through. Well done. Yeah. Could have been a little bit more dangerous, but knocked through by boarding on. So it is a 5-point lead to Wangaratta. 27 minutes gone in the third term. Brad Freak, 40 weeks.
Jack Sexton and Willie Wheeler are the two that are lifted for Yarrawonga. Jack Sexton up to 8 disposals and Willie Wheeler up to 7 disposals respectively in this third term alone.
The Pies come broadcast side. Newton, good strong mark. Worked his way up the ground. Had Masters hot on his heel. As the siren sounds for three-quarter time, it's a quarter completely and utterly dominated by the Yarrawonga Pigeons, and it's a 6-point ball game, or a 5-point ball game, I should say, at the final break. 8-9-57 to 8-4-52. Big final quarter coming up on the other side of the break. It's O&M Live, and on O&M Live, you won't miss a thing.
How many subscriptions do you have? One for entertainment? And one for news? And meditation? One for sport? And one for music? Whatever you're into, you can now manage select paid subscriptions in one place and save up to 10% with Optus SubHub. Discover what's trending and save by bundling them all together. Streamline your subscriptions with Optus SubHub. It starts with yes.
Looking for somewhere great to eat? Check out Social Dining and Bar. And right now, you can get a seafood basket, served with chips, salad and tartare sauce from just $18. Come and be part of it all at Social Dining and Bar at the SS&A.
GoTafe is hiring, and we want you on our team. Flexibility, professional development, generous remuneration and a staff wellbeing program are just a few of the great benefits we offer. If you have a passion for your skill or qualification and you're looking for real work-life balance, then GoTafe is the place for you.
GoTafe is leading,
Inspiring.
hands-on,
Flexible. Fabulous.
We have dozens of trainer positions and corporate roles open right now. Get in touch today.
The new Nissan Navara has landed at McRae Nissan with a tougher, more rugged design, Nissan Intelligent Mobility, advanced off-road capabilities, and a host of on-road refinement. Test drive one today at McRae Nissan.
Did someone say KFC?
I don't care. I love it.
Adroit Insurance and Risk, your local insurance advisor, able to tailor insurance programs to support your business.
And we're proud to support our local community.
Pain or injury can stop you from living life to the fullest. Wodonga Private Hospital specialises in advanced orthopaedic services and offers a full range of care from diagnosis to surgery and rehabilitation. Get back to the life you love with our support.
Watching the game at home is good, but watching the game on the big screen with all your mates, all the atmosphere and the great food and beer is pretty hard to beat. And it's all here at the locker room at the SS&A.
Go to create your future. Go for free support services. Go to get in-demand skills. Go and follow your own path. Go for the choice of 120 courses across 11 campuses. Go where there's free TAFE. Go for it with Go TAFE.
From entertainment to news and subscriptions in between, manage select subscriptions in one place with Optus SubHub. Streamline your paid subscriptions and save up to 10%. It starts with yes.
At 2AY, we're your home of news, talk, sport and music.
We're community focused, passionate about our region and what makes it great.
We bring you the very latest news that matters, from breaking stories in your backyard to headlines and hot topics from around the country and around the world.
And on weekends, we live and breathe local sport and bring you exclusive live coverage.
1494 2AY, we're your local.
Boundary side, Chris Mitchell for the Newmarket Hotel. What do the coaches have to say?
Yeah, I'll be real quick. Ben Reid was really up and about. Obviously, he wants lots of run to start this last quarter, trying to isolate Kelmore, but need to be smarter with the ball use and asked his players how desperate they are.
For Bingley, here's the final quarter. 57-52 with Robbie McKinlay.
Yep, here we go. Here's a chance, doing you keep, lads. This is what it's all about. Knowles got a good fist on it, straight to anchors, knocked off the footy. Was good by Jack Sexton. Brought to ground, Forge, overrun it. Tackle, fed out by Sharrock. Got it on to Knowles. Knowles kicks it deep. Here's more. Just a good clean entry, one-on-one, Monty.
As Chris Mitchell said, they're going to try and isolate him, and why not? He's just so strong and powerful and quick on the lead. And tell you what, Chris Knowles, hasn't he just improved from that second semi-final performance? He has been up there in the best place for Wangaratta today, and that kick there just out in front of Moore was absolutely fantastic.
So if you're on the radio and you're not watching, Cal Moore is going to shoot from 30 metres, 45-degree angle. Kicking to the number 2 end, the ground, kick on the way, put it through. Cal Moore's got 3. What a start to the quarter for the Wangaratta Magpies, and they extend that lead out to 11 points. And Chris Mitchell for the Newmarket Hotel, if there's any breeze, I reckon it's going that way.
Yeah, it's probably still a 1-goal breeze, I reckon, that end. But how about the start from the Magpies? Just what they wanted to separate Cal Moore. Yeah, he might be up there in the Did Simpson voting, boys, if he can get a couple more.
One inside 50 for Wangaratta in this last quarter for 1 goal there. Pretty simple stuff when you get the ball out of the centre nice and quickly there for Wangaratta.
63 plays 52. Really big lead here. In the terms of this contest, it's been really, really close. Michael Gibbons having a little chin wag to Chris O. Chris O, what's he saying?
Do you want to talk to him?
he was coming through loud and clear. Fothergill on the boot, inside 50. Shallow entry, Mark Anderson. He's pumped some pickle juice into himself at the main break, Robbie, because that calf is operating fine.
Yeah, he was stretching it out a bit, wasn't he, late in that third quarter. Here's Big Knowlesy again. Gee, isn't he having a rattler? And it's gone out to the Yobbo Hill, velodrome side of the ground. And it's just everyone's just sort of trying to take it all in. That early goal, to Wangaratta. It's just sort of sucked a little bit out of the game so far. But I'll tell you what, Mont, only takes one more from Yarrawonga.
Absolutely, and it's going to be those big names around the ball like they were in the third quarter to really get them going in this last quarter.
Howe was tackled, intercepted by Knowles. Knowles drives it long. Cal Moore marks. No, he doesn't. He got it low to his ankles. Kick off the ground. They have to work hard here, the Pigeons. They can't let it out. Joey Richards, bit of magic. Joey Richards. Oh! Wow! What a goal! Joe Richards has nailed a Sunjang goal today from the forward pocket to the eastern end of the ground. Miraculous goal. And that one there, I reckon it might have been Josh Porter in the 2017 grand final. Kick one from almost the same spot. The lead's out to 17 points. That is absolute class, Joe Richards.
How good was that? I reckon I saw one from Craig Endy up the other end in front of the race that was just as good as that one, but I'll tell you what, that's up there as one of the best grand final goals you'll see. And Joey Richards, I'll tell you what, that's a time to step up right there.
2 goals to start the final term for the Wangaratta Magpies. 69 plays 52. Yarrawonga must respond, and they must respond quickly. Here's Wiley to Wheeler. Did he get taken without the footy?
He's gone.
Umpire said it's holding the ball. Free kick to the ball-headed Warrior. Matty Kelly wants to get a deep entry. Umpire calls him to play on. Not his best kick off the boot. Shallow entry. Richards. Second bite of the cherry from the same spot to the top of the goal square. More brute strength, brute ability, brute class. Sunjam goal of the day from Cal Moore. He's kicked 4, 2 goals in the final term, and I reckon, boys, that's the first nail in the coffin. 3.5 minutes gone, 75 to 52.
Tell you what, 3 goals in 3.5 minutes, if you don't mind. Wangaratta have gone, well, that third quarter didn't go to plan, but we're going to show Yarrawonga exactly what we're made of, and those 3 goals right now have put enough of a buffer there. It's going to be really hard for Yarrawonga from here.
Joe Richards starting deep forward, boys. He's been in the thick of the action so far, and just Cal Moore, just brute strength to hold off Holgate to then snap truly.
2 disposals on the 40-wing stat sheet in the last quarter for Callum Moore for 2 goals as well. He's had 11 disposals for the day on our stat sheet. He's been outstanding with his 4 goals as well.
Have a look at that forward line. Moore, Reid, Richards. That terrorises backmen, and they've got plenty of space around them too. Well, 3 goals in the first 3.5 minutes of the last quarter. Yarrawonga hit the front during the third term. Here's Knowles again. How good has he been? Kicks it to Reid. Ben Reid marks, play on. Got a handball to Norton. Got it on to Sharrock. Sharrock over the left shoulder. Hits the post. That was a sealer. That was going to be all over Red Rover. It smashed into the post. 24-point margin. Geez, they're not far away from it now.
That ball must have been touched off the boot to Ben Reid because he wouldn't have played on otherwise, but the umpire must have called him. So he was quick to get it out there. And I'll tell you what, if Dan Sharrock kicks that, it's nearly game over because it would have been 4 in 5 minutes. And I'll tell you what, it's a long way back.
It's a 4-goal straight lead to the Wangaratta Magpies. Richards can't quite keep this alive, out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. Chris Mitchell for the Newmarket Hotel.
Yeah, a few dejected Pigeons down here at the moment, boys. Just wondering how they're going to turn this last quarter around. Wangaratta's thrown the kitchen sink and nearly home, I reckon, boys.
Boundary throw-in. Howe took it out of the ruck, fed it nicely to Wiley. Right foot kick, Velodrome's side towards Frontfelder. Bit too much on it. Nice fist coming through from Alice. Boundary throw-in. Brad Freak, 40 winks.
4 inside 50s to none in favour of Wangaratta in this last quarter for the 3 goals as well. Maximum effect when they go inside 50 in this last term, Wangaratta.
Kicked the last 4 goals of the game, Wangaratta. And got the last one through anchors in the third term. They've kicked the first 3 this quarter. Kicks it inside forward 50. Frontfelder over the footy. Richards knocked off it. Gee, mark these players going in nice and hard here. And umpire Jason Rain will ball up. Centre wing. The crowd's just been a little hushed a bit by what they've seen to start this quarter. Looking for a big contest. And at the moment, Wangaratta have just taken all the energy out. And arguably best on ground, Big Knowlesy. He's got a free kick, Gus.
He certainly does. Velodrome's side. Only 2 players behind him as he goes to centre half back. It's Anderson. Switches dangerously. Van Berlo's got to be clean. Williams comes in and says, get out of the road. Williams from 50 takes a bounce, steady, chips it to Frontfelder. Frontfelder goes! 3-goal lead to the Pies. And Lee Williams stood up in the big moment when the Pigeons needed him most.
that kick from Anderson just had to hit. It's one of those switches that he's got to be able to hit that because he had all the space. He would have just taken off, but the ball just bounced and bounced. Didn't quite sit up for Van Berlo. And big Lee Williams just went, I'm a bit bigger than you. I'm going to push you over. And bang, away he went. And unselfish. He could have had a shot, but he gave it to his teammate Frontfelder in the goal square to get it back, game back in Wangaratta's Yarrawonga's terms a little bit.
2 early disposals for Nick Fothergill and Mark Wiley on the 40-wing stat sheet. 2 disposals also in this last term to Cal Moore, Mark Anderson for the Wangaratta Magpies.
I suppose one thing in Yarrawonga's favour, those goals Wangaratta got were so early. There's so much time left in this quarter. As Wheeler drags the ball out of the middle of the ground, looks for Williams. Ball didn't get over the back. Sexton was good at the footy. Jack couldn't control it though. Here's another chance for Wheeler. Punches the ball. Probably should have gathered. Clark got it for Wangaratta. Got it to Knowles. Brilliant pick up. Handball wasn't quite tidy. Dane Porter head over the footy. Kick off the ground here by Ankers was okay. Got it to Richards. Got it back now to Ankers. Dribble it to Kelly. Kelly kicks it wide. Numbers. There's a real race. Ankers has taken on the whole Yarrawonga side and almost won it. Einsform was good. Clever handball. Swing and a miss. Mick Newton's there. Hurry kick. Top of the goal square. Cal Moore juggled. Got it. Handball. Norton missed it. Regathered. Over his shoulder. Misses to the right-hand side. Good Minor scored 19-point lead to the Wangaratta Magpies. That might have been the one, Gus.
Handy point, Monty.
Very handy point days like this, but he could have given the handball to Paddy Warner, who was standing there on the right side for him. So maybe just needed a bit more composure there, the young fella.
Seymour to Holgate across half back. 11-11-77 the Pies. The Pigeons 9-4-58. It's on the border carpet scoreboard. Kick goes back inboard to Will Sexton. I've liked his game today, Monty, for McRae Motors.
Yeah, both Sexton boys have been great, but Will Sexton's been able to stand up when he's needed to back there.
Kicks long down the line. Bruce is the target. Anderson gets in the way for the Pies. Coming through nicely as Wheeler. He's lifted. Finds Frontfelder. Chop to Falcon. Regathered the football. Anderson wraps him up in a tackle. Did he drag it in? Warwick Anderson says no. Restart. Brad Freak, 40 wings.
Yeah, 3 disposals in this last term for Willie Wheeler, keeping up his good form from that third. He's had 10 in the second half. Also, Nick Fothergill's also had 3 disposals on the 40-wing stat sheet for Yarrawonga.
Chris Mitchell, quickly, Newmarket Hotel on the boundary side.
Yeah, Anderson's just come off, boys. Not sure what's going on. Maybe you need some more pickle juice. We'll just keep you updated with that one.
I reckon it's cramped. Wheeler, G, another possession. Chip Sird, out of bounds to the full. Just not using the ball well at the moment there. Just need to be a little bit more precise or even go deeper.
Yeah.
It was a pretty low percentage kick, Mont, to that side of the ground.
He was on a flat-out lead, wasn't he? To right on the boundary. It's not going to always come off, so just need to be a bit better there, Willie Wheeler, and probably go deeper to the big guys.
Clark, long down the broadcast side wing. Howe's got to be strong. Appeals for Cross to take the mark. Turned over by Richards. Richards takes a bounce. Takes the second. Kicks a goal! He's all class, Joey Richards. Kicks the 12 for the Pies. And it's going to be a big, big mountain for Yarrawonga to climb to get that premiership in 2022.
As soon as he gets into space, Joey Richards, no one's catching him, and away he went. Ran about 40 metres, a few bounces, and away he went. Never going to miss that goal. Thanks for coming. That's nearly the final nail in the coffin, I reckon, of Yarrawonga.
3 disposals in the last quarter for Joe Richards, but for 2 goals, so he's having maximum impact on the game, hitting the scoreboard for Wangaratta and really putting this margin ahead. And you might think that the game's over for them now.
Just great running football, but again, just that little errant kick from the Pigeons going into half forward. Very costly. Sharrock, high pressure to Wheeler, kicked it wide. Kelly, Matty, ducked under one, ducked under the second. He got it high. He was due to get a high free kick there at some stage. Kelly kept putting his head over the footy and in a lot of traffic. He'll pump the ball long, inside forward 50. Sun in the eye for Reed, comes to ground. Masters gathers, almost kicked Ash Broughton in the back of the head. And Lockie Howard's marked. Oh, 50. The 50-metre penalty. Yep, okay, going to go the way of Lockie Howard.
Yeah, I think he's come in from the side there, boys. So I think that's what he's paid, encroaching from behind the mark before he'd been called to play on. So probably the right call.
Chipped the ball in the Williams direction. Didn't have the front spot and the kick was poor. The Pies exit defensive 50. Here's Richards, true centre wing, broadcast side. He's got Smith over the top with a 1-2. Calmore's lead was ignored. Reedy wants it deep and that's where he's going to get it.
Good kick.
One-on-one. Reed and Cross. Reed too good. Ben Reed marks. 10 metres out on a 45-degree angle.
How good was that? What a kick too. Just got it to the right side of him. He could have probably blazed away. He had Abe Anchors leading to a pocket. He had Kelmore running back to space, then come back at him, but he thought, no, I'm going to the one-on-one and near the goal square, and his coach was just too good for him there.
Ben Reid, it's his second year at the helm of the Magpies. Well, first year as senior coach, second year at the club. And Ben Reid kicks a point to the left-hand side for a minor score. 12-12-84 to Yarrawonga 9-4-58. Border Carpet scoreboard. 12 minutes gone on the Albury GJ Gardner Homes time clock in the last quarter of the 2022 Grand Final.
You just see the delivery too, boys, the two differences in the two sides. To Williams, it's on the ground. To Reid, it's one out in the goal square, so that's the difference at the moment.
Fothergill played on, ran his full measure. Kick towards centre wing. Mitchell went high. Ball came to ground. Kelly lifted his work rate. Won a footy in hard and tight. Jack Clark got it out. Quick hands to Ellis. Ellis to Sharrock. Sharrock did well. Kept it in, but he's under a lot of pressure from Jess Koopman. It's just about hit Jimmy Wiltshire in the head as he's kicked that ball out of bounds. That big camera got on the road of that big head of his, and it probably saved him in the end. The Fothergill will take it half back.
He'll listen back to that, Jimmy, and he won't mind that, I reckon.
He loves it mentioned.
Doesn't mind a shout-out, does he, Jimmy?
Here's Maury for the Pigeons. Inboard to Sexton. Got to take the legs. Overlaps on if he wants to use it. He does. And here's an opportunity for Seymour. Kicks towards half forward. The Pigeons are away here. Chisling kick in the Williams direction is good. Brilliant kick from Ironspawn. And Lee Williams is going to go back and have the most crucial set shot of his 2022 season for the Pigeons.
That's the first play of the day. We've seen the way Yarrawonga really want to play. They want to transition from deep in their defensive 50 to the other side of the ground, and then it just opens up for him. And what a kick from Ironspawn to get this shot on goal for Lee Williams.
So Williams to bring the margin back to 20 points to the Hannah Street end. Williams kicks a goal. The Pigeons still have a heartbeat. He's kicked 4, or 3 I should say, at the 14-minute mark of the final term.
Four inside 50s for Yarrawonga in this last term on the 40-wing stat sheet. Willie Wheeler keeps fighting hard. He's up to 4 disposals. Nick Fothergill is also up to 5 disposals as well. Wangaratta have been able to get the ball inside forward 50, which has really lived in this term. Had it 8 times inside their forward 50. Jackson Clark with the 3 disposals. So is Joe Richards and Abe Anchors in this last term.
Just get the feeling they got one more run in them. I reckon the Pigeons here. It's a 20-point margin. One more goal. It gets around that 14 points. We saw what they were able to do in that third quarter. They got so much momentum going. And here they go. Wheeler had to kick it in a hurry. Big play. Lawrence is going to do well. He took on the tackler. He didn't have any prior opportunity. Umpire Ash Broughton agrees with myself and says, I'll ball it up slightly into attack for Yarrawonga. They trail by 20 points. Gee, they've been brave. They've been classy, the Pies, but Gussie, they've just got one more crack in them, I reckon.
They need the next goal in the next 2 or 3 minutes, Robbie. Moore slapped it forward for the Pies. Well done, Maury. Come through. Here's an opportunity now for Clark. His kick didn't go the 15. Juice is in trouble. That's holding the footy. It's going to be a free kick. It's going to go the way of Maury. He goes inboard to Lockie Howe. Wants to find a runner. Gets one. And he gets him into a bit of trouble to Ironspawn. Calmore mops up. Handball over the top to Warner. Warner with a low chiseler down the line. The Pies want the boundary. Reedy wants the boundary, but cross is there for the Pigeons.
Goes long, down the line. Bruce went high. Front of the pack, Urquhart. Hurry old kick. It finds fortuitously Fraunfelder. Fraunfelder looks for Williams. Over the back. Chance here. No, Masters gone forward. Can't get it. Dan Sharrock did well. Chipping kick over the top to Gotchling, but he's got no one to look at. Here comes Sharrock. He'll present, and Dan Sharrock marks, but still at the moment, there's not a lot of ones forward of the ball.
Geez, that work rate from Dan Sharrock. He was in the goal square there with Lee Masters for a one-on-one. They won at Wangaratta, and he took off, and now he's the outlet 70 metres away from where that first contest was. So great job, Dan Sharrock.
Right foot kick finds Abraham Anchors, his 40-wing Brad Freak.
He's coming up for his 22nd disposal of the game.
He's been absolutely huge, throwing his 2 goals. And the ball's in the hands of Mark Anderson, I should say, as Wangaratta look to play methodically across the Velodrome side wing. Long raking right foot kick down the line, flying high at ground level. Here's a go for Wheeler. Handball's over the top to Wiley, back inboard to Maury. Needs to get it on the boot. That he does. Inside 50, Williams makes a contest. Where are the Crummers? Masters is lurking. The Feels for holding the footy.
That's popped out.
Umpire says no, we'll throw the footy up 20 metres out from the Pigeons' goal.
I reckon Jason Rain was keen to pay that then, but the ball just popped out at the last second for him to be able to pay the ball up.
Pleading for holding the ball here, the boys, they've lifted on the bench too.
Williams tap. Who's there available? Might have been a call for a push. No, play on's a call. Hurried left foot kick by Clark was high and long. Sitting underneath it.
Oh, 50.
Oh, dear. Against Fraser Ellis. So Urquhart took the mark 60 metres out from goal. So he should be at the top of the goal square here for the 50-metre penalty. And that is exactly where Jason Rain is. So this will bring the margin back to 14 points. And there'll be about 10 minutes left in the game. There's a lot of footy to be played. If Urquhart can kick this, he does just that. 14-point margin. Urquhart gets his first. It's 84-70. 17.5 minutes gone. We're doing it for Bing Lee. Chris Mitchell for the Newmarket Hotel.
I can just sense the urgency at the moment on the bench. Time's running out. Not on their side, the Pigeons, but they're not done with yet. 14 points. Still a little bit to go in this game.
Sorry, Scotty. They've been able to get the last 3 inside 50s in this game too as well. Yarrawonga, there was 8-4 at one stage. It's 8-7 now in this last 10 favour of Wangaratta.
And you see Ben Reid there. He knows the stage of the game. He was pointing to the bench. Let's get a number behind the footy. So I dare say they'll just keep throwing numbers behind to try and clog it up now.
14-point margin, and here come the Pigeons. Wheeler inside 50, flying high at ground level. Lawrence lurks. Right. Lawrence out the back, got to get rid of it. Umpire says holding the ball. Huge tackle in the magnitude of the game.
Saunders at Norton.
And it's going to be Saunders who's going to be the recipient of the free kick. 18.5 minutes gone. 14-point lead to the Pies.
That was a game-winning tackle, that one, wasn't it? Then, gee whiz, Masters forward now. They look real dangerous down there, the Pigeons. As Gotchling chips short. He finds Fraser Ellis, who's a true centre-half back. 18.5 minutes gone. 14-point lead to Wangaratta. 84-70. Ellis goes long, Velodrome wing, big fist. Who's going to gather? It'll be Yarrawonga, and it will be Will Sexton, who weighs up his options, kicks to centre wing, base of the pack. Joey Richards read it beautifully, showed composure, kick to the midfield, good kick, inside handball. Dane Porter looks to give it to Kelly, decides he'll sit with it. Now he goes towards Reid, back to Kelly. Kelly, kick was smothered, pressure bang magnificent from Yarrawonga. It'll be a ball up. Slightly into attack for the Maggies, and it's only a 14-point margin. 19 minutes gone, final term for Bingley.
Umpire throws the footy aloft. Howe on the tap to Fothergill, dispossessed. Abe Anchors inside 50. Newton's the target. Well done. Seymour got a crucial fist. Paddy Warner for the Pies. Needs to be clean. Fumbles. Einspawn shovels a handball back in towards traffic. Here's a go for Anchors. Kicks from 45, across the face, minor score, 15-point ball game, 20 minutes gone in the final term. It's the SS&A Owen to Murray Grand Final on O&M Live, thanks to Bingley.
Abraham Anchors is lifted in this last quarter for Wangaratta Magpies. He's up to 6 disposals in this last term.
The third quarter went 27.5 minutes. It had 8 goals kicked. Oh, there's a smother, but going to be regathered here. This quarter's had 7 goals already, so I reckon it'll go around to 27-28 at least.
What about the second term, Robbie?
That was shortened momentarily. Pigeons had working it okay down the line. Masters presented. Well done, Fraunfelder. Had a big second half. Kicks it to half forward. Boarding on did well. He's just controlled the footy. Michael boarding on in front of Lee Williams. Gets the boundary throw in. 60 metres around from the Yarrawonga goal. They trail by 15 points. 20.5 minutes gone.
You just feel they need a goal in the next 90 seconds if they're a chance to win this contest. Boundary throw in, 55 metres out from Yarra's goal. Howe took it out of the ruck, fed it to Masters, who fed it to Williams. He's marked.
He's paid out on the full.
Oh, crucial call there, Monty, for McRae Motors.
Yeah, obviously a lot closer than us, but it must have just got over just before he took the mark there, Lee Williams, because I would have backed him in from there the way he's kicking the ball today.
He's been a dead-eye dick today. And the Magpies will pump it long down the Velodrome side.
They do. Did Howe get a push? No. Play on's a call. And there's a screaming for a high shot. I think it was a good call. It's going to be balled up. Jason Rain made the call. So the ball is between wing and half forward for Yarrawonga. They trail by 15 points. We've gone 21 minutes and 22 seconds. About 6 or 7 left in it. Big fist. Richards at the back. Couldn't gather. Or it's Gotchling. Knocked it forward. That'll do. Sexton was okay. Ducked under one. Got a handball to Wiley. Now they've got it back. Gee, they're going to have to work it hard here. Sexton again goes to half forward. Inside forward 50, leading the charge. Harry Smart had to get rid of it. He did. Maury, can he get...
Fumbles.
He couldn't keep it in, Gus. And we're going to go down to you, Chris Mitchell.
Had more time than he thought, didn't he? Just needed a clean pick-up and he was away. Had a few metres on his opponent there. A big let-off for the Pies.
The Pigeons will need to kick 3 goals in about 6 minutes if they're to win the 2022 Grand Final.
Not beyond them.
Boundary throw-in. 55 from home. How does Sexton Reid come through like the Southern Aurora? Busting his way through was Knowles with a handball, and he went to Fothergill, who goes inside 50. Williams made a contest through the elbow. Masters from the pocket! Across the face. Would have brought the house down. It's a boundary throw-in right in front of the old canteen of the Lavington Sports Ground. 15-point ball game. 22 and a half gone thanks to Bingley.
Yeah, it'll come right alongside the behind post. Howe took the ball, took a punt, handball, missed his target.
Yeah, free kick. Yeah.
Oh, Yarrawonga have got the free kick, Mont.
Yeah,
it's Howe. It is Lockie Howe.
He took the ball out of the ruck and he got rid of it as soon as he hit the deck, and just got slung to ground by Knowles as soon as he got rid of it. So great call there by Ash Broughton.
Well, he's gone back quickly. He's going to kick from 25 metres out directly in front. Lockie Howe, kick on the way. He has put it through.
Hang on.
9-point margin. Wangaratta lead. 23 minutes gone. I reckon there's 5 minutes left in it. Chris Mitchell for the Newmarket Hotel.
Getting very urgent down here on the bench. The Yarra guys are putting players on and off every couple of seconds. So, they can sense the Pigeons coming, but will they run out of time?
Just watch out for Willie Wheeler at this next centre clearance. He's got the last 3 centre clearances for Yarrawonga. He's up to 7 disposals in this last term as well on the 40-wing stat sheet.
Brilliant move from the Pies here. They've thrown Calmore to the ruck. He'll fly in the contest, and he'll also make himself the 4th midfielder.
Van Bellows loose down back 2 for him.
Here comes the centre bounce. Umpire says we'll have another restart on the edge of the circle. Scott Montgomery, can the Pigeons do it?
I'll tell you what, they're going to have to get a clearance and a quick kick inside 50 and a mark here if they're going to have a chance.
24 gone in the final term. It's a 9-point ball game, and here comes Mitchell. Kicks into the hot spot for the Pigeons. Flying high. It's a contest at ground level. Maury fed it out. Good contest. Sharrock's wrapped up. Appeals for holding the ball. And we'll have a restart. 25, 35 metres out from the Pigeons' goal to the Hannah Street end. 24 and a half minutes gone. Final term.
Maybe 4 minutes max in it, guys.
Oh, free kick.
Free kick. The ball.
Blocked.
Lee Williams got blocked.
He was going up in the ruck and got blocked. So.
He did. So dead-eye Dick Lee Williams from 35 out directly in front to get the margin back to 3 points.
And Howe's just limping off, boys. Not sure if it's a knee or an ankle.
High drama here at the Lavington Sports Ground. Lee Williams has kicked today 3 goals. The most important shot for the year. Kick on the way. He's put it through. Pigeons have got a heartbeat. It's beating loud. They trail by 3 points. 25 minutes gone. And he's got 4 goals for the afternoon, 78 for the season. Have we got a game on here?
I tell you what, who would have thought twice now they've come back from nowhere to get back in this ball game, Yarrawonga. They're just coming and coming and coming, and I'll tell you what, they get a centre clearance here. Kyle Tyson has not been on the ground in this last quarter yet. He's going to go in. This is the biggest ruck contest he'll have in his career, I reckon.
3-point ball game in the big dance. The Pies lead at the 25 and a half minute mark. Free kick. It's going to go the way of the Pies. Off the ball free kick from the centre bounce. And it's in the hands in Calmore.
That was paid by the boundary, Gussie, so someone must have stepped inside the square or something like that.
Moore goes deep into attack for the Pies. Big contest forms. Newton to ground level. Smith. Minor score. 4-point ball game. 26 minutes gone in the final term. And here comes Mitchell.
Played on immediately, kicked the ball to the centre of the ground. Marked by Fothergill for Yarrawonga. He can go wide, he'll find Einspawn. He's got no one in front of him. He's going to keep running. He has 1 bounce. Tries it inside forward 50. Williams from behind. Maury got it. Tackled. Ball spills free. There's players everywhere over the footy. Umpire Rain says, give it to me.
Maury got
it's
tackled
balled up 50 metres out from Yarrawonga's goal. They trail by 4 points. 26 and a half minutes gone. Maybe a minute and a half in it, Gus.
Do you believe in fairy tales for the Pigeons? Here's Sexton. Did he have the footy? Umpire said no. Wangaratta clear defensive lines towards the boundary line. Sexton was courageous, and it spills out of bounds for a boundary throw in. 26 and a half minutes gone. 4-point lead favouring the Pies. You're listening to O&M Live, and I tell you what, you won't miss a thing.
Everyone inside the forward 50 here. Jai Cross back on his own for Yarrawonga. If
I'd
it's
go
quick
man
clearance,
up,
I would man it up too here. Big fist Tyson. Here's Fothergill. Knocked off the footy. Plenty of Kelly. Ball-headed Warrior in over the footy. And it'll be a ball up.
Whistle's gone away, boys. Tell you what,
Not
Matty
a bad
Kelly's
thing.
jumped on it.
This time of the day, ball up, 70 out for Yarrawonga's goal, Gussie.
Tyson flies high in the ruck. Fothergill gets it inside 50. Inside 50 and Kootman! Jesse Kootman's taken a mark. 50 metres out on a 45-degree angle.
Wow.
Too far out, surely.
You can't write this script. You cannot write this script. Jesse Kootman, he's a local, he's a young kid. In he comes.
Jesse Kootman to the Hannah Street end. Right foot kick. Misses to the right-hand side. 3-point ball game at the 28-minute mark. I reckon there's only seconds left in the grand final.
Well, Gus, the third quarter went 27-38. We had one more goal kick this quarter. There could still be 30 or 40 seconds in it. Clark plays on from fullback. Yarrawonga trail by 3. He goes to the velodrome side of the ground. Big pack form. Ball's in dispute. Plenty of players over the footy. Umpire Warwick Henderson says, give it to me. So there'll be a stoppage. 80 metres out from Yarrawonga's goal. Wangaratta lead by 3. 28 and a half minutes gone.
Wangaratta need to hold on, and they get a clearing kick long down the line. Is it out of bounds on the full? It is. Cross is going to get the footy. True centre wing, velodrome side.
Gotta go.
28 and a half gone, and the Pigeons need a goal. In towards half forward. Reed appeals for the mark. Umpire said not there. Stoppage. Ball up. 55 metres out from Yarrawonga's goal. 86-83. Take it away, Big Mac.
29 minutes gone. Players everywhere. Mitchell gather it high up and under, close to the boundary line. McVeigh knocked it over. Wangaratta win! Wangaratta are champions! A 3-point thriller! They hang on for dear life. What a game of football!
How many subscriptions do you...
86, Yarrawonga 13-5, 83. Jesse Kootman missed a shot on goal. Bit over a minute to go. And I'll tell you what, Gussie McLeod, that's as good as it gets. O&M footy is back in town.
A grand final for the ages in the SS&A Ovens of Murray, and Wangaratta hold on. 12-14-86 to Yarrawonga 13-5-83. My goodness, the Pigeons were gallant. And we'll cross boundary side to Chris Mitchell for the Newmarket Hotel. You're soaking up the raw and pure emotion.
Yeah, I am, and I'm just going to try and get Jamie Anderson. I know he's holding back a few tears. Just had a big embrace with his brother Mark, mate. How do you feel for the boys?
Man, that's unreal. That's just we deserve. We've been one of the best teams the last 3 or 4 or 5 years of it, essentially, and just to get it done today, it's great for the club. It's great for the boys. Personally, it's a weird one, but I'm so happy for everyone, and we deserved it. We've earned it today. Yarra made us earn it, so how good's that?
Go and celebrate with the boys, mate.
Chris Mitchell, boundary side for the Newmarket Hotel. Monty for McRae Motors. A grand final for the ages.
Yeah, how good was that? And to see the two Anderson boys embracing there, it was fantastic. Mark ran 100 metres to get to his brother Jamie then to make sure he knew he's part of it, because he's been a massive part of this group for so long, and for him to miss out's tragic, but for him to get the win, still fantastic for the Wangaratta boys.
Hang on, boys, I'm just going to try and grab Lee Williams here. Lee, you're a huge mate. Nearly got your side over the line. How are you feeling?
Yeah, obviously it's a hard one to swallow, but at the end of the day, they had 26 scoring shots to our 18. We said 11 goals would win the game, and unfortunately they had more, so in the end, that's it.
You must be so proud of the boys, mate. They never threw the towel in.
No, that's it, mate. We fought it to the death, made them earn their flag, and credit to them. They were the best team all year, and that's why.
Fantastic performance, mate. Better luck next time.
Chris Mitchell doing some fantastic work, boundary side for the Newmarket Hotel. If you just joined the broadcast, Wangaratta have held on to the thriller. 12-14-86 to Yarrawonga 13-5-83. Brad Freak, 40 winks.
I'm Bit lost for words at the moment there, Gussie, but if we have a quick rundown of the 40 Winks stats sheet, it was simply outstanding. Jackson Clark had 25 disposals on our stat sheet as well, kicking 2 goals. Abraham Ankers had 24 and kicking a goal as well. If we have a look at the Yarrawonga side of things, Nick Fothergill had 23 disposals himself, was simply outstanding. Mark Wiley, the coach, was outstanding, 21 disposals, and Willie Wheeler in that second half alone had 14 disposals, had a really quiet first half, but fought really hard. But yeah, Wangaratta was just far too good, as Lee Williams touched on there. 26 scoring shots to 18 from their 54 inside 50s as well to 45. They dominated the ball in their forward half all day and were able to get the chocolates at the end of the day. They're simply outstanding, the best team all year, and they were probably the better team for longer today, Gussie, and obviously got the win today. It was, as I said, it's still a bit lost for words, Gussie. It was an incredible game of football that we just witnessed.
They climbed the mountain not once but twice, Robbie, to bring themselves within a 3-point margin. They actually got themselves back into the contest. They led by 9 points midway through the third term after suffering a 26-point lead, or blowing a 26-point lead. But Wangaratta have been the best team all year, and they held on in an absolute classic.
Yeah, they kicked the last 4 goals of the game, and just the way the game was going, even when Yarra were 26 points up, we had that feeling they were going to have one more crack at them. Because we can see they can score quick there. Gee, they were brave. You know, not very often you kick more goals in a grand final than you lose the game. But I think just on the side of stats there that Freaky came up with 40 Winks probably showed that Wangaratta, yes,
Robbie,
I think they've enough.
Sorry to drop in, mate. I just got Ben Reid here. Ben, amazing performance, mate. You're getting around pretty much every Pigeon. Great sportsmanship shown by yourself. But your guys were brave. They were really brave too, the Pigeons.
Mate, they're an unbelievable footy club. I mean, to have the reserves and seniors in it shows how strong they are. And to be fair, I reckon every club is probably looking at them as an example how their organisation's running to be that strong at both levels. Is a credit to Ross, Mark, those guys down there. Unbelievable effort.
A big couple of days for the family, mate. Sam couldn't get the chocolates yesterday. You did today. You must have felt for him yesterday as well.
Yeah, I did, mate. To be honest, I've been a nervous wreck all week with him. Obviously yesterday, and shattered for him what happened. But if we can get a win today for the family, it's great.
Go and celebrate, mate.
Thanks, mate. Thank you.
With Pennery, boundary side with Chris Mitchell for the Newmarket Hotel, soaking up the pure emotion. And I tell you what, I cannot for the life of me work out where Chris Mitchell is. He's swarmed amongst the sea of Pigeons and, of course, Magpies. And I tell you what, this is what happens in Murray, and local football is all about, Monty. The raw and pure emotion of what this means to the regional town of Wangaratta. The first grand final they've been successful in and across a 3-year venture. And finally, they return to the Lavington Sports Ground and claim a premiership after suffering losses in the last two.
They might just not put their hand up to host the grand final again, I reckon, Gussie, if that's a bit of an omen. But even the raw emotion coming from the Yarrawonga players now, obviously, on the wrong side of the ledger, but they tried so hard and they were so gallant in defeat today. They were really good. They come back, as you said, twice to get within a kick and really put themselves in the game, but just weren't able to get that last shot on goal to put it through. So, well done to the Wangaratta boys, and I'm sure they'll party this one and enjoy this one pretty hard.
Good luck picking a Did Simpson medalist, boys.
Oh, well, yeah.
Well, we've got to roll.
We just had a bit of a look. And
I weren't really sure.
We could have thrown a blanket over 4 or 5 from both sides, really, couldn't you? I thought it was quite an even game. No one really stood out, so we'll see how close we are when the medals are awarded, I guess, Robbie.
Yeah, I think the thing that really stood out for me was, I thought, the difference. One of the players, and he probably won't get it, but I thought big Chris Knowles, after having a poor second semi-final, his game today, he was amazing. He lifted, he got him back in. At the start of that last quarter, he was involved in those first couple of goals. Stuff he did like that. He was very good in the first half. And the Yarrawonga boys had so many players who were down and so quiet in the first half. Then they all lifted. A lot of these local lads, they just lifted and they didn't quite get there. But if you're ever going to lose a grand final, it's never easy. But I tell you what, they lost that with a lot of grace and a lot of spirit. It was real Yarrawonga footy today.
I've never seen a team in a grand final come back not once but twice the way they did. There was 2 stages in the game where I genuinely thought the Pies were home and host, and Yarrawonga managed to overturn that, Robbie, not once but twice.
Yeah, they were 25 points down at the 10-minute mark of the last quarter. and they found themselves
26 down in the second quarter, Robbie,
Yeah.
15 minutes in, so
Yep.
it's unbelievable, isn't it?
That's
so twice,
character, isn't it?
25 points twice to get back within a kick and take the lead.
Boys, I'm
Double
just
time
going
that
to
third quarter.
chop in there. I've got to demand a few words, but I've scrambled him for an interview. Michael Boarding-Yonga, you had a big task today, mate. I thought you were absolutely outstanding. How are you feeling?
Oh, just so glad that bloody siren went when it did. It was very close there. Starting to get a bit nervous, but yeah, so glad it's all done.
They came through the kitchen sink at you. What was the turnaround, do you think, for the Pigeons in the second half?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just that wind. So obviously we kicked a few in that last quarter, so I think that wind obviously helped a lot. So yeah, that got them back in the game. We got a bit of their tails up, so yeah, it's unbelievable.
And obviously you knew pretty early on you were going to have Lee Williams, mate. He was outstanding, slotting them from everywhere. You must have thought, what more can I do?
Yeah, he doesn't miss many, and bloody hell, yeah. It's always a good challenge when I go up against him, so just glad to get the chocolates with that one.
What are you going to do to celebrate, mate?
Bulk piss, I think.
Enjoy.
You ask a silly question, you get a silly answer, Chris Mitchell. And on that note, I think we'll take a break, ladies and gentlemen. On the other side of the break, we'll cross back for the premiership ceremony. The Wangaratta Magpies, 2022 SS&A Ovens and Murray Premiers, 12-14-86, defeating Yarrawonga 13-5-83. It's O&M Live, where you won't miss a thing.
How many subscriptions do you have? One for entertainment? And one for news? And meditation? One for sport? And one for music? Whatever you're into, you can now manage select paid subscriptions in one place and save up to 10% with Optus SubHub. Discover what's trending and save by bundling them all together. Streamline your subscriptions with Optus SubHub. It starts with yes.
Looking for somewhere great to eat? Check out Social Dining and Bar. And right now, you can get a seafood basket, served with chips, salad and tartare sauce from just $18. Come and be part of it all at Social Dining and Bar at the SS&A.
GoTafe is hiring, and we want you on our team. Flexibility, professional development, generous remuneration, and a staff wellbeing program are just a few of the great benefits we offer. If you have a passion for your skill or qualification and you're looking for real work-life balance, then GoTafe is the place for you.
GoTafe is leading,
Inspiring.
hands-on,
Flexible. Fabulous.
We have dozens of trainer positions and corporate roles open right now. Get in touch today.
The new Nissan Navara has landed at McRae Nissan with a tougher, more rugged design, Nissan intelligent mobility, advanced off-road capabilities, and a host of on-road refinement. Test drive one today at McRae Nissan.
Did someone say KFC?
I don't care.
Adroit Insurance and Risk, your local insurance advisor, able to tailor insurance programs to support your business.
And we're proud to support our local community.
Pain or injury can stop you from living life to the fullest. Albury-Wodonga Private Hospital specialises in advanced orthopaedic services and offers a full range of care from diagnosis to surgery and rehabilitation. Get back to the life you love with our support.
Watching the game at home is good, but watching the game on the big screen with all your mates, all the atmosphere and the great food and beer is pretty hard to beat. And it's all here at the locker room at the SS&A.
Go to create your future. Go for free support services. Go to get in-demand skills. Go and follow your own path. Go for the choice of 120 courses across 11 campuses. Go where there's free TAFE. Go for it with GoTAFE.
Room,
From entertainment to news and subscriptions in between. Manage select subscriptions in one place with Optus SubHub. Streamline your paid subscriptions and save up to 10%. It starts with yes.
At 2AY, we're your home of news, talk, sport and music.
We're community focused, passionate about our region and what makes it great.
We bring you the very latest news that matters, from breaking stories in your backyard to headlines and hot topics from around the country and around the world.
And on weekends, we live and breathe local sport and bring you exclusive live coverage.
1494 2AY. We're your local.
For the first time this afternoon, you have missed an absolute ball terror. Wangaratta are premiers by 3 points, 12-14-86 to Yarrawonga 13-5-83. We're just about to start the presentations and we'll take you to that right now.
We've been waiting for 3 years to get back to. Commiserations to Yarrawonga. You guys just fought so hard, 25 points down in that last quarter to get it back within a kick. It was simply amazing. Be proud of your efforts. An incredible year and an incredible day. But unfortunately, you just couldn't get over the line. To Wangaratta, congratulations. You are the 2022 premiers. You've had an extraordinary year. You've been on top for most of the year. I think you've only lost 1 game throughout the year, so deserving premiers, but you will push right to the line and earn it the whole way through. Finally, I'd like to thank the people of Wangaratta for supporting the grand final today. To all our sponsors for supporting us, not only this year but across the last 3 years. Well done to all the winners today across football and netball, and enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you, Dave. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to thank the umpires for not only their contribution today, but also for the entire season. Could you please make the umpires welcome and thank them? The four umpires, Jason Rain, Ash Wharton, and Warwick Henderson. The emergency umpire, Brenton Poole. Boundary umpires, Thomas Johnson, Jaden Taylor Parkins, Nelson Butterfield, and Charlie Blanche. Also to our goal umpires, Mark Bywater, Norman McClure, and our emergency goal umpire, Brett Taylor Parkins. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please welcome now Curtis Simpson to present the Dick Simpson Medal for the best player on the ground. And the Dick Simpson medalist for 2022 is Callum Moore.
So Cal Moore taking out the Dick Simpson medal after runner-up in the Morris medal on Wednesday night. He was also the 2021 winner, and he kicked 4 goals in a starring role.
Yeah, he was pretty good, wasn't he, Cal? He was, right up there. He was a guy that really stood up when it needed to. Kicked 2 in that last quarter when the game was right on, so he's probably a deserved winner. Absolutely.
Look, it's been a great year. You put up a solid fight with us every time the first years.
Bad luck today, but with plenty more years to come with a few heart attack games just like that. To our boys, we did it. Geez, Work's not going to be too happy next week for me, so let's get at it.
There we go, that's Cal Ball.
Congratulations again to Cal.
Medal winner.
Okay, it's now time to present the Wangaratta Magpies with their premiership medallions. Number 1, Dane Porter.
317 games for Dane Porter. He's the inspiration and the heart and soul of that footy club.
Yeah, he's unbelievable, isn't he? He's a guy that stands up when it's needed, and today he threw his weight around when it was
Number
on,
2,
and he doesn't mind the hot
Jackson Clark.
I think we recruited the year, Jackson Clark, I reckon. The local boy comes back. He's played good all the year, and he stood up against Dale.
Number 4, Michael Borderman.
I thought Ports did a cracking job on Lee Williams, but that's how good he is. Made an influence.
This bloke was up there in the first half. I thought he was probably best on ground until half time, and that's probably got away with it.
Really outstanding the first half there by Lukey Saunders. He was
Number 7
everywhere
for the Magpies, Matthew Grossman. Number 8, Mark Anderson. Number 9, the Dick Simpson medalist, Callum Moore. Number 10, Daniel Sharrock. Number 11 for the Wang Magpies, Matthew Kelly. Number 12, Fraser Ellis. Number 14, number 15, Dylan Van Berlo. Number 16, Joe Richards. Number 18, Patrick Warner. Number 24 for the Magpies, Harrison Smart. Number 25, Chris Knowles. Number 26, Hunter Gotchling. Number 28, Abraham Ankers. Number 38, Tyler Norton. Number 41, Jesse Smith. I now call upon the captain of the Wangaratta Magpies, number 3, Michael Newton. And the coach of the Wangaratta Magpies, number 19, Ben Reed.
We played a really good game. I think the coach, Big Benny Reid, his first year as a coach. Yeah, he's coaching Monty.
Oh, well, how good is it? Here we sit back going, right, boys.
This is easy.
You boys think this is hard, but it's stayed easy for us, so let's go again. So, well done to Reedy. And he's been so good to us at OMFNL Live all year with...
Look, first of all, thanks out to Murray for getting a season finished. I suppose having 2 years in no footy, it hurts everyone around in the community. We know how much everybody, seeing all the turnout today, love their local footy, and it's been a really great year, so well done guys and good work. To Yarrawonga, I like to say to Mark before, you're an unbelievable organisation. To have your reserves and seniors on grand final day just shows the way you guys bond together and the community you've got up there. So the utmost great respect for Mark, Ross, the team there. Well done, boys. Great year. And we have some unbelievable batters this year. And like Cal said, I reckon we'll have a few more to go in the future. So well done, boys. Great year. To our guys, to our major sponsors, Caddies, Griffins, thank you. To the rest of them, well done. I'll get around and introduce later everybody throughout the night. To our supporters who rocked up, thank you very much. To all the family, girlfriends who helped the boys out, well done. And not last but not least, boys, you boys, you're an unbelievable group, the way you stuck together all year, and the way we've grounded out today, well done. Let's really bloody enjoy this one, eh?
Thank you, Ben. I now call the president of the SS&A club, Mr. Eddie Dunlop, to make the presentation of the 2022 Premiership Cup.
Best feelings you can have, I reckon, with that cup. And you saw Mark Anderson, who's a great leader of the Wangaratta Footy Club, just jump the fence and grab his brother Jamie, and Brad Melville, who also missed out with his qualifications. So just to get them involved in the photos shows how much they mean to that group and what they've been able to achieve, and they were massive part of it throughout the week.
Yeah, Rod, something right about Jamie Anderson there. He played part in that team. He's been a solid foundation at fullback, and him and Mark really close, as you'd expect with brothers, but just they're so close on the footy field. They got that connection, and that was a big blow to them losing him. We know, and look, Michael Gibbons is out of the side, and Harry Wheeler for Yarrawonga. Who knows what might have happened there? But gee whiz, Jamie Anderson out, and then Brad Melville. So yeah, but just looking back on it, if you've just switched on, just join us. What all the fuss is about? It was a 3-point margin. Yarrawonga lost by 3 points, 86-83. They were down by 25 points during that last quarter, but they kicked the last 4 goals of the game. Jess Koopman had a shot on goal, bit over a minute to go. From about 45 out, it just missed to the right-hand side of the grandstand end, and then Wangaratta held on from there. Brad Freak, what were those inside 50s in that last quarter?
Yeah, well, they were pretty even towards the end, but obviously early in that last quarter, Wangaratta had a bit of a blitz, which in the end was the difference in the game, kicking, I think it was 3 goals in the space of 4 minutes, and they jumped out to an early lead in the inside 50 category, but it ended up being Yarrawonga's favourite by the end of that last quarter. They had 14-11 in favour of Yarrawonga, but on the day, Wangaratta had 9 more inside 50s than them. They had more ball in there. When they did have ball, they would hit the scoreboard a bit more regularly. Obviously, when you have a look back, and they had the 26 shots to 18, so shows how often they could hit the scoreboard and how much damage they were able to do going forward.
Yeah, if you have a look at it, if they had been able to kick straight early, especially, the game might have been over a bit earlier, wouldn't it? Like that's how I see it. I feel that they probably had control of the game, and then they just lost momentum at times because they weren't able to get that extra score on the board. It really hurt them.
Here's another. Ben Reid missed a relatively simple shot on goal. That would have put him above 4.5 goals. Would have put him closer to 30 points up. Would have just about iced that game. It was just funny when he missed that. You just had the feeling all along in that last quarter. Yarrawonga, because of how tenacious they are, they only need to get 2 goals. Once you get that margin around that 13 or 14 points, it's game on.
Yeah, absolutely. And with their young league, the league speed that they do have, and they can break those lines. So that's one thing that they'll always have in their favour going forward in the next half. But Wangaratta were just able to sustain it. In that first half, they were able to keep Lee Williams quiet. Bailey Fronfelder was relatively unseen in the first half. The third quarter, he certainly came to life and gave them a lot of X factor across half forward. But in that first half, a lot of their forwards for Yarrawonga, Gus, were relatively quiet, held really well, I should say, by the Wangaratta defence.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. And I think there's a role today that was played, that we mentioned during the call, but I don't think will get sung the praise of enough, is the role of Dan Sharrock. Now, Lee Masters had a pretty good game, but by his standards, he was quiet. Dan Sharrock did not give him an inch today, Monty.
No, absolutely. And even saw when Lee Masters tried to shoot forward a couple of times, Dan Sharrock was right next to him. And when it happened, there was that one turnover. They were in the goal square together, and Dan Sharrock sprinted a 70, 80-metre sprint and got the kick that was their outlet kick. And it was just showed that he was just willing to sacrifice absolutely everything today for the team and just play his role. And as you can see, he didn't get a lot of the footy. He had a couple of shots early, which he probably could have converted. But, yeah, I thought his role today was unbelievable. And, yeah, he's probably not going to get in their best, but he's not far out of it.
He also showed the poise as well a couple of times in their forward half in the third quarter to just slow the game down and hit people up. Obviously, coming off a bit of a layoff too and having been played for a while and been able to do that and just have his composure was the main thing. Even when there was a million things going on around him, he was able to stand still and be able to find the right teammate and be able to put them in a better position. So I thought his game was really strong as well, Robbie.
Absolutely, mate. And the noise you can hear in the background, the Wangaratta Magpies are down at the in front of the gold at the grandstand end, getting a few more photos. I think there's a pretty good rendition of the club song going on there. So they're really happy that they are deserving premiers because of the dominance they had over the whole year. They only lost one game.
Only lost one game for the year, Robbie. And when we saw him play that season opener, I genuinely drive up the Hume Highway going, who on earth is going to stop this side? Yarrawonga come within 3 points of it. And how's this for a stat, boys? If you add all the aggregate games for this year, the accumulated totals, Wangaratta win by a sole point.
Yep, it's incredible, isn't it? Over the 4 games. And well, what about their finals campaign? They've beaten Yarra by 5 points in the second semi and 3 points in the grand final. And I reckon that says just as much about Yarrawonga.
We're about to cross down, boys, to Chris Mitchell. Make your way in there, Chris O.
Yeah,
Wangaratta are going to sing the song.
Just about to sing the song with the baiters in the middle. He's just trying to get everyone in position.
We can't see Chris Mitchell, but we can sure as hell hear him. Wangaratta singing Cheer, Cheer the Black and the White.
I actually can see him. He's got his arms linked with Newton, I reckon.
He's singing the song.
Where is he? Chris. Boys, I've just got Chris Knowles here. Absolutely outstanding game today, mate. They threw the kitchen sink at you, but you were good enough to hold on in the end.
Yeah, no, they were a bunch of pricks the way they kept coming back at us, but no, just right, we got the job done. Credit to them, they were outstanding. We thought we'd kept, getting rid of it, but they just kept coming back, making us really work for it, but all worth it in the end. Fantastic.
Star-studded side, mate. Very hard one to break into, but once you didn't want to let go. What does this mean to you, and how much hard work have you put into to firstly getting your position in the team and then starring as well?
Oh, it means the world. Probably goes back to thirds. I played Ovens and King sort of thirds football before Ovens and Murray, and I never in my wildest dreams thought I'd be an O&M senior player. So to now be here with a premiership medal is fantastic, and credit to the coaches this particular year. Giving me the faith in me before round one, and after that, I just sort of said I'm not giving it up for nobody. So it just kept rolling from there.
Lockie Howe had a great game in the semi-final and maybe got your measure, but you probably turned the tables today, mate. How did you turn it around midweek? What did you change?
I read the papers. read the papers, and all our coaches really put it on me. They said sort of if you win the ruck, we win the game. And the ledger was 1-1. I sort of got him in the last round of the season. He got me in the semi-final, and there was just no way I was going down 2-1. So 2-1 my way.
I'll throw you upstairs to the boys, mate. They've got some questions for you.
Knowlesy, Gus McLeod here, mate. Congratulations on the win. Talk us through your last 18 months, mate. 18 months ago, you were running around in the Magoos. Now you're a premiership player in the SS&A Ovens and Murray senior ranks.
Yeah, thanks, Gus. It's just insane. Even when I was playing reserves last year, I was just loving being a part of the group and being amongst high quality coaches. And among the playing group, so it was an easy decision to keep at it. And like I said before, just before round one, they gave me the spot in the team, and from there I just sort of ran with it, and it's pretty good having the best midfield in the league around me as well. It makes my job a lot easier.
You should be incredibly proud of what you've been able to do with your performance. The game you played today, mate, I thought you were probably the top 5 players on the ground. What was the turnaround though, mate? Did you, obviously got a little bit more confidence, but your form right throughout the whole season, probably apart from the semi-final, you're a little bit quieter. What was the difference in you being able to lift that next level?
Just consistency. Consistency and the belief that the coaches have instilled in me. Right across 2 pre-seasons ever since I got at the club. And I really fed off that. It's sort of something that I certainly didn't have in the couple of years prior. Is that true inner belief? So that's where it started. And then on a week-to-week basis, I just sort of kept looking for motivating factors to keep getting on top of the opposition ruckman. I'd look at who I was facing and have that motivational factor within me to go out there and make their day hell, and my mids days a lot easier, and just kept taking it week by week.
Mate, what was your mindset going into the start of that last quarter? You're leading by 5 points. Your first 4 or 5 minutes in that last quarter, you played like a man possessed. What were you thinking about when you approached that first toss-up to start that final term?
Well, I'm just not losing the game.
Yeah.
Like they said to me before the game, if you win the ruck battle, you win the match. And I had that in the back of my mind all game. If I lost a ruck tap, which I did because Harry's a fantastic ruckman, it was just about the follow-up then, and how do I beat him to the ball and everyone else to the ball after that ruck contest. So at the start of that last quarter, like I said before, I thought we were running away with it in the third quarter, and they come back, credit to them. And I just said, no, there's no way that I'm letting this slip.
Knowlesy, how much sleep for you across the next 3 or 4 days, mate?
Unfortunately, I've got work on Wednesday, but I might try and get that off, I reckon. So
and get through till Thursday. Knowlesy, congratulations, Premiership player in season 2022. Enjoy it, soak it up.
Thanks, boys. Appreciate it.
Chris Knowles, boundary side with Chris Mitchell for the Newmarket Hotel. He really is a quality player, and it's a shame you can't award the Rising Star to a bloke in his mid-20s because his rise in form has been nothing short of exceptional, Monty.
Well, I know we've spoken about Luke Saunders might be the most improved player, but I tell you what, Chris Knowles isn't far behind him, because you look at it, when he was at Wangaratta Rovers, he was a fringe player at best, probably more so a reserve player, and he's come across here. He's played half the year last year. He was in and out with Zach Leach, obviously battling for that position, but this year he really made it his own. He's obviously had a big pre-season, got himself super fit, and now he's a premiership ruckman, and he really took it up to Lockie Howe, who's up there with Isaac Muller as probably the best ruckman in the competition.
He certainly is, and one of the best players in the competition. Can add another medal to his collection. He's got a Morris medal. He now has a premiership medal alongside a Did Simpson. His boundary side with Chris Mitchell for the Newmarket Hotel. Callum Moore.
Cal, Morris medal, Did Simpson premiership medal. What's next, mate, for you? Outstanding achievement, really capping off your time here at Wangaratta.
Yeah, no, it was, it's an honour to win one of these flags. These boys put a super effort on today, especially our midfielders and our backs. Made us forwards look really good, but no, it's been a really long season. These boys have put in the hard efforts. There's a couple of boys who missed out, unfortunately, but getting the chocolates today it tastes good.
Thrown into the ruck right at the death, mate. They threw the kitchen sink at you. What was going through your mind? Did you think they were going to get you over the line?
Nah, look, honestly, like I tell Reedy every week, I'm happy to play wherever you guys need me. I know I'm a bit of a swing man, but yeah, no, look, I'm happy to just jump in the ruck and do the job for the team.
What does it mean to you, mate? Obviously joined Wangaratta a couple of years ago now, but you've signed on again, so you really love the place. What does the future hold for you?
I was forced to sign on. Reedy pinned me down and made me sign. So, nah, look, I absolutely love this place. I come up here to find the love for the game again, like I said last year. And yeah, no, I've definitely found it, that's for sure.
I'll throw you upstairs to the boys, mate. They've got some questions for you.
Cal, Gus McLeod here. Congratulations on the win. You've played at the highest level. You've played in the VFL Premiership, but I reckon you would have no better delivery than what you got from your midfielders going inside forward 50 today.
Yeah, no, look, like I said earlier, those boys put on a super effort. Oh, man, words can't describe. Look, I'm getting thrown left, right and centre questions today. I'm just repeating myself. No, look, I'm super proud for the boys' efforts. man, I'm stunned, to be honest.
Cal, where do you rank today, mate, in your footy CV? You've played at AFL level, a VFL premiership. How much does today mean to you, and where do you rank the season of 2022?
Oh, look, this is up there. Yeah, no, look, I'm happy that I played at the top level, but like I said earlier, like I just lost a love for the game, and Wangaratta has just brought that love for the sport again. Yeah, boys, come on, enough questions, I'm stuffed.
Cal, just one from me, mate. It's Monty up here. Well done, mate. Well deserved for best on, but being able to play in a flag with one of your little mates like little Ando down back, it's got to be a pretty special feeling for you.
Yeah, no, I saw him probably 5 minutes after the siren. He's got tears running down his face. He was absolutely crying. But look, this means everything to him, and especially Jamie Anderson, who missed out. That bloke, he travels 600-700 kilometres every week just to be at this moment today. So, yeah, credit to those boys.
Hey, Cal, Robbie here, mate. Congratulations on all these multiple medals you dragged out today. And hey, mate, tell us about your experience. Ovens and Murray Grand Final Day on this magnificent venue. How did it compare? The atmosphere, the noise, where did it rate?
Hey, it was up there. I had a little cheer squad behind me. There was about 20 or 30 thirds boys there just having a little chant. So that was quite nice. Didn't get that at AFL level.
And Cal, before we let you go, you've been awarded Best On Ground for your performance today. Who's favourite for Best On Ground tonight?
Geez, Matt Kelly's up there, but hey, I reckon the smoky Ben Reid. I reckon he's going to get let off the leash.
I agree.
Hey, you don't want to be around him though because he's just all arms and legs, so you've got to keep at least 5 metres away from him at all times.
Well, on that note, Cal, we'll let you go and soak it all up. Congratulations on a stellar season. Premiership player and Did Simpson medalist for 2022.
Appreciate it, boys. Thanks for that.
Well done, Cal.
Kelmore, boundary side with Chris Mitchell for the Newmarket Hotel, and it was a bit starstruck there, Big Mac.
These things happen, Gussie, but I'll tell you what, I reckon he would have, their players, just the experience, the opportunity to play out here. When you leave the AFL scene like he has, it's very rare you get an opportunity to play in an atmosphere like this, quality game like that. So he's found his right home, and he's a deserving. It's just been great having him play in the league, and I think there's now Monty's medal he hasn't won.
Yeah, that's it. He's going to need a bit more room on the mantelpiece, isn't he? So,
yeah, great player. It's deserving. That's what we like to see, good players on. What do you reckon about it, Vax?
It was brilliant, mate. He's deserved it. He's had an unbelievable season all year, and he was probably only second to Lee Williams in terms of the goal kicking and how good of a forward he is, but he can go anywhere. He's the ultimate swing man and didn't disappoint today for sure.
He certainly didn't disappoint, Big Mac, and I think you'd struggle to find a more valuable player in the competition than Cal Moore. He's so incredibly versatile. Anywhere you got a problem, you can put him, and he just makes things happen.
Kicked all of his 4 goals up that end of the ground, up
2
the
in the
east.
second and 2 in the fourth. So
yeah, and just so the start of the game in that last quarter, Mont wasn't it? The early goal, great delivery, but his second goal he got was one where he made everyone look second rate, didn't he? We thought he was going to mark it, lost control, got it back, got around a couple and just dribbled it through.
Yeah,
bang.
no, it was pretty good, wasn't it? He just shows his class and why he has played at that higher level with just how agile he is for such a big guy.
10 goal second half from Yarrawonga today, guys. 10 goal second half. That's how close they were to taking it out. But Wangaratta kicked 7 goals 6 to 10 goals 5 in that last quarter. That was last half footy.
That they certainly did. Robbie, we might take this opportunity to take a quick commercial break and come back on the other side. I can't quite see Chris Mitchell.
He's probably still singing.
We've got an interview. We do have an interview. It looks like it's Dan Sharrock. Hold that thought, Trenner, back in the studio. We'll cross boundary side to Chris Mitchell for the Newmarket Hotel.
Love your work, boys. I've got Dan Sharrock here. Very happy man. Beautiful, shiny boots and medal, mate. You must be pretty thrilled with today.
Yeah, it's a relief. It's a lot of hard work goes into these games, and we almost gave it away, but to get the wins, very happy, very happy.
How much work have you done in the last month to get yourself up, mate? And what happened to you? You went missing for a little while. Let all our listeners know what happened.
Yeah, so I copped a knock against Labby, and I thought I'd broken ribs. So I went and got scans. Weren't ribs. But then, because I was so run down from that, I got glandular fever out of that, which is nuts. So my partner, she thought I was kissing other blokes. I was like, there's no way I was kissing anyone else. So so I got that, and then just was run down. So that's why I didn't play the other week. Because I was like a zombie. So, but then finally got better and just worked up to it. Mind you, the second quarter I copped a good knee in the ribs, which didn't help, but a bit of Panadol and a bit of adrenaline helped get through. So happy days.
Outstanding, mate. I thought you were a great contributor today, and you played on a pretty hard opponent too in the Morris medalist Lee Masters. How did you see that matchup panning out?
I sort of, from last week, I sort of knew it was coming because I was like, I'm not 100%, but I can tell that the coaches are going to put me on him. So it was good. Like, I trained with Leroy at Williamstown, and he's a ripping fella and an incredible player. Like, he started doing some tricks and running through the middle, and it was a really good contest. So I was, hopefully I got the better of him, and it went from there, so it was good.
Awesome work, Daniel. I'll throw you upstairs quickly, mate, for the boys.
Dan, Gus McLeod here. Congratulations on the win. What does this mean for yourself, mate? You've played a lot of football. You've played a lot of VFL football, but it's been quite evident how much you love the Wangaratta Football Club. What does it mean to be a premiership player in 2022?
Oh, it's awesome. I mean, we speak about it all the time. Losing 2018 and then 2019. I missed 18 because of my knee, but the 19 one hurt a lot of us, and to get this win is really special. And I know half the group here that lost those ones. We're just relieved that we got the team back together and had a really good team, and produced it on the day. So it means a lot to all of us, which is awesome.
What was the message from Reedy inside the four walls at three-quarter time? Yarrawonga were a sniff. You guys did enough to hold on, but what was the message from the big man?
Oh, I think it was just to keep being ruthless with how we play. We've harped on it all year, just being a ruthless team and just keep running and giving our effort. And I think towards the end there, we sort of just grinded it out, which was pretty much what he said. So, it was unreal.
And Dan, it's Monty up here, mate. Well done. Congratulations. I spoke to you after the second semi off air, and you sort of weren't sure how you were feeling or if you'd be able to get up. When did you actually know your body would be right to go, mate? And, when did you make that decision that, you're definitely playing?
So last Saturday we had a training session, and I was moving fine around that. So we had a practice match, and I played one quarter.
Sorry, we'll leave him sing the song.
Juice Newton, thank you.
Reedy kicked me off after the quarter time. He said, you'll be right.
Yeah.
So last week was the big game change.
Yeah, and I spoke to your old man then that day too, and he was pretty excited that you blokes got through. Is he hanging around tonight, you reckon, for a few beers with you?
Yeah, absolutely. We sort of had a few tears before with each other, and every week, because I come back from Melbourne obviously, and every night we're talking about what game we're having coming up and where I'm playing and who we're versing, and it means as much as me it does to the whole family.
Awesome,
so.
mate. Dan, Robbie here, mate. Congratulations. Love seeing good guys do well. Well done, mate. Very proud of you. Now, tell me, practice game last week, how intense was that? Who'd you play against? How'd Reedy work that out?
So we ended up rounding up. The reserves boys committed to it, which was unreal by them. And we had a few other blokes like Benny Spate came and helped out, and the other twin of Dan Saunders, he came down and had a run around as well. And it was good. Reedy just brought us in before the practice match and said, look, the reserves boys, absolutely give it to us. Like this, we've got to get a match out of this, and this is what we want. So, and it was perfect, exactly what we needed.
There you go. So that's an interesting little ploy, the master stroke of Reedy. And hey, mate, what do you think it means for Reedy? Like, obviously, you guys, you've been on top all year, only lost the one game. But was there a point where you feel like that Reedy thought, well, boys, we're just going to work our way through this? Was there any change in tactics during the season?
It was pretty much just, we had a game plan at the start of the year, and I think we've just slowly worked towards executing that. And
you're under the pump here, aren't you?
Yeah, and I reckon probably that game against Yarra where we lost, they sort of showed us how we can be beaten. And I think we went sort of not back to the drawing board, but just went back to keeping it basic and just playing your role as an individual. And today everyone stepped up and did their bit, which was awesome.
Dan, congratulations, premiership player. Go and enjoy the song.
Yeah, we'll do. Thanks, fellas.
Boundary side, Dan Sharrock with Chris Mitchell for the Newmarket Hotel. I tell you what, Chris O's getting a lot of feedback.
He is,
under the
a
pump.
lot of feedback.
Half the boys are still on the ground taking photos.
Yep.
Absolute stitch up to our man Chris O.
Juice is just feeling that he didn't get asked, didn't he? Well, times are changing, aren't they?
I'll tell you what, there's one man we haven't spoken to, or two men we haven't spoken to in depth, Ben Reid, but I want to have a chat to our man Big Mac, the bald-headed warrior, Matty Kelly. Now, the boys tell me he is better off the field than he is on the field, and I reckon he is paying $1.01 to get best on ground this weekend.
No, I reckon Ben Reid's got it covered. Oh, I've heard some stories about Reedy. I reckon him off field might be the man.
Yeah, Kelly will
Those
go
two
well.
together, I reckon, will be bad influences on each other.
Kel was good today too, wasn't he, in that second half? Just those little clinches, a lot of ball ups he caused and stoppages.
I thought his first half when he was with Wheeler, he was fantastic. Wheeler was very quiet in that first half, and he just did the job at the clearances.
Didn't Wheeler turn around the second half?
Oh, classy players do, Robbie, isn't it? They know how to just step up.
He was unbelievable in that second half, his clearances.
Hypothetical for you boys, if you had to do a scorecard on the recruiting of Ovens and Murray teams this year, I reckon Yarrawonga would be an A++. The players they've brought in are extraordinary, Monty.
Yep, yeah. Well, you go to the top, Lee Williams, how good a pickup was that? Nick Fothergill, Willie Wheeler. Obviously, he was recruited last year, but first year because of the injury he had last year. Ryan Ironspawn, another one.
Yep.
There's just guys everywhere in that side that, really stood up.
Chris O, can you hear us in the boundary, in the change rooms, Chris O? We'll take that as a
Chris
no.
Mitchell's getting yelled at already down there.
Well, we can hear him.
Yeah, I reckon they'll burst
still
out the
copping
song.
it in here, boys.
He's still copping it.
I reckon you're going to link arms with him again, Chris, eh?
Are you going to sing the song, Chris?
I think they want to put me in the centre, boys.
Well, we've got you loud and clear in touch.
Get nice and
Stoney's gonna
close.
get in the middle.
That's Kylie King territory, that. Kylie's the only one that gets in the circle, doesn't she?
I reckon that's Matty Kelly there, boys.
Premiers for season 2022, the Wangaratta Magpies defeating Yarrawonga 12-14-86 to 13-5-83. 3-point victors and your premiers for season 2022. The Wangaratta Magpies here on O&M Live. We'll take a break and bring you the drive home on the other side. Congratulations to Wangaratta, premiers for 2022 on O&M Live, where you won't miss a thing.
How many subscriptions do you have? One for entertainment? And one for news? And meditation? One for sport? And one for music? Whatever you're into, you can now manage select paid subscriptions in one place and save up to 10% with Optus SubHub. Discover what's trending and save by bundling them all together. Streamline your subscriptions with Optus SubHub. It starts with yes.
Looking for somewhere great to eat? Check out Social Dining and Bar. And right now, you can get a seafood basket, served with chips, salad and tartare sauce from just $18. Come and be part of it all at Social Dining and Bar at the SS&A.
GoTafe is hiring, and we want you on our team. Flexibility, professional development, generous remuneration, and a staff wellbeing program are just a few of the great benefits we offer. If you have a passion for your skill or qualification and you're looking for real work-life balance, then GoTafe is the place for you.
GoTafe is leading,
inspiring,
hands-on,
flexible, fabulous.
We have dozens of trainer positions and corporate roles open right now. Get in touch today.
The new Nissan Navara has landed at McRae Nissan with a tougher, more rugged design, Nissan Intelligent Mobility, advanced off-road capabilities, and a host of on-road refinement. Test drive one today at McRae Nissan.
Did someone say KFC?
I don't care.
Adroit Insurance and Risk, your local insurance advisor, able to tailor insurance programs to support your business.
And we're proud to support our local community.
Pain or injury can stop you from living life to the fullest. Albury-Wodonga Private Hospital specialises in advanced orthopaedic services and offers a full range of care from diagnosis to surgery and rehabilitation. Get back to the life you love with our support.
Watching the game at home is good, But watching the game on the big screen with all your mates, all the atmosphere and the great food and beer is pretty hard to beat. And it's all here at the locker room at the SS&A.
Go to create your future. Go for free support services. Go to get in-demand skills. Go and follow your own path. Go for the choice of 120 courses across 11 campuses. Go where there's free TAFE. Go for it with Go TAFE. From entertainment to news and subscriptions in between, manage select subscriptions in one place with Optus SubHub. Streamline your paid subscriptions and save up to 10%. It starts with yes.
At 2AY, we're your home of news, talk, sport and music.
We're community focused, passionate about our region and what makes it great.
We bring you the very latest news that matters, from breaking stories in your backyard to headlines and hot topics from around the country and around the world.
And on weekends, we live and breathe local sport and bring you exclusive live coverage.
1494 2AY. We're your local.